Hello. I think we're on stream. Do you want to say something real quick?
Uh,
Okay, there we
I
go.
don't
That's
know.
fine. No, like to check the
Oh,
microphone.
oh, oh, oh.
Cheppy, do you have
Mic
a
check.
couple of
Got it.
opening words to
Um,
Would you like to say something before we begin?
um, ahem. Dear God, she played so many fucking games.
I did. More than half of these are mine. Um, yeah, I think this is gonna be a year of bangers. I did something new this year. Usually I let people randomly pick for me, based on like letters of the alphabet, and I did that a couple times this year, but also I intentionally picked a lot of games. So the quality of games I played this year was overall higher. This shows that my friends have dog shit taste, no. Or they're entranced by flashy titles and icons. I'm entranced by the opposite, and therefore the games are better. But yeah, why don't we just jump in? Because this is always a super long stream. I think the first 90 games are mine, and then we'll get to yours. Sound good?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Also, not true. I see some of mine in there.
Do you want to quick check the stream audio to see that it's working?
Yeah. Let me.
I should close all my YouTube links. Oh,
Ah,
tabs.
my audio is always 10% to 30% shittier than yours, but
Well, I'm getting
so it goes.
feedback now. Turn your stream off.
What?
Oh, it's me. I'm getting feedback from
I'm
me.
not streaming
Ah.
shit. You can't get anything
I
from
know.
me.
I was like, "What's that noise?" It's because I opened it. Okay. Well, now that I've insulted you for no reason, let's begin.
Yeah, did you do an announcement post about this anywhere?
Yeah, I tweeted it.
Ah,
But okay.
want me
First,
to copy paste it on the Bluer site?
if you would like to. Oh wait. I
Oh
don't.
wait.
No. I'm just trying to. Oh, it like doesn't want to do it. It's gonna make me re-upload all the images. It like doesn't. You see my K? It doesn't want to move.
Yeah.
Huh. Interesting. All right. Give it a sec. Doesn't want to reload either. It'd be so funny if the website went down.
Hmm.
Followed by the oh, it went in a tier. Page unresponsive. Oh, okay. Hold on. It just cleared the whole thing. All right. I gotta re-upload all the games. Give me a minute. Chevy, entertain the chat.
Holy. Uh. Hi everybody. How's it going? There's no technical difficulties.
No,
Those
no,
aren't
no,
real.
no.
It's fine. Uh. Tier list site is great and always works and isn't like. Sorry to ask. Did, is on your end? Is there a game that was just hovering in space for a minute there, or
Uh-oh. Where?
no? It's gone now, but I don't even know which game it was. Also, I see a duplicate in there.
Where?
It's
Oh, what the hell? And
oh, actually several of them.
it's not
They're
letting
all
me drag anything.
There's multiple duplicates.
Hold on. This is now a. Ugh.
Oh, this is great.
Maybe I need to make a real template because their single use templates. It clearly don't work.
Maybe their new system is just bad.
Maybe this doesn't work. All right. Well, this is live tutorial how to make a template on tierlistmaker.com. If the website will load.
You know, you maybe right click and hide your bookmarks bar too.
Why?
I don't know
There's nothing
whether
there.
it shows where you work.
Not really.
Huh. Well, that's
Oh. All right.
okay.
So we're gonna make a fresh new template that is public. 2024 games. category. Okay, that's definitely not working as intended. Whoa.
Website bad.
Fire Emblem. There we go. Website usually not bad though. That's the scary part. Sure. Let's try to do these many rows at a time. Okay. Invigorating stream content everywhere. Okay.
Oh, is it down right now? It's changed their entire UI.
No, it seems to be working now. I just need to add more. I just need to add more shit. Right. Hide template. We don't need other people accessing it. Edit. Okay. Now we're in business. Yeah, so tutorial fact. The single-use templates on them. Tier list maker, I guess, just don't work. Which is fun.
Yeah. Well, if you have to make a new one, I thought while we were doing, maybe we should put the demos in their own little corner, either tiers or.
Well, that's what the unfinished part was, right? That's what we did last year.
True, true.
Oh, I didn't actually hit go. God damn it. Delightful.
What?
Oh, no, did I? Let's see, the Dragon Age.
Is that all of the image?
No.
No.
Not even close.
Oh. Oh, I see.
Okay. Because you have to do them, I think, in like shifts, because it doesn't like the images going in all at once. Yeah, it seems to be working now. Alright, hold on. This one is Monster Hunter. My giant folder cannot be uploaded all at once, sadly. I wish I could.
You know what? I'm genuinely having issues loading shit on my computer.
Maybe it is the
no,
website.
like just opening up Blue Sky is giving me and like Reddit is giving me trouble.
Weird. Maybe it's our internet. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I've populated the tier list. Now I just have to make the new tiers. All our images, and they drag perfectly. Hold on. There's less images in here than there were. There's less images.
There were, yeah.
No, there was another line.
No, yeah. No, I was agreeing with you. That's.
Technical difficulties, the stream.
I just have the copy paste that announcement tweet copied, and I'm not hitting the button until it fucking works.
Yeah, that's probably.
Is that Puzzles and Dragons?
It is. I played that this
That's funny.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure how to figure out how many games which games didn't go through.
You know the count that we have, so how many
by how many?
Because
you labeled half of yours in Roman numerals. I do not have the full count.
You can't count. Oh my god. It's a calculator, Samantha. You just whatever.
I'm not calculating your game's special.
They're in bullet point lines. You just
no. Weird as hell. All right, hold on. Maybe I'll try to make a second one. See if I gotta go by line again.
We should have 153 total. So.
Okay. Sure, whatever. Actors and actresses. They're gonna know I'm doing gamer fraud. Okay. Up until... The problem is this also doesn't tell me how many, like which ones it doesn't upload. Oh, okay. Guess we can do ones at a time. Let's chug it a little bit.
Wow, there's like 10 here.
I know, I only put 10 in. You have to
Oh,
put them
you
in
know
10
what?
at
It
a
doesn't.
time.
It only shows, I think, this window, so we don't see the pop-ups for.
Hmm.
Okay.
Let's see. The first two lines, next line up to this.
As you are fixing this, I will do a live unwrapping of the How the Grinch Stole Christmas extra large Hershey's Kiss that I got.
Oh, interesting.
It's very big. My God, it's like, oh, I don't know if that might not be one of the hollow ones. That might be.
Well, start knowing. Alright. Rooms of the Haunting to Gordlets. If it's still giving the wrong amount, we're just gonna have to. Oh well. The website's having a bad day. Okay, let's see. This to just crow things. I feel like I remember seeing you play that, but we'll talk about it when we get to it.
Yeah. Oh my God. Ow.
What? There's knives inside of the the
No,
Grinch
it's a
kiss.
single solid block of chocolate. It's very dense, actually.
Mm, that sounds tasty. I want
It is,
one.
yeah. But it's also hard.
Mm.
Well, it's not really hard. It's just there's so much to bite.
Mm-hmm.
Oh fuck!
I heard that one
Over the mic or through the wall?
over the mic. Okay. Did that one. Did down to paratopic. Did I get Stabilizers? Hold on. Yeah, I did. Okay. Which one's pathologic? I get to talk about pathologic again.
Hmm. I
And
feel like there's a previous year where you made fun of me for including a game I'd played before.
oh yeah, I
And yet,
forgot to do the replay tier. That's the tier I forgot. As well.
oh, is that
Alright.
Fire Emblem Heroes again?
Yeah, I played it this year. Fire Emblem Heroes has been on this every single year that we've done it.
Mm-hmm. Hey, maybe for the last time.
Maybe for the last time. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So somewhere along the way before I got confused, we have all the rows now. It was missing like 18 games. Here. Okay. So now
Is
let's
that
make our
the full
tiers.
amount?
Yeah, looks like it. Okay. So we'll call this one replay. This one didn't finish affectionate. And then this one didn't finish derogatory. Just quickly change the colors. And then we are ready to roll. And if hey, change your color. If we need to refresh this one, it won't die because it's not a single use template. Okay, so let's finally get started. So the
I
first
will hit
game.
the send button
Oh,
on the
oh, okay.
thing.
Hold on. Yeah, hit the button and then we'll get started. Actually, retweet one I did. Excellent. Okay. Well, I'm gonna get started because my game is first. The order shifted, so you get to talk earlier.
Oh, he's number 2, huh?
Yeah, the order shifted around. Um, Usually I like to end on a banger, but I suppose I could talk about a mobile game instead. So the first game is called Catch. It's a like short, I think, student project. It was like a horror game. The whole thing is like the aesthetic is very not vintage, but kind of like that fake PS1 horror game where it's like really super low res and the colors are super limited. I thought it was fine. I genuinely don't remember what it was about, which kind of tells you how good it was. I think it was about like someone like being trapped, like trapping their child in their home. I believe that's what it was about. And you like go in the house and he's like doing experiments on this kid. I couldn't tell you how it ends. I think it ends on like a cliffhanger. Um, but it's really short. The aesthetic is cool. It had a very limited color scheme. The icons are the limited color scheme that it has. Um, and I think that for a student project, especially, it was very impressive. But I would put it in like C tier. Like it didn't leave a super lasting impression on me. It was kind of one of those quick one and done games in between the larger endeavors. But for what it was, I had a good time. All right,
You also got much closer to the mic for that.
hello, I had a good time. Welcome
Okay.
to
All right.
ASMR. I'm gonna be eating holiday candy while we do this, so cue crinkle.
Oh, sure. I just finished the giant Grinch thing. It almost killed me.
The Grinch kiss. The kiss of the
Yeah,
Grinch.
yeah.
All right. What is Balatro, and why do people keep talking about it on the internet?
It's a roguelite card game. Uh, you play poker hands, quote unquote, uh, to try and earn a score, to beat a level, to continue to another level, and repeat forever, basically. It is a game of pure numbers, and I feel inadequate in singing its praises because it won like a three of a kind at the Game Awards already, among many others.
Mhm.
Um, this game haunts my dreams. I have every day I wake up, I look over at my phone, I maybe play a game of Balatro while I'm slowly walking over to make toast in the morning, and then I
I
put
didn't
it
realize it
down,
was a
go
mobile
to.
game.
It is now. It wasn't
Oh.
when the year when I started. I That's the thing is I played it I think every night of the year uh up through about uh halfway through. It came out in like February or something, and I played it up through the middle of the year, and then it was on mobile, and now every single time I'm in the bathroom, that's what I'm doing. That's what it is.
Oh, so when you're taking super long in the bathroom and I have to piss, that's what's going on. I no longer
Glass
feel
houses,
bad.
Samantha. Glass houses.
Yeah, I'm playing Puzzles and Dragons.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
Um,
what's the vibe? Is it good?
yes.
How good?
Um, it's I mean, I can't put it anywhere other than S tier because
Ooh, off to a good
it's
start.
one of those games where, in describing it, it doesn't sound much better or worse. Like, it sounds like a lot of other video games out there, just from what it is. But,
Mhm.
man, there's something about just the specific construction of it, like down to the music, sound design, everything, where there's a lot of I play a lot of roguelite games, and they tend to wear you down over time. Like, you get bored of the same game over and over.
Mhm.
Um, Balatro is not that. It does not. It has yet to. I thought I was starting to get tired, and then they released a mobile version, and I have put in probably like double the amount of hours since.
Mhm. So it's pretty good. It's okay. It's
Yeah, you
only a
could say
little
that.
addictive.
Yeah, yeah, you
Okay.
could say that.
Well, now let's talk about a game that is not as good. So
What
Code
the
Vein.
hell is that?
It's Code Vein.
Oh no!
Do you remember Code Vein?
I witnessed it.
So, me and our mutual friend Tima played Code Vein simultaneously at the very start of about like this time last year, maybe like a little later. Uh, I don't think February, like January. And I remember it distinctly because I was very sick at the time. I had RSV while I was playing this game. Um, It is a Souls-like. It is not a terrible game. I'm gonna go ahead and say that. It's a perfectly serviceable game. It's straight up got mechanics and little outfits you could put on and a pretty good character creator. But there's just like enough like little things where in a Souls like specifically, it's like it feels a little off. Like the reaction time of your character is a little off. Um the inputs they're not exact. And this was something we both agreed on, so it wasn't my controller and it wasn't my keyboard. Me and Tiamat both agreed that it felt a little sluggish compared to like an Elden Ring, a Dark Souls. Um, and it has some map choices that I think are genuinely terrible. Like there's a specific area, there's one boss. Sorry to keep talking about Dark Souls, but it's like the best comparison point. Um, there's a boss in like the middle of the game where it's like a sharp difficulty spike in my opinion, where in order to get to the boss you have to walk through like a really long hallway, which isn't a huge problem if it wasn't full of teleporting enemies that'll just like you try to walk past them, they're now in front of you again. So it's very easy to just die on the way, and then you get to the boss, like where the boss is, and it's a tiny little arena for a giant boss, so it's literally just Capra Demon but worse. um it's got a lot of moments like that where it's just like, oh my god, I'd rather not. And yeah, I the final boss is kind of bullshit in my opinion. But that goes for a lot of I think Souls like bosses where it's a giant monster. Usually those fights aren't as not as nice as like a duel style fight. And they definitely went for like the big over the top cinematic creature attacking you vibe. Which was kind of a sad whimper at the end of the game, considering it wasn't very satisfying. There's a lot of moments in the game that were not satisfying. The plot was fine. I didn't have any severe problems with the plot. It's about vampires. Um, I genuinely loathe the aesthetic. I thought the aesthetic was so. Oh man, it's an anime game, and it's an anime game. It's very like Hot Topic, and I shop at Hot Topic. I can't even like say that in a derogatory way. Um,
You
but
just did.
no. But it's like Hot Topic in a way that doesn't make sense for the world. Like they're all wearing like these super intricate pieces of like anime armor. Um, very like I have no idea how you get in or out of this outfit. And also if you're a woman, your boobies are fully out. But also you're wearing more little pieces of metal. They're very like I think this game came out before Genshin Impact even existed, but it's very like almost proto Genshin where it's like, okay, you should have stopped designing this character 20 minutes ago. 20 accessories ago. You should have put your pen down. Um and there's it I just think there's a lot of the game that would have been better if it had like a more grounded aesthetic. Uh it's just very like the world is like dark and spooky and mysterious. And even a lot of the bosses are like big hulking monster, and then you turn around, it's just like, it's me, Anime Chan, and then she pulls like a gun out, and it's like I there's like a level of dissonance here that I'm not capable of like reconciling. Cutscene to cutscene. Um, but again, I think on some level, if you successfully make a Souls like, you've already made a pretty decent game because just like the loop of how the game works, like you already have a good foundation. So I don't think I can conscientiously put this any lower than B tier. Because it is a good quote unquote game. Like it's fine. And I will admit, during one of my I was having trouble with one of the boss fights. There's an Ornstein and Smo type boss, like a dual person where it was the big slow one and the little fast one. And I was having trouble, and I summoned a player because you could summon players in this game too. And it was someone who showed up with no clothes on, and they had like some goofy thing on their head, and I forget exactly what their name was because it was a whole year ago, but it was some like version of Let Me Solo Her, like it was some joke on that, and that was really funny. It's like, oh, bro, you're doing dollar store soloing her. I see. Um, but yeah, Would I replay it? Probably not. Do I regret playing it? No. Uh, would I ever pick this game on a shelf next to literally any FromSoft title? No. Would I ever cosplay any of these characters? Absolutely not. It would weigh like 50 pounds, and also my boobies would be out. So, yeah, that's my official Onion Uncode vein. This next game is The Glass Masquerade 2. Uh,
I was going to ask. It looks like a blurry clown
it
from
is
the
a blurry
screen I'm
clown. It
looking.
it was like clown themed. So the Glass Masquerade is a series of games. They're puzzle games, where you're filling in like a stained glass window, but it's like shattered into little pieces, and you gotta put the pieces back where they belong. I really liked the first one when I was in high school. It was like a relaxing way to spend like a rainy weekend. And I enjoyed the second one also. I think it's a lot of fun. There's definitely some moments that are like a little frustrating because the hard puzzles are hard, but I liked this one just as much. I don't know. I like puzzles and I like the aesthetic of the games. Like I like just looking at beautiful stained glass looking art. Um and there was like a story or something in this. I don't know. I just clicked through it. I'm not there for that. But I would say this is like an A tier game because there's nothing wrong with it. Like it's not like a phenomenal like crazy experience, but it's a good puzzle game that I enjoy. Um this next one, so a lot of these are going to be secrets until I tell you what they are because the icons are so small. Here, I think I can zoom in a little. There we go. So
Hmm.
this is Ash of the Gods Redemption. Um,
Ooh.
this is so I played this one a little bit on stream. I put like 8 hours into it actually. I did not finish it. Um, it's got a lot of really good qualities, and a lot of qualities I would say make it not unplayable, but difficult. Um, so I'll do the good first. The art is phenomenal. The art is beautiful, especially the character art. A lot of it's like animated, and they're all like hand drawn. The character designs were great. I liked all of those. And the lore of the world seemed interesting from what I got, like the first 8 hours. Um, but yeah, so like aesthetically it was good. You could tell it was like kind of like a not low budget, but like not a AAA game because instead of like, a cutscene, it would like just shift to the next scene. Like there wouldn't even be a fade out. It'd be like, oh, we're in the next place. Like there were definitely low budget moments. And you could tell that there were some rough edges. But yeah, it's kind of like a Final Fantasy Tactics almost situation or like a triangle strategy. So an SRPG, but not Fire Emblem where you move your whole team. It's like you move one guy, they move one guy. It's based on speed, or whatever the stat was. So
Like chess.
sure, like chess, except they're all, I think, Vikings in this one.
Do
Viking
you not know
adjacent.
how turns in chess work?
I don't play chess. I'm not a nerd.
Oh my god.
But like it's there's more to it than chess. There's like moves and you do like flips and shit. And the guy's got a sword, wizard stuff. Um, but yeah, I thought the
You
gameplay
do
was
hey, well to be fair, you do flips in chess too.
maybe you do. Uh,
You know what? Chat, no one I'm gaslighting her. No one no
but
one tell her.
shut up. Now I get to talk about the bad part. So there's a very specific mechanic in this game. So in general, I love games that are unforgiving and hate you. We're gonna talk about those today. But for this game specifically, it very much pushed that whole like this is a harsh world where you're gonna die and it's gonna suck and you're gonna, which is fine, totally love it. Um, and I think that it totally could have worked, because it's kind of like a game that makes you think about resources, and if you don't have resources, you're just gonna die. But there's this thing where traveling around the map costed a resource. Um, and if you lose the resource, if you run out of the resource, you just kind of start dying. And then you get into combat, and your guys are all like at 1 HP with no way to heal, and you're just sitting there like, oh. So it's kind of like if you don't plan correctly, you get soft locked, which is fine for a shorter roguelike game, but this is like a 14, 18-hour game, and I was getting soft
Ooh.
locked in like hour 6. And the reason is because I was making the quote unquote wrong choices on the road, because there's like there'd be like random encounters on the road, or I don't know if they're random, but there would be encounters on the road where it'd be like, will you help this mother and her baby who are like dying on the side of the road? And of course I'd be like, yeah, of course. And then it'd be like, and they took all your food and now you're dying. Like, okay. And I would check online and be like, okay, so like how am I supposed to progress to the next part without losing all my resources? And like, abandon everyone. Don't do anything nice for anyone and don't do any side quests. So I was like, okay. Like at that point I was far enough into the game where I would have to completely reset my 8-hour run in order to strategically plan how to even get past this soft lock. And maybe there was something I was missing, but from online consensus, it seemed to be like, yeah, it's a game about inventory management first. All the other RPG elements come second. You stay alive first, and then you get to have fun, which I think is not the way you want to go about doing it. Because I don't think your survival mechanics should lock players out of most of the fun parts of the game. Like they should enhance the fun parts, like maybe, oh, we're starving, we have to go do a special quest to get food or something. We have to decide to kill and eat somebody. Like that's fun. Um, but just being like, nope, you were nice once, and now you're going to start combat with the boss at no HP, and there's no way to get back from that. Good luck. That's just like it feels bad. It felt bad to experience. It wasn't fun for me. So I'm gonna put this in. I genuinely, because I like liked it. I liked what I played. I just got, once I realized I would have to reset 8 hours of a run with, knowledge that I'm not capable of making the right decision twice in a row. So I'd probably have to reset over and over. I'll put it in derogatory, but like at the top of derogatory. Like if they remove that one mechanic, just like losing shit on the road, it would be a great game. A challenging but great game. Does that make sense? Excuse me. Does that make sense?
I think so.
Okay.
Unless you're talking to chat, in which case, ignore me.
I'm talking to everybody. The gang. Sorry.
I'm everybody.
I just realized this whole line is me.
Yeah. And
It's
what?
okay.
I don't even know what that green thing is. Is that one?
This one? This one's also me.
Oh.
All right, it's okay because you can you can chip in. You've heard of some of these. You saw me play some of these. You didn't see me play this one though. So this is a taste of the past. I downloaded it because it was overwhelmingly positively rated on Steam, and I believe it was free. So I was like, why not? It's like a story about a girl whose mother dies, and she ends up on like a train in the afterlife, and she talks to all her ancestors, and they teach her how to make food that her mother used to make for her. And then, there's a very heartwarming conversation. It's about, like, grief and letting go and all that good stuff. I thought it was good. It's not really the type of game I usually play. I don't really prefer my games sad and introspective. If they're going to be sad, I prefer them in the bombastic direction. Um, but I thought it was good. I don't think I can rate this any lower than a B, but it's B because it's like not for me, but it was like objectively a very well-made game. The art was beautiful, the story was nice. It just wasn't for me. Babdy. Chippy, have you ever heard of Babdy?
And I haven't, and I apologize to whoever made this game because you don't deserve it. But I do. My brain. Skibbity.
Oh no.
Babdy.
No, don't
Sorry.
skibbity. No, don't skibbity. We don't need to skibbity. But so Babdy is kind of like it's a very surreal game. It's one of those like low fidelity weird games. It's about you're stuck in a city and you need a train ticket to leave, but they don't just sell them. You have to like find one. I think it's on like a dead body somewhere in the city. And it's just about like exploring this weird desolate city, picking up like collectibles. It's very empty. It's very like liminal space-esque. Uh, there's like all sorts of things you can equip, items like baseball bat, motorcycle, etc. Just so there's no combat. You're just getting around the city, and just playing around. It's basically like a big sand pit. There's a goal in mind, obviously, but it's not the focus. I thought it was fine. A lot of people talk about this game online in the circles I run in because it's got like that world vibe to it. It's like a giant brutalist low poly city with like scary looking characters all around it. So of course that's the exact kind of game people I know talk about. But I don't know. I think the lack of an overarching narrative um, of significance kind of dulled it for me. And I think that I played a game on this list which does what this game does, but I think it does it better. Not only just like in the humor and the because this game is a little more humorous than it is scary in my opinion. Just because all the characters look so weird and they say weird shit. Um, but it's an exploration game. It's about running around the big city, but it is just like a lot of empty space. And there's collectibles to find and stuff to play around with, but at the end of the day, I feel like it's mostly like these giant brutalist concrete buildings, and after like 4 floors of going up the same building, I was like, okay, where's the next collectible? So I'm gonna put this like it's not like offensively bad. It's not bad at all. I'm gonna put it above Catch in C tier. Like it's fine. It's totally fine. So this game I actually loved a lot. It's called I Feel Very Lonely and I Don't Remember Myself. It is a kind of a visual novel. It's like it takes place inside of like a computer terminal with like a bunch of different characters in like chats together. And it's about like a science facility that is in lockdown due to like a breach. And you've got these 4 employees of the company like messaging each other. And I'm not gonna spoil the ending for this one actually because I thought it was extremely well done. I enjoyed it tremendously. I didn't see it coming. But basically they're all trying to work together, figure out like who's a friend, who's an enemy, what the hell happened, what was behind the secret locked door that apparently got opened, etc., etc. So I thought this was a phenomenal game. I'm not gonna put it in S tier because I don't think it holds up to some of the things I plan on putting in S tier, but I am gonna put it at the very top of A tier for now. This one absolutely recommend, 100%. It's not even that long. It's like an hour long, and I don't think it's free, but I think it's cheap. Hi, Tiamat. You missed all the technical difficulties and me bitching about Code Vein. All right, so this next one, this was honestly, I did not expect to like this one as much as I did. So Papa and Yo is it's definitely like Xbox 360 era game. I don't know exactly when it came out, but you can tell it's like an Xbox 360 3D platformer. Um, like you could just smell the Xbox vibe. It's about a kid and a monster that you can have follow him around, and you can kind of control him into doing stuff with like different types of fruit and frogs, and like it'll affect the monster's mood, etc., etc. You're going around this big city, trying to follow this girl. And it is an extended metaphor for abusive parents. The monster is in the game like representative of this kid's like alcoholic father. So normally this wouldn't be the kind of game that I'm super into because I love a metaphor. I'm not super big on the heavy-handed metaphors. Aside from a couple specific ones that I enjoy. Uh but I thought that I am gonna spoil the ending to this game because I think that's like the reason I liked it so much. So the ending of this game, it went in a completely different direction than I expected because like the whole thing was like we're trying to cure the monster, we're trying to fix the monster because the monster's the abusive father. Um, and then at the end, rather than fixing the monster, I think the kid just like throws him into a tornado. Like he decides it's an emotional scene. I'm making it sound goofy, but it's an emotional scene. He like gets rid of the monster because he realizes like there's some people you just can't fix. Like the best option is to just leave. And I thought that was like so unexpectedly like it's not what I expect because a lot of like this is for not a kids game, but it's something rated for children. They could play it. But I feel like in a lot of kids, quote unquote, media, it's like, oh no, we have to teach the power of forgiveness and we can always make it right. This one was like, no, fuck that guy. Into the tornado you go, asshole. Yeah, Tiamat in the chat is saying that he remembers me playing this game. I didn't super enjoy like the mechanics. I didn't get stuck on anything. Um, but I don't know. I thought this was like a good, unexpectedly good game, just because I don't really like puzzle platformers. So I am gonna put this in A tier. I'm gonna put it above Glass Masquerade. But below I'm Very Lonely and I Can't Remember Myself. Yeah. That honestly, out of all the games I played this year, I'll probably retcon this later in the video. But that was probably the one where it's like the most emotional blindsided moment. It's like, oh, this game is like good. Yeah, Team Matt in the chat says, no, literally, the conclusion being fuck your abusive parents is so special. No, it was like so like, okay, okay. I didn't know this game was like cool like that. So this next one's called Anne. It is an RPG Maker game about a girl who stays after hours at her art college, and at night it transforms into like a kind of like Ebe, like hellish, place full of monsters and creatures. And it turns out that all the kids that die in the school become these creatures. So it's all like art themed, which is Cheppy. Have you played Ebe? Do you know what Ebe is? IB.
No.
IB. So Ebe is a very famous, I'm assuming RPG Maker game, but like one of the earlier ones about a little girl who gets stuck in an art gallery that like comes to life and it's full of monsters. It's not a scary game. It's like one of the original RPG Maker horror games though. So clearly Anne took some inspiration for that. The thing it was selling itself on was that it had animated cutscenes, like fully animated anime cutscenes. The cutscenes did not work on my computer. They just would not play. It would just be like a black screen with like fuzzy sound in the background, and then it would skip to the next part, which was so sad. But I don't know. This game was like okay. It was fine. It was too much like Ebe for me to see it as anything else but like an Ebe clone. Um, the plot was about I'm just gonna give like a blanket warning for talking about everything and anything in this stream because we're gonna be talking about fear and hunger later. But it was about I think the final boss ghost was like a girl who got sexually assaulted in the school, and then she was like, killing people in the school, and that's why it goes scary at night. Um, which I don't know. That it was fine. It wasn't mishandled or anything. I just didn't find this game very interesting, and I didn't really care for the endings. There's a whole bunch of endings. None of them really struck me. I think I got most of them. So I'm gonna put it in D tier. I didn't really enjoy it. I thought a lot of the puzzles, because it's a lot of like running away from stuff, which is one of my least favorite mechanics you could put in a game. Um, yeah, I didn't enjoy it very much, but I did finish it. It wasn't very long, so why not? The Ultimate Death Clock is a game on Steam. I don't even know if this is the actual game's icon. This is what I found online. But it's automatically going in D tier because it uses AI art. But what it is you like answer a bunch of questions and then it tells you the date and time of your future death. So the good news is I'm going to live to be very old. The bad news is there's people using AI art on Steam. So we're going to put this in D tier. Even without the AI art, it was kind of a nothing burger.
Yeah, what is this art then that we're looking at?
I think this is clip art. I think this might be for a different app, but the one on Steam, at least at the time of me playing it, had like mid-journey art. There's at least one more game on this list that also had AI art in it that I was not expecting to have it, but we'll talk about that later. Okay, Fire Emblem Heroes. Cheppy?
Oh, hello.
Cheppy, we did it. I finally uninstalled Fire Emblem Heroes from my phone.
I win!
My account still exists, so if I want to...
Yeah, mine still exists too. I never said you had to delete it.
No, yeah. So that if I need to go back and look at Seth or Sigurd, I can do that. However, actually, I don't even know if it's uninstalled. It might just be in a folder. It's not on my desktop anymore.
I'm so disappointed.
It's not on my desktop. I haven't seen it in months. I stopped playing around May. Just because a combination of things. Firstly, the power creep. It's kind of inignorable. We can all see it coming. And I think up until last year, genuinely, I do think the power creep was, like, totally manageable. Like, people complained about it, but I think that if you had a good enough, build, you could still build your favorite characters however you wanted, and you'll be fine. But in recent months, it's just gotten so bad. And I've heard rumors of what's recently getting released, and I'm like, oh, good God almighty. That combined with the fact that I wasn't interested in any of the storylines happening. I didn't really like the last book. I don't like the book that's going on now. the last time I think I really had the last time I was like looking forward to Fire Emblem Heroes releases was book 5 with Fafnir and the mechs, because I kind of like when they get sci-fi, and I really loved book 3 where they had the skeletons. I feel like they definitely have writers on their team that can make a really good story for a mobile game. Um, but recently they've kind of slid backwards into the whole, we've presented you with a little girl and she wants to marry you or something like that. It's just been that
Oh
over and
no.
over and over. And eventually I was just like, I do not care about any of these new characters like whatsoever. And also they never released Fafnir for base Fafnir for Into the Pool. So I'm going to, as a testament to how long I played this game for like 6 years, maybe 7, maybe 8. I don't even know how when it released. I played it since launch. I downloaded it on launch day. And I logged in basically every day until May of this year or last year. And because of that, it can't be a truly terrible game. So I'm going to put it at the top of B tier to thank it for its service. I still like how we get regularly new art of characters that would otherwise be forgotten. I think that Fire Emblem Heroes is genuinely the electric shock that Fire Emblem needed to be revived like Frankenstein. I think without Heroes, Fire Emblem would not exist right now. I don't think we would have games. I think it would just be in the fridge. But I think that I can smell end of service coming, and it's sad. But I hope they make something, maybe a different type of mobile game where the power creep isn't so bad, even though I know it's
Something with
possible.
less menus in it.
Yeah, they never fix the menus either. The menus are a nightmare. I think we talked about it last year. All right,
Funny.
but I could talk about Fire Emblem. Yeah, make a Fire Emblem match 3 game. Literally, dude, I'm
Is
so.
that
Oh,
is that Metal Slug?
that is Metal Slug. Hold on, I need to blow my nose. Okay, excuse me. Oh my gosh. So I played about 15 minutes of Metal Slug. Um, I'm not good at this game. I did not enjoy this game. However, I understand why other people enjoy this game. I'm going to put it in didn't finish affectionate. Just because it's not a game that's for me. I found it frustrating, especially because the controls on my laptop were not behaving. Um, I just didn't think it was fun. I prefer a game with a plot. Um, this is an arcade game, so respectfully, not for me. Have you played
Which
Metal Slug?
uh I like eons ago. I'm talking like elementary or middle school. I found a copy online. I'm sure very legally. Uh,
Mm-hmm. Of course.
is which Metal Slug
The
was
original.
just the original Metal
The
Slug,
original
like the arcade
Slug.
game?
Yeah,
Huh.
it's on
Neat.
Steam. I think I got it for free as like part of a giveaway because I didn't buy it myself. Um,
Hmm.
but yeah, so I don't feel bad about not super playing it. Um, but yeah. So Ancient Enemy, it's like a card game. I forget that there's like a type of game that it is. I don't remember the exact type. I don't think it's solitaire. Maybe it is. Might be solitaire. But it's like you're matching cards, you're doing stuff to reveal more cards, blah blah blah. It's very bare bones on the plot. It's clearly like a tiny tiny team. Um, I wouldn't be surprised if it was also a student project. I
Were you
didn't
looking
look.
for Card Battler? Is that
No, it's not a card battler. Definitely not.
it is?
Is it? It didn't feel
It's
like it.
on their Steam page as Card
Oh,
Battler. It's clearly a Card Battler looking at any image of it.
oh. Well, then I guess it's a card battler. Um, I heard it. I saw
This
someone
is
refer
this
to
is
it.
the same genre vaguely as Slay the Spire, and if you're insane, Balatro, but I don't know about that one.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So then, yeah, I guess it is a card battler. But I feel like there was more to it than just putting up cards. It was like a whole like game on top of that. Uh,
A Card Battler is not that's a game like an RPG or like strategy game where you use the cards as abilities, not
mm-hmm,
a card game. It's not
mm-hmm,
Pokemon cards. It's
mm-hmm.
card based abilities. That's
So an extremely large vague category. Got it.
correct.
All right, so extremely large vague category game. I thought it was pretty good. I'm gonna put it in B tier. I'm gonna put it below Code Vein. It's perfectly serviceable. I didn't have any problems with it, and I enjoyed the time I played it. In fact, I look forward to playing it when between games. But it's not really something I think about on the regular. It was kind of just like a time passer. So this next one's called Asgard's Fall Origins. It's in the vein of Vampire Survivors or Ancient Witch Arena. Uh, it's in early access, so I didn't finish it obviously, but I'm gonna put it in affectionate. I hope they continue to improve it. It felt a little sluggish compared to some of the other ones I played, uh, but there's always room to improve. Okay, hold on, I gotta take a sip because this next one has a tail attached to it.
Is this the recent one that I'm thinking
No,
of?
it is not.
Oh.
This is Anima Gate of Memories. So,
Ooh.
Anima Gate of Memories is a 3D, I'm going to call it a hack and slash type game. And it is the one game on Earth. And I say this with all the seriousness on God's Earth. Okay, Chappie, my hands are on your shoulders right now.
Okay.
This game possesses the soul of Drakengard 1. This game has the immortal soul of Drakengard 1, and is using it to do game. They have, like, just playing it, I was like, these are the same game. Like, they're not the same game, but these are the same game. Just in the way that the world is constructed, the lore, the characters, the environments, even just the everything about it is like, okay, this is like the spiritual successor to Drakengard in my mind. But sadly, I encountered a game-breaking bug about 8 hours into my run. I was having so much fun. And maybe I'll give it a retry now that it's been like an entire year. Because genuinely, I was really enjoying the game.
Yeah.
Like, really enjoying the game. Which is crazy because it's got mixed reviews on Steam. That's how you know it cooks. That's how you know.
To be clear, when you say that stuff about Drakengard, I didn't remember it, so I went and looked it up. Would you like to hear the reception section of Wikipedia? It's not long.
I would love to. Yes, please read it to me.
Anima Gate of Memories received mixed reviews. The praises were especially the praises. Who wrote that? The praises were especially for the longevity, the environments, and the soundtrack, while the criticisms were especially for the uncooperative camera, the bad tutorials, and the voice acting.
Literally, like,
well, if I haven't heard a description of Drakengard as told through reviews before,
no, like literally, like, and even like the lore, the chapter I left off on, each chapter had like, an overarching story because you play as like a lady who I think hunts demons. I don't remember her exact plot. It was like a full year ago. She hunts demons and she has like she's got a pact with like a creature, much like Dracula. And together you hunt creatures together. Blah, blah, blah. And the one I left off on was a guy who was like trying to make like perfect replicas of humans. And I think the story went that uh, he was competing with a guy in his field doing the same thing, and he finally thought he won, and he went to go brag to the guy, only to find out that he'd been bragging to a replica the whole time. Like, I was like, oh my god, this is so drafting. This is so weapon stories. And I was having so much fun with the mediocre gameplay and absolutely fun and crazy lore. And then I went back to a previous area. I tried to go back to a previous area, and it let me out to get a healing item. And then I got the healing item, and I tried to go back in, and the doors broke, so I couldn't progress. And because it's not like an open world game, I couldn't just no clip away. Like, I was stuck in that room. And I was like, I'm literally going to put on a talent show. This is the worst thing ever. I'm gonna try to retry. Excuse me.
just email the creator.
No, I'm like thinking about it now. I'm like, no, I need to figure out what happened. I'm gonna put it in didn't finish affectionate at the top because if this game if this game had worked genuinely, I think we could have been in S or A tier personally. If it had kept the good times rolling. Maybe it got worse as it got on. But also oh man, I'm like broken up about this one, genuinely.
I didn't realize when you were playing this, it's based on a Spanish TTRPG.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
It's yeah, it's a Anima Beyond Fantasy is just a TTRPG. This is like a
Well, maybe I have
huh.
something else I have to look into now. Interesting. Well, good to know. All right. Well, that's my little story about Anima. I also had it came in a bundle with the sequel, but everyone says you can't play the sequel without playing the first one, so I'm like, punch the wall. Fucking locked me out. Crampin. I played about 10 minutes of this game and then got stuck on a mini game about drowning over and over. And I'll be honest, I'm not a person that gets squicked out easily, but enough times of watching my character repeatedly drown, I was like, all right, that's enough of that. So I'm gonna put it in didn't finish derogatory because the mini game to not drown was too hard, and I don't like that. It was not good.
The mini game, the words. It's been done in many games, but something about just the concept of a mini game to not drown is so
Yeah.
delightfully cursed.
Yeah, I was. It was like, and maybe it's because I was playing on my touchpad on my laptop, but it was like you had to move your cursor to pop the bubbles, um, in order to give yourself more air. But like they only give you like 5 seconds total. It's like okay, we could have gone
Oh,
a little longer.
it's that part of it's the drowning part of Sonic the Hedgehog, but like you have 5 seconds.
No, yeah, and
Cool.
yeah, it's probably a fantastic game, but I was like, I'm not in the mindset to do this right now. I don't want to drown. This other one is called. Oh God, what is it called? Hold on, the text is too small. Ba, 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 ba. It's called Everdeen, A Lost Girl's Tale. Another game I stopped playing because of the mechanic I hate, which is being chased around. Being chased around as a mechanic sucks. Don't chase me, especially not in an RPG Maker game where your little character could get stuck on shit you didn't even know how to hitbox. It's about being chased through the woods by a wolf. It's a Red Riding Hood retelling. I stopped playing it as soon as I got chased the second time because I could tell, oh, this is just going to be repeated forever. The whole game's about getting chased. So there we go. This next one's called A Date with Death. It's a dating simulator. Um, it came highly recommended. It has overwhelmingly positive reviews, so clearly it's a good game people like. But the problem with dating simulators is that if you don't like the character that you're supposed to be dating, well, you're not really gonna enjoy the game very much. The character, the guy character is he didn't appeal to me very much. Clearly a character someone put an incredible amount of love and care into making, but not one that I felt that I was like, oh yeah, I could see my homemade little girl character dating this guy. It wasn't a vibe, and it's a several hour long game, so I was like, I'm just gonna it's been a lovely first date, but I'm gonna let's not meet again. I'm gonna put it in didn't finish affectionate because clearly a well made, well loved game, just not for me. This is the other one that had AI in it. I didn't finish it though, so we're gonna put it in derogatory. It's called The Nameless City. It's based off the Lovecraft story. And I will say the AI they used is very much like the neural blender AI, like
The horse
the
dreams one.
secret horses. Yeah. Um, but
One where they're using it to create something that's not human
no, yeah, exactly. Like it was very much for
deliberately.
like the Lovecraftian effects. Like every time you see the Great
Yeah,
Beyond, it would be
and
like the AI stuff.
I
But
can
like,
almost see more. Yeah, I can see the logic more than other.
yeah,
Like it's we're trying to create a weird non-human horror. It's like I see why.
I like. Okay, hold on. You know what? Let me look up when this game was made because that's gonna inform my decision on how I feel about its use of AI. Because I'll be honest, back when like Neural Blender was a thing, I went on Neural Blender. I typed in Sigurd Fire Emblem and was delighted when it just gave me a blue smear. Like that was before it was like super. It came out 2024. No excuse. Before it was like super well known the effects of AI and its stealing and whatnot. But this came out this last year, so no excuse. Hire an artist. I promise you, there's some person online that can make horrible, inconceivable creatures for you. And also, I got stuck on a puzzle and there was no guide.
Uh, Slight addendum
Mm-hmm.
to the 2024. It did start development in like well, I see they're collecting feedback in February 2022, so it
Still,
feels like it might.
that's
Yeah,
still well into AI.
just for context,
Yeah.
not
It's yeah. But I don't know. It's yeah. I had no excuse. Um all right, Cheppy, you finally get to talk, which means I finally get to eat a piece of
Oh,
candy.
okay. You know what? Hang on.
Oh, thanks all to you. What's up?
Actually,
What?
they've got a very interesting post called "Why and How We Use AI Generative Tools" on
Okay.
itch.
You know what?
We started develop.
Send me that post.
Yeah, interesting. Highlights include uh, they were going for they
Does that show
started
up on
3 years ago on development, and this post was from last year, so 4 years ago they started. Uh, we thought that using AI to generate it was emerging technology. Thought using it to convey images and sensations that can't be processed by the brain was a great concept. Uh, Generative AI tools have come a long way during the past 3 years. They still suck. Um, Also, some companies are using AI to cut costs, replace people with these tools. When they prioritize profit over everything else, they don't value the work of their employees in the first place, is what happens. It's even worse when you know these AR tools are trained on using copyrighted content. People, of course, we don't agree about the use of AI to replace people, blah, blah, blah. We're going to attach all the. Okay.
Yeah, I
Interesting.
get what they're saying. I get what they're saying. However, it doesn't matter that you're not one of the people typing in big booby anime girl in the style of Vincent Van Gogh. Like it doesn't matter what you're typing in and how ethical you think you're being. At the end of the day, AI consumes an incredible amount of power. It's horrific for the environment. And whether you are intending to directly steal from artists or not, AI inherently scrapes from the internet. Whatever you're making was scraped. Like, even if
Yeah.
you're not putting in someone's name, like, give me art and style of this person, it's still taking from people who did not consent. Um, so I'm glad that they did like a little statement on it. But yeah, they use stable diffusion. So at the end of the day, just hire
Yeah.
an artist. Don't know how to tell you. But I don't know. If that doesn't bother you, the game itself wasn't that bad. Like, it was a puzzly kind of navigation game. I got stuck on a puzzle. So, there you go. Alright. So, talk about whatever the hell this is.
Cool.
I put more candy in my
Space
mouth.
Warlord Organ Trading Simulator. I had to pull it up
That's a
in
good title.
the sheet of games we have just to make sure because I can never get the order of the words right. Um, oh god, where to start? Actually, it's very easy where to start. This is a game where you play as an illegal organ trader in space. Uh, you take job. It is like in a weird, I guess, trading day cycle. You know, like a stock market, where you take requests and orders from people for organs they need, uh, and then you hit start on the trading day, and you are staring at a basically an item shop, uh, of course, full of organs. Um, and it is constantly like there are a bunch of NPC buyers also on the market who are just gobbling up the organs as fast as they're coming, and it's a stock market and trading management game about illegal organ harvesting and profit, and there's a couple storylines sort of threaded through multiple different endings. Sort of it's a very uh it's I can't think of any other game that play literally the only thing that plays like this game that I can think of. I guess Papers, Please is on the axe, but no, the only thing I can think of is literally if you were to use like a stock trading. And you can, by
Interesting.
the way, you can also invest in on top of the purchasing of organs, you can invest in stocks and organs and engineer you can do market manipulation where you buy a bunch of stock in an organ and then drive its price way up. You can get like illegal insider trading information on like a shipment that's coming in and like sell all your stock in something before it floods the market.
Okay.
It's uh, a fascinating little game, and a large part of it is, I think, what works about it is the number go up thing. I mean, no shit, it's a look at that. You can see in the icon, it's the number go up line. It's the financial
Stonks.
number go up over an eyeball. Yeah, um, it's really silly in a lot of places. Like really silly. It's having a lot of fun with itself. Um, and I feel like my description of it doesn't sound fun, but it is. At least if you're me,
I
it
trust
is.
you. No, I trust you.
Yeah, no, um just it's the sort of thing where I oh god, just sort of I started playing it and I was like, "Oh, this feels obtuse as hell." And then I was just, 20 hours into it, just like sitting there in the background of my friends' conversations, like clicking on,
I have to sell more
it's,
eyeballs.
it's like every time a heart pops up today, I'm clicking on that thing, and they have like an inventory management. Okay, so I need to actually step back and preface the latter half of this because I have finished 2 runs of this game,
Okay.
but I am and I enough so that it doesn't go in the did not finish list, but I'm convinced that there's like much more to this game. Well, I'm convinced. I know that there's more to this game because I know for a fact there's multiple endings. But going through this game blind, uh, I have tried. Like I said, 2 or 3 runs I've done, and I keep getting the same fucking ending. And I keep trying to avoid it and ending up in the same path. I know for a fact there's like other narrative like threads to pull at, and I keep missing them somehow, which is
Classic.
uh, always a I think for me at least in some it doesn't feel it's a little obtuse. I wish I had found the other plot threads at this point, but it doesn't feel like the game's not that like big of it. It's not like playing through an RPG all the way from the start over and over again. It's like
Yeah.
you can do it in a night, whatever. Um, so there's clearly more there, and also like there's an inventory system built in. Like you have like a ship, I guess, quote unquote, that's where your organs are stored, and there's weird alien organs that like you get there's like there's organs that are like weird and like time dilating, so you can't store them next to like some of the other organs because they'll like cause them to disintegrate faster. There's like a flux organ that like literally grow like if you leave it with a bunch of like other body parts, you'll come back and like all the sizes of the organs will be, people
Oh.
ask for I need like a heart of like this size, and you're like cool, and you put it in you put it in your like ship hull, and the next day you check your inventory tab and it's now like the mega baboon heart from the Meet the Medic short. Like like
Oh my
it's
god.
and there's many tiers of ships. There's like several different, like 6, 8 tiers of ship sizes and inventory, and I've only ever gotten to like the second one just by saving up a fuck ton of money. So I'm clearly not. What I was saying is,
Not
clearly
optimized.
I enjoyed myself, and I'm clearly not playing the game right even. So
Wow, what a testimonial. How good is it?
yeah, I think that if you told me to, I would like my temptation would be to say B, but I think A actually because there's no universe where I put this lower than Fire Emblem Heroes. No fucking way
Well,
in
you can put it
hell.
above
It,
Fire Emblem Heroes,
no,
but
no, I think it's better than I don't. It doesn't belong there.
bottom, middle, top, what are you thinking?
Uh, Middle,
Okay.
middle, because
I'll put
that,
it above
yeah,
Glass Masquerade.
yeah, because the latter half of, you know what, put it with the other green game.
Oh, okay.
Because I should
There you
mention,
go.
this game is almost entirely like black and green.
Oh, there
It's a
we go.
very like,
They're like brothers.
yeah, they that's why I was looking at that one earlier. It's like, hey, they kind of match in color palette
Mm-hmm.
a lot,
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah. All right. Well, this next game was my 11th hour old man of the year, and by that I mean, I did not expect this game to be as good as it was. So this is The Desolate Hope, which is a game where you are a little coffee pot robot, trying to save a space station from going offline in a limited amount of days by, going into the minds of other robots on the ship and trying to figure out like computer virus stuff. And I'm not gonna spoil the game because genuinely, I was just kind of playing this game for the aesthetic because it's got a really cool aesthetic. But it actually has like a plot and shit. And when I tell you, this game made me cry. Like, I don't usually cry during video games, but the most other time I think I've ever cried in a video game is when playing Nier Automata for the first time. Which, Cheppy, this isn't gonna mean anything to you, but maybe it will mean something for people on stream. Uh, in Nier Automata, there's a side quest, the Emil side quest, where you have to go find Emil, who's a character
Oh,
from
please, I know what that one is.
Nier Rep. Okay, you have to go find Emil, and he's in the desert, and he's like going crazy, and you have to kill him, which is incredibly sad because not only is he a character from the previous game, but he's also like a little kid, and the whole time he's like calling out for the characters from the previous game, and literally that made me like ball like a piece of shit when I played it the first time. This game, literally like the same thing happened. I was so like emotional upon playing this game for the first time, ending it specifically. And it kind of has that thing where it's like a fake out ending, and I was crying during that, and then like the actual ending kicked in, and then I started crying harder. But yeah, the interesting tidbit from the chat is that this is one of the non Five Nights at Freddy's Scott Cawthorn games. So if he could just get his ass away from that bear,
There's no R. There's no R in that
whatever
name.
his
It's
name,
Cawthon.
Cawthon, whatever.
Cawthon.
If
Yeah.
he could get his ass away from that bear, I think he could cook again. Because
Yeah.
this might be one of my favorite games of the entire year.
Having not played, I just watched Sam play this once or twice for Twitch chat record. I would describe this game. I would like watching this game. I was like, there is like an artistic vision to this.
No,
And
it's
there's an
like
artistic vision
literally.
to every game. I'm not like that type of person, but there is an artistic vision. I'm a game designer. I know what I'm talking. There's artistic vision to every game,
So
and then
am I.
there's, oh, this man was like waking up at night with like artistic visions of what a thing could look like.
No,
Like he
yeah,
was.
like this game, even just like aesthetically, this game is phenomenal. This game is beautiful. I was enjoying it before I even realized there were RPG battles involved, and when the RPG
Whoa,
battles
there
get
are.
kicking, oh my god, it was like an insight into the what the inside of my brain looks like at any given time. It's like
There's
overstimulation.
it's fascinating because and we know some people who worked on Five Nights at Freddy's games. I think hence this one.
Yes.
But like the original Five Nights
Yeah.
at Freddy's, I always thought was like, this is an indie game. It's small. It's okay. It's not creatively. It's a neat little game idea, design wise and everything. It's not really like, what's the word?
It's not a spectacle. It's not a
It's
piece
yeah,
of art.
It's a very like
Capital
budget,
letters.
Almost budget. Probably very, but like it feels like a budget.
It doesn't feel like a
indie
labor
game.
of love, as opposed to
doesn't
this.
feel like a. Yeah, it feels like something that was done within a reasonable time limit and like budget limit and whatever. Like it doesn't feel. It feels like the kind, and people have, if the clones of Five Nights at Freddy's are ready to go by, it feels like the sort of thing where you could grind out.
TMN's giving us Five Nights at Freddy's lore in the chat. Hold on, let's see what he has to
sure.
say. But this definitely feels like obviously this is not his magnum opus, but this feels like in another universe it could have been. Um, Genuinely one of the more, like, I don't know. It's just like, holy fuck. Like, you could just tell when a game has, like, heart and soul put into it. And this
Yeah,
game's got heart
this
and soul
game,
coming out of the ass.
I kind of want to play this game
It's
just
free!
because
Go
it's
play
like
it! It's free! That's
it's
the best part!
free.
It's completely
Jesus
free!
Christ! How is this
This
not?
game
Well, I
is.
know exactly why this isn't the one that blew up. Let's be clear.
No, no,
But
no. Literally, I put it in the recommendations chat in my Discord server, which I rarely do because I play a lot of shit. But this one was special, and our friend Trikey was saying, "Oh, it's free, smiley face. I'll have to give it a try." And I was like, literally, I swear to God, I thought I paid like $15 for this, and I would have been satisfied. What do you mean it was free? Like, this might be the best free game I've ever played. It's so good. It's so good. It has to be S tier. It has to be. I won't put it above Velatro because apparently Chippy has an addiction. So, but yeah, it's phenomenal. Go play the Desolate Hope.
I, you can if you
I'm gonna put
want.
it above Velatro. That good,
It's
it's that
your.
good.
I'm a guest star. I'm like 10% of the games on this list. It's your Twitch channel.
Mm-hmm,
Like
mm-hmm.
I can see why.
Yeah, no, it's
Balatro is very good. Balatro feels like a pinnacle of genre
mm-hmm.
almost, whereas like the Desolate Hope, I'm like, what the fuck is that? Positive.
It's also like the Desolate Hope specifically. When it came to the RPG sections, I appreciate how little the game tells you because you get into the RPG sections, and I'll be honest, the first time it opened up, there was so much shit happening on my screen. I died immediately. Like, in 1 second, I died. It's a kind of thing where, like, you kind of just have to get good. And not even, like, gameplay, because I wouldn't say the game is specifically hard. But you have to just, like,
Mm.
know what to ignore and what's meaningful on the screen while appreciating all of it aesthetically. Because there's a lot of shit happening on the screen, and a lot of it doesn't mean anything. And a lot of it is very important. Um, Specifically when it comes to the battles. The actual world is very straightforward. It's like a platformer. Um, but if there's one part of the game you look up, go look up one of the battles from this game. Actually might be my like favorite aesthetic of the year. And I don't mean that as like, hashtag aesthetic. I mean like visual everything. Like that's gonna be in my head influencing the way that I work from now on. It's gonna be in there. It's in there. But yeah. That's the Desolate Hope. Good game. Helltaker. We talked about this one in a previous year, but this year I played it. I thought it was pretty good. I'm not super fan of these types of puzzly games.
I'm
Um,
be real. I'm be really real with you.
mhm.
You're bad
No,
at puzzle games.
I'm dog shit at puzzle games. I
You're
recognize it.
bad at it. I feel that's important to preface.
I'm only good at
And
puzzle games when the puzzle is there's something that needs to die and the answer is kill it. So Souls like in RPGs. Um yeah, I wasn't good at this game and it's not gameplay I enjoy, but I recognize that it's a very good game. So I'm going to put it at the top of C tier because I like the art. All the art was good
music.
and the music was good and the characters are fun.
It probably goes higher, I think, for me, but like, yeah, it's your
I'll
choice.
put it at the bottom of B because it's like I just don't like the gameplay. But everything else is great. I think it's funny
Yeah,
that they have little nendroids for this hour-long game.
yeah.
Um,
Fun adjacent fact. By pure coincidence, exactly 20 days ago, the guy who made this dropped his first game since Helltaker abruptly,
yeah.
called Waria.
Mm,
So if you liked Helltaker, there's another thing.
excellent.
It's not a Helltaker 2, but the features list includes claustrophobic penal labor and kissing a ghost.
I'm
With a
sorry, what
question mark,
kind of
so
labor?
penal,
Oh, good heavens.
like
Can't,
prison. I
can't
think.
do that in here.
I don't know why it's penal labor. It doesn't say anything about a prison. Oh,
Yeah. Alright, well, something to keep a lookout for. So this next one is called Pages of Time Prologue. It is like the first chapter in a puzzle game. I stopped playing it after about 4 minutes. The game is beautiful. The soundtrack is gorgeous. The art phenomenal. The aesthetic adorable. It's about like little witches and stuff. It is a time-based puzzle game, and I know my limits. So I'm gonna put this in didn't finish affectionate because this is gonna be someone's favorite game. But if you put me in a time-based puzzle, I will kill us both. All right, Chabby, this is you.
Ah, yes. So,
Oh,
Arrow GPX. Um, Preface number one, I kickstarted this one a
Okay.
couple of years ago, I
Mhm.
think. However, whatever their Kickstarter was, I'm not gonna look it up right now. Fuck you. Um, Thing number two, uh, I'm I really enjoy some F-Zero 99. I've enjoyed what I've played of the other F-Zeros too on like the virtual console, whatever. But
Mhm.
F-Zero 99, I think it was on the list last year. The only reason I didn't put it on the list this year is, despite playing it, it would just be the same take as last year. So whatever.
Mhm.
Um,
Sorry, I just need to move one game so that it's
yeah,
sitting
yeah, of
next
course.
to. Let me put these two together. Anyways, keep going.
Cool. But this game is kind of F-Zero. That's preface number three. It's a space racing game.
Mhm.
All three of those statements out of the way. Uh, hey Samantha,
Oh, hi. What's up?
how do you feel about the concept of speed?
I get nauseous.
Well, you're weak, and that's okay. You're allowed. Um, but for everyone else in the
You are
world,
too close. Back up.
yeah, I'm not really that close, but all
You're
right.
so loud.
For everyone else in the world, you like to go fast.
Fast.
You like to go very fast. Now, I'm a stupid American, so I'm not great with like kilometers and shit. But I know when the kilometers per hour number goes into like the 2-3 thousands, that it's probably faster than anything on God's earth was ever supposed to move originally. And this game is very easy to do that. Uh, it is. This is the. This is some of the most pure fun I think I've had all year. Is my time with this game. It's, I think, still in early access. So,
Mhm. Oh, okay. So do you want to
watch
put
out
it
for that.
in didn't finish or do you want to rate it? I've been putting all my early accesses and didn't finish.
Yeah, I would put it in didn't finish affectionate because
Okay.
I know it's gonna be a local multiplayer. My only wish for this game, the only knock I have against it, is that when multiplayer comes, it's only gonna be local. They're
Mhm.
not doing netcode because, well, understandably, that's a nightmare, and
Mhm.
you have to do it from the ground up to get netcode in.
Mhm.
Uh, but um, good God, it is such a good feeling fucking video game. Just pure control. It's one of those games where just the controls. It's pure controls. That's the entire like joy and experience of it. Like good controls can carry a fucking game. Uh and regardless of how good the game actually is.
Mhm.
And my god, does driving feel good? Dimension is also like gladiatorial. Run people off the road and
Characters are
they
cool
charge
looking.
into like a smoking husk that explodes in a fucking wall or something at
Mhm.
like 2,000 miles an hour.
Mhm.
You can like run people through like literal jets of fire and watch as their smoking corpse goes careening off into it's in space. It's got that like gravity well thing going on. Sometimes you'll just see like a charred remains of a vehicle just going whoo around a road at like because it has yet to slow down from like 3,000 miles an hour.
Mhm. Mhm. Excellent. Excellent. And the characters are cool looking.
Yes, the character design bangs. It's very good.
Excellent. All right.
It's a very good video game, and I'm going to play more of it. Shit, soon probably.
When it comes out.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right. This next one is Aperture Desktop. So this was one me and Tiamat played simultaneously. It is a Valve game that takes place in Aperture Science. How bad could it be? It goes all the way up to S tier. It's classic. It's fun. It's just classic Portal humor, It's just meant to test out the Steam Deck, but we played it just on our computers. Worked perfectly fine. Um, it's about making toilets that kill you. It's just a good. It's a fun way to spend an hour. Genuinely, no notes, no flaws. Cave Johnson is back, and he's larger physically than ever. I highly recommend it if you have a spare hour and you're at all a fan of the Portal games, which everyone on Earth is. I've never met a person who played it and didn't like them. The next one is it's called the Bizarre Mushroom Cycle Simulator. It's an idle game. I did not play it idly. I tried to play it actively. There's not much to play. It's just kind of a mushroom appears every couple of minutes on your screen. They have little eyeballs. Some of them wear hats. Some of them glow. They're fun patterns. You're just trying to, like, collect all the mushrooms in your book of mushrooms. It is cute. There's nothing to do in the game except pan around, look at your mushrooms. They blink, they spawn more mushrooms, they die. But yeah, nothing to complain about. I haven't opened it since the first time I tried it out for like an hour. Just because I'm not really an idle game person. I usually like to have something a little bit more active on my second monitor, like a video, or I'm doing a 2 monitor activity more than often. But yeah, it was perfectly fine. I'm gonna put it in C tier because it's just look at 3D models of mushrooms. Save Room and Save Room the Merchant. So I put these together because they are obviously the first game and its sequel. And I have very different opinions on these two games. So the first game I thought was a lot of fun. It is about trying to fit a bunch of items, specifically shaped items, into specifically shaped inventory spots. It's basically like, the inventory shuffle from a game like Resident Evil Pathologic 2. You're just trying to like puzzle together how to get everything in your suitcase. It's a whole bunch of levels. It's a level-based game, and it was fun and very simple. That's what I liked about it. It was simple. You got new items every once in a while. You could combine items to save space, but it was very simple. So I'm going to put it at the bottom of A tier. In the second one, they added a mechanic I don't like, which is that the merchant, which is the whole conceit of the game. So you got to fill up your suitcase, take it to the merchant, sell a bunch of stuff, and then fill it up again. So each level is actually 2 levels. So you'd have to figure out how to put everything into the suitcase first and foremost, sell it off to afford things because you'd have a shopping list as well. And then only then can you complete each level. It was so overly complicated. It wasn't fun. Like there were just it became like a steps. It became a list of steps rather than like, oh, fun puzzle. Because for each part of it, you'd have to like figure out like, a different objective. And while that sounds fun for most games, for this one, I thought it was at its best when it was very simple. It was just get items in squares. Thumbs up. And they added characters with like dialogue and like a vague plot that's a spoof on Resident Evil 4. I was like, there's just too much going on here. I didn't like it. I didn't finish it. Yeah, I wasn't a fan. So this next one's called Undergrave. I didn't finish it, and I don't remember what it was about, but I think that's just because it wasn't for me. I think it's like it's a game where you're like on a grid base, like each level's like a little grid, and it's like turn based, so like the creatures can move towards you, and you're moving towards them, and you have to kill them before they kill you, basically, and you've got like a certain amount of lives. It's a roguelike, and you can throw your sword and like jump on them and stuff. So the goal is just get through all the levels, don't die. Wasn't really for me, but I could see why people would like it. I'm gonna put it in didn't finish affectionate, just because it wasn't for me, but it was fine. Oh, this next one stings. Hold on, I need to look at the name of it. This next one, oof. It's in here somewhere. Hold on. No, it's not the one with cat boys in it. That was something else. Okay, it's called Astria Ascending. So, Chappie, you remember when we went to that GameStop and I got that RPG that like advertised itself as like a mature storyline with adult characters? And I was like, that sounds great. I'm so tired of seeing anime lollies. I hate them. Unfortunately, the game itself kind of blows.
Yeah.
It was not only was it laggy on Switch, which when I play a game on my Switch, I kind of don't excuse lag. especially considering this game was entirely made of 2D assets. Uh, it was not optimized. Menus would take like 1 or 2 seconds to load, which, in a game with a lot of menu shuffling is not fun. The aesthetic of the game, it wasn't for me. The characters had very weird proportions, and I liked some of the designs a lot actually, but I didn't really vibe with just like the way most of the game looked. I was enjoying the story so far. So for as far as I got, it was about a group of people. They live in a culture where every like couple, maybe like 100 years, they pick a group of people to like ritualistically sacrifice to keep the world in order. And like, before their sacrifice, these people are like the heroes and they protect the town. So you play as like this group of heroes that is like about to be sacrificed, like sacrifice day is coming. Um and presumably that would have been like a major plot point in the game. I never got that far because it was just like the combat wasn't fun. It was very sloggy. Like everything about it was sloggy. Uh, the unlock system, there was a lot of options, a lot of stuff to unlock, but it was just like almost too much. Like it was overwhelming. Um, it was overwhelming while also like not feeling like any of the things I unlocked were making progress, just because they were all like so small. Instead of like 10 unlocks, it was like 200, and each one was like a tiny increment where it's like we could have just made the jump, we could have just made it 10 and be a big jump every time. So it didn't feel like I was making significant progress even though I was unlocking stuff like on the regular. And yeah, this game just didn't click for me. I don't recommend it. I don't think it was very fun. um it's on Steam with mixed reviews. I think a lot of people agree with me. But yeah, I'm going to plop this in didn't finish derogatory. Unfortunately, it was only $13, so I can't be that mad. But yeah. All right, let's take a quick water break because I need more water.
Hmm.
I'll be right back.
All right.
Well, I'm back. I think Cheppy went to the bathroom now. I got cough drops because my throat's already starting to ache. And we're only about an eighth of the way there. Let me put one of these in my mouth. Lots of good stuff coming up. Can't wait to talk about some of these. But for now, we wait for Chip. Yeah, web fishing is here. The cat. Where is he? Oh, there he is. Web fishing is kind of peak. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. We both played it, so. The god emperor of web fishing enjoys web fishing. Knife count found in kitchen. Alright, let's see. Maybe in the background I'll read the rest of the Nameless City article Cheppy sent to me. Not out loud, I'm just gonna read it. A lot of Funger Hag for Hag content on my timeline today? Like a special occasion or? Thank God. Yeah. Hashtag hag love. Oh, hold on. Let me get strawberry real quick. I need my slug. I need my slug. Slug acquired. Oh. I think I heard Chevy enter his room again. He's got 2 seconds before I kill him. Oh, this gook. I don't have my camera on. But this slug is here. Yeah, games that do something to your brain. Oh, hi Chevy. We were talking about hashtag hag love.
Oh.
Yeah. We'll get to hag love. Alright. So, the next game is also one of mine. It's called Ubermosh Volume 5. It's kind of in the vein of Vampire Survivor, just kind of mowing down dudes. There's a bunch of different equipable weapons and characters. It's perfectly fine. I've played a couple of the Ubermosh games. They're not my favorite. It's mostly about like the music and the aesthetic. If you couldn't guess, they're kind of like, grungy, almost metal vibe. I'm gonna put it in C. Actually, you know what? I didn't actually finish it. I'll put it in didn't finish affectionate. It's fine. I think I prefer games like Ancient Witch Arena more than Ubermosh, but it's just a matter of taste. Alright, what's this? Billionaire.
Mm-hmm. Hang on, sorry. Something, a piece of candy cemented my teeth together right as we got it. Anyway, yeah. Billionaire is, there's gonna be a lot of roguelites for me on this year.
I could
Liz.
tell when I was
Shocker.
putting it together. Roguelites and
But,
farming games.
Billionaire is a pachinko roguelite. And honestly, the premise of it sounds very similar to Balatro because it is. It's a pachinko game. You go round by round. You earn money by dropping balls and hitting things with the balls that are dropped. And you know, uh, as you each round, you have to earn a certain amount of money to progress. Repeat. Not infinitely in the Balatro case. Actually, you repeat like I think 8, 9 rounds. And it's to start off. I think it's a good game. It's an addicting video game. For reference, on the Steam Next Fest demo of this game, I think I hit 20 hours before I uninstalled the demo. And at the full version, which I bought on like day 1 or 2, I'm at 14 hours currently. It's a fun. I mean, shit, dude. Do I have to explain the appeal of pachinko? You drop a ball. There's a bunch of bouncing lights. You can put like. There's a bunch of very stupid little items. The way that the game works is like, you've got, I guess, they're more equivalent to pinball bumpers and everything else. Just a bunch of items you can place around the map board. You've got let's see, there's a jump rope that your ball will just start jumping up and down on, earning points when it hits it. There's a lake that just absorbs your ball because it's a lake and then releases some water later on. There's an entire cooking system. Yeah, that's it. There's an entire cooking system. You can cook pizzas in this game. I'm not kidding at all. It's a lot of fun, stupid stuff. The art style is a little insane. You can't see it in that tiny image, but like everything in the game has a fucking face in a way that's entertaining or alarming. Good video game. There's this thing I said during the Balatro discussion where all roguelite games kind of have a limit on how long you play them before they start to tire you out.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Billionaire is not Billionaire. I feel like I'm hitting my at like third. Granted, it's like 34 hours in,
Mm-hmm.
so whatever. It's a success for most video game standards, but
Mm-hmm.
I do find myself like drifting away from it now. Like I've played enough of it, and I
Mm-hmm.
think part of it is I don't know if they had save or profile info transfer over from the demo. They might have,
Mm-hmm.
but something about the pacing of the game feels a little weird. And pacing in a roguelite is very important. It That's both in terms of like progression and like um over the course of a single run of a roguelite. You know, because
Mm-hmm.
you start your run, you have like the easy levels, and then you progress up. Like it gets harder and harder, and eventually you lose. And sometimes for some roguelites that takes a while. For some roguelites like Balatro, you can lose in like round
Mm-hmm.
two, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Billionaire, its difficulty ramps up very fast. I think it. I might have had the maximum difficulty unlocked when I started the full game, and I'm not sure if that was unlocked because I'd played the demo
Mm-hmm.
or not. Um, but like beating a run in like a Balatro Peglin, he said, looking later on the list,
Mm-hmm.
is hard.
Mm-hmm.
Beating a the first stage on on the hardest mode in Billionaire, like the first stage of 9, uh, in the run,
Mm-hmm.
sometimes it just kicks you in the balls. Like you get pun not intended but welcome, where I'm like, oh, I just got nothing. Like I had you drop a because you don't control where you drop anything.
Mm-hmm.
It just drops a ball for you, and you just play stuff
Mm-hmm.
that you draft from like random picks every like round.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like I've had a couple where it's straight up you have to get it's hard mode. You have to get $2,000 to continue, and I got like 30 because it missed everything. I
Team
was
just
like,
opened Balatro.
yeah, yeah. I'm like, it's so this game goes fast, and it's fast about it. You lose fucking fast. So like clearly I got to 40 hours like unimpeded, right? But it doesn't I don't find myself I don't think it has the legs to go infinite here. You know, I don't
Mm-hmm.
think it has
Mm-hmm.
like the long term staying power as some games like that have.
Yeah.
But it
Okay.
is fun. So
Where would you put it?
I would put it I think it's a solid B. High B, like yes please.
Above Fire
My
Emblem.
yeah, yeah. Where it's honestly, there's like a universe where they could just like take a hammer to a number curve somewhere, and it turns out like an A game. I think
Mm-hmm.
it's not that hard to fix. I don't
Okay.
believe
Well, that's good.
it's just like pacing's like a little in the long term of the game, the long view of the game. I'm like, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
okay.
Okay.
But for the first, you know, when I first started playing, and I stayed up until like 4 a.m. one night out of pure like obsession. So you know,
Christ. Good God. All right. Well, my turn again. It's time for another Sam 5 in a row. Blasphemous 2. This game had some epic highs and lows for me. I really, really, really love Blasphemous 1. I think it was an S tier when I played it like 3 years ago. Blasphemous 2 is not an S tier game in my eyes. It's definitely much more of like a clean game, like as far as gameplay goes. Like it's refined in pretty much every way. But they added a lot of shit I don't like. Specifically time-based puzzles. They kind of made it from like the first game was very much like find the equipable, equip it, and then use that to traverse the level like a typical Metroidvania. Um, but the second one's more like, okay, you can find equipables around the world, but once you get it, you have it forever. You don't have to like figure out what to equip on your person at any given time.
So it's more like unlocks. And also, all the rooms are time-based puzzles now. Like, none of them are about, like, figuring out what combination of items to use to get across the room. And now it's all about time, because there is nothing else. And they added 2 more weapons to the game. In the original, I think it was just a sword. They added, like, I forget what they call it, like a perfume, the big, a
Oh,
sensor?
yeah.
A sensor?
Yeah.
Something like that. They,
Sensory, yeah.
yeah, sensor. They added a sensor and they added 2 rapiers. Um, and each one of those weapons also has like a, complicated move set. Each button does a different thing. Um, which I don't have a problem with if specific bosses didn't basically require you to use specific weapons. If it was kind of like, okay, you figure out which one's your favorite and then you could do the whole game with that, that would be fine. But a lot of the bosses were like, if you don't use the censure, you're gonna get fucked. If you don't use the rapiers, you're gonna get fucked. Like, you could, if you really wanted to, use anything, but like, the game strongly recommends you use a specific weapon. And then the weapons also tie into the time-based puzzles where each weapon has a special out-of-world effect, so you'd have to figure out, I gotta switch this weapon in this amount of time and to get across the. It was just like, I didn't like the direction they took it in. I feel like it was like the natural conclusion for how these games usually end up. It's all time-based puzzles all the way down. But yeah, there's some qualities from the first game I still liked. I love the aesthetic. Like, I didn't really like the animated cutscenes. I preferred the full pixel effect from the first game. But the character designs were really cool. The plot wasn't as good. Because like the mystery of the world is kind of lifted because you've played the first game. But it was fine. It did have the semifinal boss. The boss in this game are kind of hard as hell. I'll be honest. They were, in my opinion, harder than the first game. But the semifinal boss, I picked away at it for literally like 3 days, and I hated it the whole time. And then a switch flipped in me, and I was like, oh no, this is the most fun I've had all year. Just like going at this boss. It turned on the Dark Souls soul in me. It turned on my Dark Soul. And then I beat it and I was like, damn, that was good. And then everyone else in the chat was like, what's wrong with you? You've been screaming at it. Like, no. You don't understand the intimate bond between me and this dual fight I'm trying to do.
You're internally inconsistent.
No, I know. But there's sometimes it just clicks. Yeah, I did get Stockholmed. The chat's telling me I got Stockholmed. Yes, I did. But it's like a good game. I'm gonna put it at the top of B tier because like it's fucking blasphemous. It's not bad, but they went in a direction I didn't specifically enjoy. So the next one is called Dreaming Sarah. It's a Cheppy, do you know what Yume Nikki is?
I've heard the words before.
I'm gonna give you a little gamer history. So Yume Nikki is another RPG Maker horror game from the classic era. There's a couple that are considered to be absolute classics, and this is one of the ones that influenced like significant parts of just indie games as a whole. It's about a girl, and every time she goes to sleep, she ends up in like a strange new place. It's kind of very much LSD Dream Simulator, but 2D. If that's a good analogy that you understand? Question mark.
I know what LSD is, so.
Do you know what LSD Dream Simulator is? The game?
Is it a video game that simulates LSD dreaming?
Okay, so you don't know what it is, but yes. But for those who know what that is, it's basically the 2D version of that. This game was clearly influenced by both of those games. It's a game where you are in a coma and you're trying to return back to life, so you go through all these like zany nonsensical worlds, sometimes with like horrible imagery, sometimes it's like strange and just like aliens, sometimes it's like nonsensical and you have to complete some puzzles that don't necessarily follow reality logic, they follow dream logic. That's the whole point. I thought it was pretty good. It's not as good as the games that came before it. I think it's just like it's slightly more grounded in reality. It's a lot more about like, oh, like you're putting together what happened to her through her dreams, whereas the original Yume Nikki, there was some of that, but it was just like so fucking out there and strange that it was like you had to go like wiki diving to figure out what the plot was. Whereas this one, it's fairly obvious what's happening, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, in general when it comes to games. But for this specific genre, I prefer the more esoteric, the better. But it wasn't bad. I thought it was fun. I'm gonna put it at the top of C tier. I enjoyed the time I had with it. It's an inoffensive game. I would not go back and play it again though. So the next game is bread around bread around bread around bread. This game is nothing special. However, it did something that literally, like, I've been thinking about it to this very day, and I don't think this is the first game that's done this. But it did a thing where, so the character on the screen is lying to you, the player. It's a visual novel. And every time that she would say dialogue, an achievement would pop up. And the achievements were also dialogue boxes. It was using Steam's achievement system as a dialogue box to, like, tell you that the lady on the screen was lying to you. And I thought that was, like, the coolest shit ever. I love it when games get weirdly meta. And I was just like, it's like a nothing burger of a plot. But, like, just that one thing made such an impression on me. It's probably been done before, like, a lot of times. I've never seen it before, though. So, for that alone, this game is easily a B tier for me. Like, it's literally a 10-minute long experience, and I don't remember what the plot is. But that part specifically was so good. I, like, actually had to pause and, like, sit there for a sec. I was like, oh, this opens up so many new horizons. I might have to swipe that for my own evil doings someday. Hold on, I gotta blow my nose before I talk about the next game. Have you ever heard of that done before, Cheppy? The achievements being used as part of the game?
Not in that way. As a hint system is how I've heard it before. Like, that's what Minecraft does.
Mm-hmm.
Not Steam achievements, obviously, but, like, they have the advancements thing, which is, it's like, how do you know what to do in Minecraft? To get the next achievement, it says, oh, you have to do this thing that you don't know about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I can't imagine what this game would be like for someone who has their achievement notifications turned off. You're just missing half the conversation. It would be significant. It would be just like kind of a shit game. But I don't know. It was so good. Like in the moment, it must have just been the vibe.
Is this the milk inside a bag of milk?
It is inspired by it. It is not in any way connected, but it's very clearly inspired.
No shit.
Yeah. I also thought it was connected until I played it, and I was like, oh, it's not connected at all. It's made by a different guy. Which is stealthy. I'll give him that. Stealthy. All right, so let's talk about Burgeist.
Yeah, okay.
Let's talk about Burgeist.
Go get him, girl. You enjoy.
I'm like standing up at my desk. Burgeist. I feel like I'm giving a TED talk. I am about Burgeist. Burgeist is a phenomenal game. So I bought this game on a whimsy, which I usually don't do. I usually wait for Steam sales. But I bought this game on a whimsy because I saw on Twitter, I follow a bunch of like weird game recommendation accounts. Usually for like old games you have to pirate in order to find. But this one was recommending Burgeist, and how they recommended it was they said it's a combination of Drakengard and Shadow of the Colossus. So immediately I bought it, because of course I did. And I gotta say, they were right. It does not have the complete Drakengard soul that Anima has. I'm gonna say it has a 70% Drakengard soul. It's more mechanically like Shadow of the Colossus. But it is a tower defense game where you are defending a tower, and you are also a tower. You're both. You're two different towers. Where you're trying to build a tower up to heaven so that you can cure your she's your sick wife of, she's turned to stone. So you're, trying to fend off all these little critters, and there's a bunch of, like, side quests and stuff that are very, very Drakengard, very dark, very, grim. I'll spoil the first one. The first one, you meet a guy in one of the towers who's like in a suit of armor and he can't get out. And you take a look because you're like, you went to magic college for like demon sorcery. So you're like, yeah, I'm an expert. I'll take a look. He's like, yeah, you're in there because you're very sick and this armor's keeping you alive. And the guy's like, oh shit. What do I do? And then you tell him like, you're in invulnerable armor and you can't die. So you should like go around helping people and stuff. And the guy's like, yeah, okay, cool, sounds good. And it seems like a really cute resolution to this little conflict here where, yeah, it's a little sad because he's sick and dying, but also, like, he can help people. And then he, like, turns to his little companion and he's like, there's no one in that armor. That's just a suit of armor and it's gonna fall apart and, like, soon. Which I was like, oh, that's incredibly Drakengard and also a little funny. And also a little sad because, you know, there's, like, little NPCs out there in the world. You get attached. But yeah, it's a very, very good game. It's aesthetically very nice. The human models are a little fucked up looking, genuinely a little ugly in some places, but the world is beautiful. The English translation is jank at best, but you can still very much get the story across. It's just a little bit, hard to. It's not very poetic. It seems like a direct translation, maybe even a machine translation. Though no promises. I genuinely don't know. All I know is it's not like localized professionally. But I think it's a fantastic game. A genuinely addictive gameplay. Just going around the world building these massive towers and defending them with all the new moves and stuff you get. Once you figure out like the tactics on how to play, it's very easy to get lost in. It's a big world too, lots to explore. There's shit to unlock around the world, so you gotta really like get in there and explore stuff. And yeah, I will definitely be going back and like 100%ing this game, getting all the achievements once someone publishes a guide, because there's not enough people who've played it yet to like publish a guide, so I can't get all the stuff myself because I'm not very good at games. I don't know if you've noticed. But yeah, honestly, S tier. This is an S tier game to me. I don't know whether I'd put it above Balatro, but it's definitely above Aperture Desk Job. It's so good. You guys gotta go play Burgeist. I made merch of it at like literally the day after I finished playing. That's how you know I liked it.
Of
I
course.
made little pins.
All right, next one's also me. Nadia was here. Is a I think it's a puzzle game. I played half an hour of it. But once I figured out it's a humorous puzzle game that's like 30 hours long, I was like, this is not for me. So I stopped playing. But it's very much like Earthbound type humor, like the world is a little bit goofy, and that's just not that you'd see the shit I put in S tier. Like that doesn't appeal to me. So I just it's very pretty though. The game itself, it's very colorful. The color palette's great. The characters seemed interesting. A little bit too goofy for me, but that's just my personal taste. So I'm gonna put this in didn't finish affectionate. Cheppy, this is you. The next couple are you actually. I'm gonna take me a break.
One of those isn't. Oh, the next three are. Yeah,
next
yeah,
three
okay,
are.
yeah, I see what you mean.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's.
Shimeji's in
I
front
was
of.
I glanced at both sides and I saw things that were me vaguely around there, but no.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah. So the next three, the first two are just demos, so they're automatically going to be in one of the didn't finish categories.
Mhm.
And then Barrow Trauma's Barrow Trauma. We'll get to you later.
Okay.
I love you. I love you. So Anti-Paint. Anti-Paint, God, that was a while ago at this point.
Mm-hmm.
So honestly a little fuzzy. But Anti-Paint is just like a twin stick shooter. Very standard in like the arcade style, except you're playing as and on a paint canvas.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of color splatting going around.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like it was a mechanic. I think the color was a mechanic. It's hard to even remember.
Mm-hmm.
It's been so long, but I remember that I enjoyed it. It wasn't like, well, I can't remember large parts of it, but I remember like finishing it and going, oh fuck yeah, that was fun. That was a good like 20, 30 minutes of demo of my life.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't finish affectionate. I'm probably gonna swing back to it someday.
Mm-hmm. Okay. There we go.
And now we get to the demo that makes me think. Children of the Sun. Oh my god.
I didn't know the sun could do that.
Yeah, wow.
Wow.
So Children of the Sun, right? I'm going to walk through like my opening impressions because unlike Anti-Paint, I have the memories of this game are like seared into my head.
Mm-hmm.
So opening this thing up, it's a first-person shooter. It's a first-person shooter. It's a sniping game. We're gonna get that out of the way. That's the only context I think I need for this setup. My opening impression, just from the art style, the music, the narration, the like written text, was, oh wow, this is very edgy. It's very grungy. There's a lot of colors and like, in Arcane that like season 1 Jinx is losing her mind effect where everything's all like everything's very wobbly, and I was like, and it's you see something and you're like, this is cool, but also it is in a way that makes me cringe. Just from like it's too cool. It's too
It's too cool.
You know what I mean though? Like it's like it's edgy as shit. It feels like if I saw something on a shirt in Hot Topic that looked like what was in the opening of this game, I would have been like, well, that's fucking tacky as hell, isn't it? That's for some fucking emo teenage. Someone's like in their room headbanged to Nine Inch Nails or whatever. I don't.
It's me.
Right now.
It's me.
Yeah, but so that, and then it gets into gameplay, and I immediately am greeted with possibly. It's very interesting looking, but the most intense and distracting motion blur I've ever seen in a video game. Like, it is so goddamn intense that I do not have a problem with motion blur normally, but I was like, okay, so I move right and the whole screen goes
Oh god.
and I was like,
Oh
Jesus
god.
Christ. So I turned off motion blur.
And the game didn't work.
No.
Oh.
Actually,
I thought that was the second part.
And I immediately found myself in like possibly the most interesting shooter game I've played since like Super Hot. Like, it's like the second that it made like a first impression that made me go, ugh, and then immediately after, like the second I pulled the trigger for the first time in the game, I was like, oh my god. Oh my god.
Wow.
Oh, remember that thing I said about how GPX for controls and mechanics can carry a game? Oh boy, it fucking can. So the way that this game works as a shooter, right? Because saying it's a shooter with all the shooters out there doesn't do it justice. It's a sniping game. You are essentially on the outskirts of an environment, right? Like a encampment. You're like at the outer perimeter, like in the tree line, overlooking an area where your targets are. And you have the ability to like strafe, basically. Like you can move right and left, and then in third person, and then you can like hit the button to like zoom in to first person view. And this might be wrong. Parts of this might be wrong because it's been a while again, but to my recollection, the point mechanically is you, I think, have a single shot to take out all of your targets,
like at once
in the game. It's what this is not just like a sniping shoot 'em up game. This is a aiming for the tail light of a car, which explodes and ricochets your bullet into a sign that causes something to fall over onto a man, killing him and his gun to fire off and like hit another person. And when you pull the trigger, your camera becomes a third person like over the shoulder of your bullet,
Oh, that's
traveling
pretty
through,
cool.
and you can even like you can do you can steer it ever so slightly, like adjust it as it's moving.
Mm-hmm.
And it's in slow mo. Like you pull the trigger and you're in bullet time. Like it's slow mo. It's slow mo world around you as you're flying across the map. And I believe there's also even like a there's an old Sonic like zero gravity skateboarding spin-off series where you could
Mm.
like hang in the air and then just like redirect your momentum. There's something like that you can just I think the implication is that you're some sort of like psychic experiment sniper because you can like basically halt the bullet. You can go from bullet time to like frozen bullet time, redirect like turn 180 degrees and
Mm-hmm.
blast straight through someone's skull. Um it's a very fucking cool puzzle shooter, uh, and it felt really fucking good, uh, every part of it. Um,
Very
yeah, I
cool.
don't, yeah, like it's a didn't finish affectionate because it was, God, honestly, if it had just been good, that would have been one thing, but like the fact that it immediately made me go, and then pulled that shit out. Like,
Mm-hmm.
goddamn,
So the
bro.
moral of the story is developers, just get rid of the motion blur. You don't have to put it in there. It's okay.
I see why it was there because it's stylist. You're playing a person who's clearly out of their goddamn mind, and I mean that not in the
Oh,
like,
the misery.
haha, yeah, no, I mean that in the literal sense. Like, there's full on like, I guess I don't know if they're dream sequences or what. But you go into like neon flashback world sometimes where everyone's like it's like outline shadow people in like a purple synthwave like vaporwave grid void with a
Mm-hmm.
yellow sun and you're fucking like firing at people in there. You know,
Mm-hmm.
it's the person in this game is definitely not okay in the head. They're fucking losing it.
Mm-hmm.
Um so the motion blur is almost certainly a it's not a high speed game outside of the bullet motion. Like the reason why there's a shit ton of motion blur, it's like it makes it feel haunted. It's like a haunted amount of motion blur, and I
Mm-hmm.
like it. I stand it's it. I see why. It's stylistically. I was like, that's cool as fuck. I can't fucking play. I can't even tell where the fuck I'm moving with this. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. No, I get that.
All right. Well,
Excellent. And then you wanted to talk about barotrauma.
Ah, my love. She laughed at that one, let the record show. It didn't come across, but she definitely laughed at that. Sorry, Steam just recommended me the Desolate Hope, recommended by your friend DT75R. Wow.
It knows.
Yeah. Uh, so Barotrauma is not new. I'm probably late to the party. I only just found people to play it with this year. I think I've had it for years even. Barotrauma is a game about the experience of dying in a submarine in ways that are horrifying and stupid, but if we're being honest, mostly stupid as hell. So it's a big multiplayer game. I guess it's a roguelite, but not really. It's a 2D game. You're on a submarine. It's co-op up to God knows how many people, and also there's like a whole AI crew, so you can you can like jump between all of your crew members and puppeteer them and
Mm-hmm.
set them to automatically do. It's a whole thing. Is
Mm-hmm.
but you're on Europa in a world where the European colonies on well Europa. I don't know where I was going with that sentence.
Space.
There's nowhere to go but Europa there.
Hmm.
But the European colonies on Europa have gone a little fashy and mysteriously lost contact with Earth, which in that can only be good.
Mm-hmm.
And So now it's you're playing as just like, you know, the most common trade of people on the planet, which is submarine pilot, because the moon Europa is a fucking ocean. It's just an ocean. It's entirely everyone lives underwater. You pilot submarines around. You take deliveries of goods and people. Um, Half the people on the planet are well, half of them are fascist, half of them are rebels. The other like third are excuse me, about to sneeze and yawn at the same time. Oh god. The other third of them are split roughly evenly between a cult of Lovecraftian like husk disease worshippers, and the Church of the Honk Mother, a religion based entirely on clowns and clowns.
The honk mother.
Yes.
I
Um,
see.
but it's yeah, it's a 2D submarine management game, and also to be clear, has some of the goofier ragdoll physics I have ever seen. You are not play. It is a very serious-ish setting, like it, and has very like. I mean, you can see the little preview image down there. It's a skull in a suit. It looks very sinister. And then you get in game, and you hit the space bar while walking. Your character just flops through the fucking floor, tumbles down a flight of stairs, and sustains like several broken limbs just from
Mm-hmm.
walking. Uh, it's very stupid. It's so there's so many complicated systems that exist almost purely to give you stupid, deeply entertaining ways to die. Um, the number of times our ship doctor has fixed my like bodily injury parentheses and also given me an opium addiction is off the charts. Uh, I have spent half of this goddamn game puking from
Oh
just
no.
like drug overdoses. I've found I make a habit of going around every station we visit because on my first like session, I walked into a station and I opened up a trash bin and there was literally just like a bottle of opium just in the trash,
Yay.
just sitting there. We used that at some point to treat someone's injuries.
Oh
Um,
boy.
Did I mention there's giant fish? Did I even get to the fact that there's fucking giant sea monsters yet? There's fucking giant sea monsters. It's all sea monsters. The horrors of the deep are many, and like, goddamn, dude, they can absolutely this submarines are destructible. They will punch your fucking windshield out and crawl in and just like sink you to the bottom of the ocean where you explode under pressure.
Christ.
It's great. It's hilarious.
Christ. So it's good then.
Oh yeah, it's pretty fucking good.
How good?
I gotta say, like it's a A or S. Like I'd say S, honestly. At this, I'm enjoying the fuck out of it.
Where?
It could be lower S.
Okay. I'll put it above aperture desktop.
Yes, I think it's above average or desk job. It's just, my god, man.
I'll put it above Burgeist too. I feel like this is an objectively better made game.
Yeah.
We've got the full scope of games in S tier right now.
Oh, also it's one of those heavy modding support games, and
Excellent.
of course get the you can of course play in the Titan submersible. So you know,
Can you play in the Iron Lung?
presumably it's probably a thing.
Excellent. All right.
And
I'm back on the
there's a
thing
mod
again.
that makes you play with a game controller to pilot a submarine in the Titan submarine.
Oh God. All right. Time to blast through a bunch of games just to blast through on this layer here. So this is called Cursed Sight. It is a visual novel and it is not very good. It is about a boy who's like a servant or a slave in like an ancient, I think either Chinese or just like Asian inspired country. And he is the servant of this girl who can do magic to make whatever she wants happen, but her eyeballs are cursed, so if she looks at people, they die, I think. Which is an interesting premise. It's about like them trying to like live through a war and stuff. They discover that there's like another girl out there with the same power, etc., etc. But the way that it's written in a very like anachronistic way. Like it uses modern jokes and the jokes aren't even very funny. Like he kind of talks in a like, well, that just happened kind of voice. Like he kind of talks like he was
Oh,
written
yeah.
into like an Avengers movie. Like all the characters do. Like it's very bizarre. And not in a way that feels good. So I'm going to put this in like top of D tier. Like the art's beautiful, the plot is fine. There's a lot more sex jokes than I appreciate for a game that prominently features 12-year-olds. Um yeah, it's not great. I think it was a Kickstarter product. So it must have fallen short in a bunch of ways there. Yeah, it's not very good. I think I got it for free. It was only like an hour long though, so I finished it. Creepy Castle it's like modeled after old fashioned like castle exploration games. It's like very like 8-bit. If that, it might even be smaller amount of bits.
Atari level.
Yeah, it's like Atari level graphics. But it's cute. I didn't finish it because it's not really my kind of game, but it seemed to be a pretty faithful recreation of the genre. It's definitely got like, modern levels of, there's characters, there's plot. The little dialogue boxes are clearly, written by a writer, that kind of thing. It's got humor to it, but it just wasn't the kind of thing that I think I'd have fun with extended amount of time. I enjoyed the hour I played though. Um this next one's called Gem Crusty. It is, I believe, a
Oh.
mobile game ported to PC. Oh, you know this one?
Sorry, that's just no. It's just a bad name.
Yeah, it is a bad name.
Gem Crusty doesn't sound good.
It's a resource gathering / dating simulator where you're a miner who's dating the rocks that he digs up.
Oh God, it gets worse.
No, I don't even mind that part. I just wish it was like a fun game that was well written. The translation is rough.
Oh, minor.
Yeah, a miner, like number.
For
Oh
rocks.
yeah, creeper. Oh man, yeah. No.
Oh, thank God. She didn't. The mic didn't pick up any of that.
It's
Girl.
like a miner, like in a mine, like in a Minecraft.
Oh fuck! You can't follow up the previous one with saying it's about dating sim about a miner.
No. You're literally a miner, like in a mine. But yeah, it was just a little bit too mobile game because it is a mobile game. But I feel like if it was, I don't know, a little bit more mechanically interesting. The character art is beautiful. I will say that. The characters look awesome. It kind of reminds me of Helltaker in a lot of ways, actually, like aesthetically. But yeah, the gameplay didn't appeal to me. I didn't finish it. But I'm gonna put it in affectionate, just because I feel like if I was on my phone looking for like a low-key dating simulator with some mechanics, that would be great. But I happen to be on PC. Dreamscape Abyss is we talked about Yume Nikki before, the game of traversing your dreams, dream logic, etc. This is definitely a Yume Nikki type game, but it lacked a lot of the reason Yume Nikki is so popular. Not only because it's like kind of an innovator in its field as far as games in that genre. It was like one of the first ones, at least one of the first prominent ones, aside from LSD Dream Simulator, is because it is artistically very beautiful. It has artistic merit, like aesthetically, and with the abstract world building that it has. This game was very empty. There's not a lot to look at, and what there is to look at isn't very aesthetically pleasing. So it's just kind of like wandering through big empty spaces without like there's nothing to look at. There's nothing to explore. You're just kind of wandering. So I did not finish it and I didn't really enjoy it, unfortunately. Oh, another one of your games. Tell us about Airborne Kingdom.
Yeah. So Airborne Kingdom is one of my, I believe, 3 replay games. So you can just put it in there right now.
You got it, boss.
I just wanted to talk about it because if I have something to think of, if I have thoughts, it goes in the list. Airborne Kingdom is a game I've played it was a couple years ago I first played it, I think, just after college,
Mm-hmm.
and it's a good game.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a city builder, but the city you're building just happens to be, well, airborne. Shocker, I know. Uh, it's all everything's suspended on like uh like Da Vinci ish
Mm-hmm.
propellers and like steam engines, like coal to burn to get the wood and paper like wireframe propellers like lifting you into the air. You're using oil
Mm-hmm.
somehow to propel yourself forward through the sky. You like park your city over like coal deposits and ponds and forests to collect resources. Um, it's a neat game, and it's like it's not that far off curve from City Builders, but it's different. It's a bit different
Mm-hmm.
the way that whole like flight system works,
Mm-hmm.
and like I never finish it fully. Like I always get pretty deep in enough that I'm like done, and then I give up on it, and I feel bad because I don't think it's bad. I never get like consciously bored of it, but I never. It's like I think my warning would be it might be like a little on the slow pace side,
Mm-hmm.
even for City Builder, where it's like I'm sitting here waiting to collect resources. I think it's not the smoothest play experience. It doesn't feel rough, but it doesn't grab me as hard as I want it
Mm-hmm.
to. I know they're coming out with a sequel, and I wonder if that one's going to be a bit better on that front. We
Uh-huh.
shall see. But it's like a good game that I think people should try out. But you know,
Mm-hmm.
look out.
Okay. Well, good to know. Okay. Let's okay, my next game, what is this game called?
I don't like it already.
You don't like it already? I haven't even told you what it is yet. It is called The Shell of Permafrost. It is an RPG Maker game about like a witch. I'll be honest, I didn't get far enough into it to know what it's about because it didn't automatically appeal to me. It seemed like it was gonna be like some kind of wizardy but like cute narrative. I don't know. It's not my kind of game. It has overwhelmingly positive reviews on Steam though, so clearly there's something in there that cooks for somebody. It also the translation was a little rough. The combination of things wasn't appealing to me. This is called Deliver Us from Evil. It's a dating simulator where you're like if an angel on Earth and you can choose to either date an angel that also lives on Earth or like a demon, and you're trying to stop the demons from doing stuff. I actually am mutuals with the artist of this game, so I don't want to rate it too lowly. But it wasn't my thing specifically. Again, with dating simulators, you kind of have to be like interested in one of the options for it to, appeal to you. And neither of the like characters that were available really caught my interest. Neither did the guy who was DLC. So I'm gonna put it in C tier. The art was pretty. The story was fine. Moved a little fast for my taste, but yeah, it was fine. This next one's called Guidelicious. Guidelicious as in guide and then alicious, like Fergalicious. But it's a very short game. There's two games on this list. I'm actually gonna put them together. There's two games on this list by the same development team, and I believe these are made for like game jams. These were two of my New Year's Eve shotgunning 10 1-hour games ritual. But Guidelicious was the one I played second. This is my least favorite of the two. I don't like it's visual novel. They're all visual novels and they're like under 1,000 words. The art's beautiful. The story wasn't much for this one. It just seemed a little predictable to me. And I didn't like the voice acting. They do voice acting for their games. The other one I really liked. But this one, I didn't like the voice acting. I thought it was a little too much. Like the guy who was doing it was hamming it up a little bit too much. But I would put it in high C. Like it's still like somebody made it in very limited time, and it looks good for what it is. You know. And then this one, Inversed, by the same people. This one had a female narrator, and I feel like she wasn't quite as hammy, because they're supposed to be like horror games, but like not like gore scary, like they're like, you know, the aftermath of horror. So I think this one, you're like clicking on words to create poetry, and you're like someone who's like been lobotomized or something like that, and you're like pointing to words, and then she makes poems out of them, and then like you learn that she was the one that did that to you, because you keep pointing at words like you know, murder, kill, etc. And I thought that was pretty cool. The art was nice, and it was just like a short, like 15-minute, if that, like 10-minute little experience. So I'm gonna put this one in B. It's again very low fidelity, so I don't feel comfortable rating it any higher. But yeah, I thought it was good, and I like the character design from this one better than this one. Get out of my way, Shimiji. All right, and then we have 2 more games I played on New Year's. So Life Eternal is a RPG Maker game where you play as a necromancer who has recently woken up from like a coma or like some deep magical slumber. And he quickly gets to work like resurrecting his dead king. And over the course of the story, spoiler alert, you learn that this is not the first time you've done this, and he's actually keeping you captive with like a magical crown that controls your thoughts. And every time you try, it doesn't succeed, but you can't stop trying. And it was like, it was, I liked it. There's like romantic overtones, but like, at first you're like, oh, that's so sweet, he's trying to resurrect his love, and then you're like, oh no, this is actually incredibly fucked up. Like, I thought that was interesting. It's a very short game, there's no combat. It's mostly about the story, and the art was nice. It had like original character artwork, and I think sprite work. It could have been generic sprite work, I'm not sure. But I thought it was good enough to you know, stick with me a little bit. So I'm gonna put this one in B. I'm gonna put it right below Fire Emblem Heroes. It just can't compete with the 8-year-long mobile game. But it was good. This is, oh gosh, the text is so small. It's called Hoping This Finds You Well. This is actually the last game I played this year. Like, the whole year. So Hoping This Finds You Well is a prequel to a game I have not played. But it's about 2 like professors who are sending each other letters. And yeah, it's like a yaoi thing. But it's about, yeah. I did recommend it specifically to Tiamat and Trike because I think they would enjoy it. But it's 2 professors who are sending each other letters. So you're reading like the letters they're sending each other. And the interesting mechanic is that you can watch the guy on screen, like his reactions writing it, and then you can tab over to see the reaction of the guy reading it, so you can kind of see like both sides of how this letter is perceived, like as it's being written and as it's being read. And it was just funny because at one point I was reading a letter and like the guy who's writing it had like fun, like, oh yay, I'm having a good time music, but he's like writing about like fucked up experiments he wants to do, and then you tab over to the other guy and it turns to like horror movie music, and he's got like this look on his face like, what the fuck, man. Like, oh, these 2 guys are having very different responses to this letter. But I just thought that was a fun mechanic. It was very well written. The art is beautiful. And I do want to play the game it's a prequel to. Now, I'd never heard of it before now, but I'm actually interested in the characters because they had good chemistry and good, the writing was quite nice. The world seemed interesting. So I'm gonna put this in B. I'm gonna have it hang out with Life Eternal. I'll put it right above Life Eternal, because I played them at the same time. They have the same vibe to me. Dishonored. So this game gets the dishonor of being the game I was playing during my life explosion time in August. When I had to move and buy a car and get a job all in the course of 2 weeks. So, yeah, high emotions while playing Dishonored. But I think it's a great game. Obviously a very famous game. You can definitely see that it existed in the same sphere of influence as BioShock and games similar to that, Deus Ex. But I thought it was great. Very snappy. The world was cool and interesting. I always be ending up with the plague, to be quite honest. I do be ending up in plague worlds. But I probably would play the second game. There's another one, right? Isn't there 3? How many Dishonoreds are there?
There's at least 2.
There's at least 2. I would play more than one. The art style was fun. I tried to play this game in high school, but bounced off because of the art style. Because back then I had, like, much more. There were specific things I was looking for when it came to game art, and just like the slightly cartoony humans like threw me off at some point. But now that I've like broadened my horizons a lot, I thought it was very stylish. I thought it holds up even now. I did get eaten by rats, but yeah, it was fun murdering all those people and saving my daughter, which is honestly the best part of 2010's gaming trends, is being somebody who's gonna save his daughter. And you know what? They were right. Let's go save my daughter. I'm gonna put this in high A tier. It's a very good game. It's Dishonored. It's like one of the more famous games ever made. It's good. So this is Cube Director's Cut, or Cube something. I'm gonna say Director's Cut. It's Cube extra content. It is a game that I would have been on like flies on a corpse right after I'd played Portal in 8th grade, but sadly, I'm no longer 8th grade Sam. I broadened my horizons. It's a puzzle game. It's got a plot where you're like on a space station and people are talking to you. And I never got far enough to find out, what their motives are or whatever. But it didn't appeal to me now. It's definitely something that would have appealed to me in the past. I bought it back when it would have appealed to me. I just never got around to playing it. So that's my mistake. But I'm
fucked up.
I done fucked up. I bought it like hot off of playing Portal 2, and then I think I went down a different path in life. And I never ended up playing it, and I finally tried to play it, and I was like, oh, I would have loved this if I had just gone at it 10 years earlier. I'm gonna put it in effect.
Apparently.
What's up?
I didn't know there was a Cube, too.
Yeah. And that's Cube with a Q, not Cube with a C. Cube with a C is a movie.
Oh, yeah.
And we love Cube with a C in this family. But yeah, affectionate. Would have loved it in 8th grade. All right, Cheppy, what's Doom? I've never heard of this Doom game before. What can it rerun on?
Doom, this one less than that one.
Damn it, kicks a bucket.
Doom 2016. I've shotgunned this entire game in the course of like 4 to 5 days. Pun intended.
Amateur.
My God. What a beautifully perfect little game. Really, just fucking. What even is there to explain?
It's Doom.
Your demons are on Mars, and you roll out of a fucking crypt and shoot a demon in the skull, and then spend like a good 20 hours massacring your way across the entirety of a planet. It's glorious. Every single thing about the gameplay feels good. The guns are hilariously stupid fun. I played it on like hard mode too, and I made it through in shotgunning in a couple days. So it's like clearly balanced in a way that's sane. It is a good fucking video game, man. It's just like peak first person shooter design. No notes.
It's a classic.
I have to play the other ones now.
Where does it go?
S tier.
Where?
Probably above Barotrauma for me.
Okay. Sounds good. That seems fair. I like how it's your choices are like hit games of the century, and mine are like, what the hell is even that?
Yeah, I got my good, because all my weird games were demos this year, I think.
All right, this one also stings. It's called Landlord of the Woods. It's about being a little guy that works at, you're like a little plague doctor type thing. You work at like an apothecary. It's a point and click game. It broke for me. I could not get out of my mailbox. I got stuck in my mailbox. And I tried to restart this game like 3 times to fix it. It's just bugged, or it was bugged when I played it, which is so fucking sad because it looked cute and it has really good reviews. I'm going to put it in affectionate. I hope they fix it. I would like to play it someday. A wholesome game about farming is a game. It's an RPG Maker game. It uses the generic sprite, so that automatically is a minus points in my book. Sorry, I'm a game artist. I'm a little bit elitist about that kind of thing. But it's about, so I didn't finish it, but there's like two sides to the story. The first side is you're a farmer and his cat who are just trying to like make it through life. You're trying to get enough food to eat. And you're trying to fertilize your fields. And then the other side of the game is you're a vampire woman killing people in this man's fields, which has a side effect of fertilizing them. So it's kind of like you're playing night and day as these two characters and trying to make the farm as good as possible in that time, while also not being aware the other person exists.
And I have a game demo I played later on this list. It's like the coin flip side of this. We'll get to that.
Yeah, okay. Well,
Yeah.
There's a couple reasons I didn't like it. First of all, it has that when it comes to fantasy games, there's the dark fantasy, serious, takes itself seriously games, and then there's the humorous fantasy, we're doing an Earthbound kind of vibes. I don't like the we're doing an Earthbound vibes. I understand why people do. I don't. This is one of those games where it's like, yep, everything's silly. You talk to the villagers and they're like, haha, wow, we can't leave the outsides of town. I wonder why that road is blocked off. Must be because of the boxes in the way. And I'm like, shut the fuck up. One of those. And also there's like a recipe system in the game, which you have to like harvest the food, obviously, and then make recipes, but you don't know what you're making until you like try it. It's like Skyrim. You gotta just like put shit together and you have to like make specific things for specific people without having the recipes. I just found it like a little frustrating. And because it's an RPG Maker, you can't just like select things and put them in a pot. There's like a mini game to it to like actually selecting the items you want. So it was just too much for me. I didn't enjoy the time I played, but conceptually, I like the idea of two characters contributing to something without knowing the other person exists. I like that idea for a game, so I'm excited to hear what you're going to talk about. All right, let me take a sip of water, and then we got to talk about Dragon Age. Actually, let me get them both up here. Inquisition, I also played. All right. Dragon Age Origins, first Dragon Age game. I liked it. Wasn't my favorite RPG I've ever played. I've talked about my issues with the Dragon Age universe multiple times before. But the long and short of it is, it's Tolkien archetypes. How good could it be?
Pretty fucking good. You're gonna get the entirety of culture breathing on your ass.
No. It's just the dwarves are making things in caves. The elves are in the trees. Like, there's some subversions to these archetypes. The humans are, like, doing war and shit. But, like, I've seen this story a million times. Like, I'm bored of it. Okay? Like, I don't care about the tree-hugging elves, to be quite honest. I don't care about their plight for the forest. I've seen this story a million times before. And, you know, it had some interesting stuff. Like, I liked the parts specifically when it came to the deep caves, a bit of a nightmare of a level, but, like, the lore was interesting and, like, kind of gross and cool in, like, a grody way. But just the world as a whole is so, like, tied to basic fantasy archetypes, and I'm like, I don't care. Sorry. I got spoiled with Morrowind, and now I don't want anything else. So I'm gonna put this in B tier, because I did enjoy it. I'll put it right below Billionaire. I did enjoy it. I played the whole thing, and I like dressing up my little girl, I should say. I made a girl. But it's not a world with lore I am attached to. And with games like this, you have to be attached to the lore because that's the entire story. Like, the world is your story. Dragon Age Inquisition is a similar thing, but without that extra layer of mid-2000s jank I enjoy so much. It's a much more modern game. It's 2014, I think. So the dress up was better, but it was a very repetitive game in my opinion. I didn't particularly enjoy the combat in either of these games. I actually didn't finish this one. I played it a lot in high school, and I really loved it in high school. But I don't know. I've just played better games since, so I didn't feel the need to finish it. Oh, that's the other thing about Dragon Age Origins. Just class act in early 2000s sexism in video games. This was the one where every time I'd walk up to a character, they'd be like, A woman! Oh my! I didn't know they let women hold swords. I'm like, okay. I feel like I
It's
have
one of
this
those things
conversation.
where it's one of those things where clearly in some writers' head, and granted, not all of the artists and writers because boy,
Mhm.
but in some of the writers' heads, they were like pointing it out, like, huh,
No, yeah, it's very like
that's wrong.
2000s
But
feminism. Like, that's right. Women can hold swords. Waves my sword at you.
uh,
Also, you're noticing I'm a woman, right? It's like, okay, we don't have to draw attention to the fact that I'm playing a female character every time we have a conversation. It's fine. I've noticed. Thank you. It was just
I
like
chose
so
as the character
aggressive.
creator, you fuck.
No, yeah, there was like one specific interaction where it was like I forget what she said, but like the line was like something something your woman brain, and I was like, oh my god,
I can't imagine
my
using
woman
that
brain.
unironically, even
No, like
even
it was
in
said
even in the
unironically.
2000, even when in the year this game came out as a shitty little teenager, I would not have used that. I would have not
My woman brain. My woman
woman
brain says
brain
you're a
would
B
be
B
for
tier game.
referring to it as a woman brain is ironically only with some closest friends who are women.
No, yeah, that was the hot Discord meme of the week. My woman brain.
Yeah.
Oh, but yeah.
You to put that in a video game written is like,
Mhm.
ooh, ooh.
Exactly. Yeah, but my as far as fantasy universes go, S tier. So we're doing a tier list within a tier list here. Hold on to me for a sec. S tier, you've got the Elder Scrolls. Sorry,
Oh no.
I'm partial to it. The
Yeah.
lore goes fucking hard. A plus tier, you've got your FromSoft games. They're a little bit more grounded in reality, which is a bad thing, but they're still very, very well made. And then in like B tier, you've got Dragon Age. Like it's still solid. People like it for a reason, and everything makes sense. There's nothing wrong with it, and there's nothing jank with it. In a bad way. But there's also nothing jank with it in a good way. It's just kind of like, okay, we're doing elf slavery again. Oh, you communing with nature spirits? Sounds good, man. My buddy Legolas does that too. It's like, why should I care? You know?
The Witcher standing over Dragon Age as it hangs off a cliff, like, oh, I'm you, but like slightly more interesting. Ooh,
Yeah, I'm looking
fuck.
forward to someday playing The Witcher. I have the first one and I have Wild Hunt, so I don't have two. I don't know what happened there, but maybe I'll play Wild Hunt first because I hear that's the better one.
Wait.
What?
Yeah, don't play the Witcher one.
Oh, I have it. I tried to play it once and I didn't
I know
get
you
it.
did.
I
know
didn't.
it. Yeah,
But also,
it's
that was in high school. No, that was in early college, and I was playing on my laptop without a mouse. So
it's an ungodly old game. They
okay,
didn't know what.
yeah, but
the game was.
you know what I'm on. You know what type of shit I'm on. We haven't gotten to Juggernaut yet, Chippy. Is that even
Oh
on here?
no.
Did I get my image for that? I guess we'll find out. If it's not, I'll talk about it separate. I
What
think
I don't even know what Juggernaut was.
you're gonna find
Can't
out.
remember.
Oh, there it is. It's right there. Okay, but let's
Oh,
talk
yeah.
about Off Peak first. So when I was talking about Babdy before, Off Peak was kind of the game I compared it to when I said a game has done this but better. It's kind of humorous. It's like a weird, wacky, abstract world that you're trying to explore, and I can tell that it takes influence. You remember that game Gadget that I played 2 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago?
Yes. I can't forget that music.
Yes. Aw, yeah, me too. It's on my phone. I listen to it on my way to work. But Off Peak definitely takes influence from Gadget in its like area design. I can tell the train station is very similarly designed from the one from Gadget. Just lighting, sound, aesthetic, etc. Except it's got like this layer of abstract craziness. Like all the characters are humorous. There's like all kinds of weird creatures around. There's the music is actually quite good. I think that's like they have like an original soundtrack from like a band. This might even be like an album type game. I'm not sure. But I've had this in my Steam library for like 10 years and I finally decided to play it and I was pleasantly surprised. A zany fun time. I'm going to put it in B tier and I'm going to put it I think I enjoyed it slightly less than Life Eternal, but I liked it a lot. I thought it was
an interesting way to spend an hour. It's just like kind of like a collectibles game, but the map is much smaller, so it felt and less repetitive, so it felt less like a slog than Babdy.
All right, what's Duck Detective?
Duck Detective. Sorry, what's the full title of the game?
I don't know.
Go to
What
that.
is the full title?
Duck Detective: The Secret Salami.
Not my secret salami, bro.
This is a noir detective game about a down on his luck private eye.
Who's a duck?
He's a duck. He has a crippling addiction to bread. He's lost all of his money because of his divorce and his crippling bread addiction.
Okay.
He gets a call to come to go to the local bus station with the last of his cash, mind you, because someone's lunch has been stolen and they're looking into it.
Was it by
So
him?
they
Because he
hire a
ate their
private
bread?
eye. No, someone stole salami.
Oh, I see.
The bread is unrelated. That's his own
That's his own private.
addiction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's his own struggle.
I feel like I shouldn't have to say more than that. But
Yeah.
yeah,
No, I get it.
yeah, it's Duck Detective. They had me at man, playing as a divorced duck is so fucking funny. It's like, yeah, that's maybe the funniest shit
Was he married to another duck?
I don't know what she was, honestly. I assume? I don't know. I know that he picks up the fucking phone at the start of the game and immediately is like, I wasn't eating bread!
Oh no, I think he was eating bread, dude.
Yeah.
Alright, well, where should I put him? I guess in didn't finish
He's a
affectionate?
demo,
He's
so
a
yeah.
demo?
Didn't finish affectionate, yeah.
And
I
then-
have it, though. I have to play it. It'll
Ready?
be on the list next year.
What is this? Dungeons of
Something?
Hinterberg. Yeah, that was another demo I played. That's like Dungeon Hinterberg is a action adventure game. I refuse to say it's a Souls-like on principle. If anything, it reminds me more of like the Zelda dungeony structure. But it's actually this interesting little thing where it's like half Zelda dungeon,
Okay.
and then you go back to like a Nordic like mountain vacation town, and you like go and chat with the NPCs in clubs and have it's like I don't know if it's a dating sim, that's not the word. But it's some sort of like social sim thing for half of it. It's like half Zelda dungeon, half coffee shop.
Okay.
A fascinating combo, but it feels very fucking good to play, and it has a built-in fucking skateboarding, snowboarding system, which is cool.
Hell
It's
yes.
fun. Yeah, I had performance issues with it with a demo, which is probably more of my computer than the game. But I was like, my main impression playing it was like, wow, this game isn't running for me, but I can tell that it's really good.
I see. Okay.
So I should put it in affectionate?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Well, Cheppy, now we're gonna talk about a little indie game title that I'm not sure anyone in this chat has heard of. It's called Elden Ring: Shadow of the Erdtree. So what did you think? Because we played together. What do you think?
It's pretty. It was pretty good.
Pretty good. I would agree. I think it's definitely difficult compared to the base game. I think the base game I liked a little more, but it's still phenomenal. It's still a phenomenal game. Mesmer is kind of hottie, I'll be honest.
Oh, wow.
Mesmer kind of a hottie. But Selin is still my wife.
For now.
Yeah. The dress up was pretty poppin'. As we know, that's the only reason I play FromSoft games, to dress up and meet scary wizards.
I could have sworn that was going to end in women.
And women. Wizards and women. And snake men. And damn, the hubris. The characters were definitely having some hubris. I liked a lot of the bosses were pretty good.
Oh yeah.
Definitely a lot of fun ones. Definitely a lot of pieces of shit as well. I'm so glad to hear they nerfed the final boss. Godspeed.
Curse you, Bale.
Yeah, that genuinely Game of the Year specifically for that guy.
Yeah.
For Egon. I was literally thinking like, oh, it might be fun to do like an Egon cosplay and then just spend the whole time screaming.
Where are you gonna put your limbs?
No, I don't need limbs. I will just scuttle.
Oh, okay.
It's fine. No, it's fine. He has limbs when he's in his spirit form. Before he got eaten. Yeah. You just have to dye yourself yellow. But I think this is a great game. My one critique of the game, aside from, normal FromSoft boss balance your shit critiques, I'm kind of over open world games. I'm kind of over it. I prefer succinct level design where every point has an objective and a reason to exist. I feel like there were a lot of areas in Erdtree where I was like kind of expecting there to be something, like, oh, a secret. Is there something on this island? And then there was like maybe some gathering materials, but nothing else. And I was just like, oh, okay. I mean, it's beautiful and I love running around, but like there's like, it feels like there's a lot of empty space. Does that make sense?
I'd argue there's less empty space than there is in the base game.
No, the base game suffers from this too. I'm talking open world as a whole. Because I'm going to be comparing this to a different game later.
I know what you mean, but I don't know if I agree for this game, because I've played some pretty empty open world games.
Okay, hold on. I mean, as a genre as a whole, I think open world suffer from empty space simply because there's no loading screens. Instead of loading, you're physically walking to the next location. Like, they've replaced loading with just walk there yourself. And I think that Elden Ring specifically does a good job in making sure that's at least interesting visually, and it doesn't take too much time. Like, the world isn't egregiously big it's not fucking Daggerfall. But also, it's an open world, so it can't escape from the fact that it's replaced loading screens with manual action. You're still going through a loading screen. It's just that you're doing it manually.
Yeah, honestly, I didn't play open world games because I thought they all seemed too big for most of my life. Elden Ring and A Shadow of the Erdtree are actually the things that have made me more into open world. Yeah, like I am actually quite the opposite. I was not super interested in open world, but actually, no, I'm more of this, actually.
Yeah, well, I'm coming from the opposite direction. My games that I enjoyed in high school were Dragon Age Inquisition, Skyrim. So I'm coming from the angle.
Your first mistake.
Yeah, I know.
First mistake.
No, I love Skyrim. I will defend Skyrim until my dying breath. Unfortunately, Todd was right. This one pops. But yeah. It's still an S tier game. Do not get me wrong. I'm complaining about this, but it's such a minute issue that it's like, it's fine. I'll just get on my horsey. If there were no horsey, then it would be a problem, but there's horsey, so it's fine. The really unique areas I loved the scary woods where your horsey does not want to play with you. I love, all the legacy dungeons were great. The last area was fantastic. Mesmer's house was really cool.
Every bit of lore that involved Marika and
yes, the lore was fantastic. The lore was fantastic. I literally I need to know what the hell is going on in there.
I was so prepared for them to not answer anything about a lot of shit. And Godwin, they didn't. But aside from Godwin, they actually answered a fair bit.
Yeah.
Which I was surprised. I don't feel like they did that in
no, yeah.
DLCs I'm aware of in FromSoft games.
No, they usually they just kind of noodle off in another direction.
DLC is here's some more shit.
Artorias is here now. I'm super hyped. If the new Elden Ring game was literally like a third as good as this, I would still put it in S tier. Like it's that good of a game. I just, you gotta give your little critiques now and then to keep them humble. To keep them humble. And not just FromSoft, everyone making big games. Keep them humble. Less walking time. Alright, I'm putting this in S tier though. Where does it go though? I feel like it's at the top. I don't know. Okay. My issue with this tier list for me is gonna be, can this AAA multi-million-dollar grossing game stand up against one weird game made by a guy? That's what my issue's gonna be, because obviously Elden Ring is a beautiful work of art.
Here's the real test, because I know what I'd say. For you, First Instinct, better or worse than Burgeist?
Oh, it's better than Burgeist for sure.
Okay.
I'm talking about the Desolate Hope here.
Oh.
I don't know. I think it's, no offense, I think it's probably better than Balatro and Doom. I'm guessing.
Doom, probably. Balatro, okay, he said, sadly.
Okay. Given the fact you're saying that, I'm gonna put it right below Balatro because I was already debating whether or not it was better than the Desolate Hope.
Fair enough.
So if you're already not sure, I'll just put it comfortably below Balatro. I think I know what I'm gonna put in first spot, and it's not the Desolate Hope, but we're gonna get there. What's Enshrouded, and why do you play it so often?
Again.
No, it's not, but we're gonna talk about Pathologic later.
Enshrouded?
Yes.
Enshrouded, I think, that's the game I've been playing recently. It's a open world survival exploration game. It's like Valheim, which is unfortunately later in the list, I think. Out of order a bit. But
Do you want me to grab it? It's down here. I can move it up.
No, we can wait. We can wait. But Enshrouded, I think it's an early access game. I think it goes and didn't finish. It's one of those things where I'm many hours into it now, but I think it still goes and didn't finish because I haven't finished it because it's huge. But as far as the like big survival crafting combat-y games go, it's one of those survival games, but it feels closer to like Breath of the Wild in a lot of ways than most other survival games do, or at least pre-Breath of the Wild survival games do. Like even down to some of the animations, it feels. I wonder about that if they have like the same open source animation pool, because there's some like shield motions and dodge rolls and effects where I'm like, you're standing in the exact same like A pose. All right. But it is pretty good so far. There's a lot going on just like in the world. I think it's a pre-built world, unless I'm misinformed on that.
Don't
like
know.
they handmade everything. So like you can wander around, find little house. You can find like the notes left by villagers who are like, yes, I'm going to go and visit my wife in spite of this, horrible disease that's like ravaging everything. And then, you walk down the hallway and there's just like a skeleton face planted on the ground. Like,
Oh no, not the disease. They
yeah.
fucking got him.
Yeah, lots of you're like some of the only survivors in a world that's fucking got him is about that's about what you apply to most of the population of the world, it seems. But it's cool. It's also got a very dynamic little building system. Like I don't know what they have a custom engine and I don't know what the fuck they're doing, but like the terrain sculpting tools, insane. You can make just a hole. Like you can dig full tunnels through.
I know, I saw Trikey dig a hole.
Yeah, like 3D tunnels that like actually render like a cliff. Like I don't know how they do it actually. Like I don't know how the game doesn't just like brick my computer on contact. It's fascinating. Whoever did the tech side of this game was really cooking with that, because I don't know how I don't know how it works. It's so it's so complex, like visually.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so put it in affectionate. Didn't finish.
Yeah, it's like it's rough at times because it's early access survival big game, but it's like as far as that go, I have yet to encounter something where I'm like beyond the realm of
Mm-hmm.
what you'd expect from. Sorry, is that a horse? I just saw a horse down there with the word ABBA above it. That
What?
look at the ABBA horse on the second row.
What? Oh, it's Sabbath. Don't worry. We'll get to the apple horse. But first we gotta talk about
Okay.
Eye for Eye.
Eye for Eye is a 3D point and click kind of mystery solving game where you go into the house of a recently deceased like tech company CEO to figure out what the hell is happening in there. And I'm gonna spoil this one because I enjoy this game a lot. You discover what he was doing in this tech company is he was trying to make like neural implants that had like AI in them. So that bodes well for our future. But you find out that the AI was like taking over people's bodies, and people weren't noticing. And then at the end of the game, you realize that you're one of the AIs and that this isn't your body, but you like forgot for some reason, like you got reset, and this is like the body of his dead daughter or something like that. It's a phenomenal game. I love the way that it's like told through, like you find evidence of his experiments. You find the kid's room. You find that the kid has been like writing the name of another kid that doesn't exist, and it's like, oh no, that's the AI implant this whole time you didn't know. But I thought it was very interesting, and I'm pretty sure this is also a student project. So I was very impressed. It's like a nice 2-hour long game. But yeah, and the aesthetic is fun. It's like it's like low poly, but it's got like a very strange and kind of uncomfortable color scheme to look at, which just makes the whole experience a little bit more enticing. I'm gonna put this one in A. I genuinely think this is a very good game. I'm gonna put it right underneath the one with the organs. So 8-bit Bayonetta I played. Full context, I've not played any of the actual Bayonetta games, and this was a free April Fool's game that I downloaded before it was taken off the Steam store. It's like a side-scrolling, not even side-scrolling. It's just like kind of a like things come at you and you shoot them with your Bayonetta gun. It's like an arcade game. I'm not very good at it. I'm gonna mark it as didn't finish because I barely killed 2 things before they killed me. I'm sure there's tactics to it, but it's not an in-depth game. It's like a mini game. So I'm not even gonna put it in the big list. Realms of the Haunting is a very old point and click adventure game from like the 90s, maybe, possibly the 80s. I'm not sure. I got it for free. It's one of those games where it doesn't tell you how to do anything, and it's also like 50 hours long, so I didn't finish it. I started it. I can see that it was clearly something people like, and then I closed it because I'm not. I ended up playing one of these games this year, and that one was enough for me. I did not need to do 2 of them, so I'm gonna put it in didn't finish affectionate. I can tell this is the kind of thing that influenced games later down the line, but I don't need to personally experience it, especially because the controls were so fucked up. It was old. It was like tank controls, but also your mouse was like, it was bizarre. It was difficult to navigate with my modern sensibilities. Oh, dude, we got a 1-2 punch coming up. Hold on. First, we're gonna talk about Faith. Faith is a very, very good game. I played the whole trilogy, Faith, the Unholy Trinity. It's about a priest who is trying to make right an exorcism that he did wrong several years ago. Our former priest, he's not a priest anymore, due to the botched exorcism. But you follow the story of a guy named John Ward as he attempts to make right what is wrong and stops the end of the world in the process. Or at least if you do it right, he stops the end of the world. I think there's multiple endings. I got the good ending. It is in the style of like old Atari games, so everything's extremely low detail, but has those rotoscoped animations in them, which are phenomenal. The text-to-speech voice acting is also a lot of fun. It's just a game with a lot of character.
And I think it's great. I genuinely think maybe S tier. I'm gonna put it at the bottom of S tier. It's
Is it below Aperture?
You see, Aperture's just such a watertight experience that I'm like, it's objectively the least jank of all the games on those, except maybe Doom. It's because it's so short, and it's a Valve game, like a modern Valve game. So they're like they're on their shit. Faith has some jank.
Doom and Aperture just like shaking hands.
They are
like,
on their shit.
How many? What's wrong with us? Like I would describe most of these games on this list that we played as unstable in some capacity. What's wrong with us?
But yeah, Faith is absolutely S tier.
Genuinely, I wish it was longer. I think he's coming out with a part 4. But yeah, just the art alone. And also, there's a the blue thing is back and he keeps dying. I love it when a blue thing gets in troubles.
Sorry, why does it just say Trikey loves Hole in the chat? I'm gonna assume that was about
What?
Enshrouded.
Oh.
But yeah. So now let's
Okay.
talk about the best game on this entire list, Fear and Hunger. So Fear and Hunger is it's a roguelike. It's made in RPG Maker, and this is the game famous for having a status effect called anal bleeding. I'm gonna say that a little quieter for Twitch. Deeply graphic game, not afraid. It doesn't shy away from very dark topics that other games would have otherwise, minded their business around. It's the game that has all the nudity. Everything is not wearing pants or shirts. And it's about going scared and hungry and crazy inside of a big hole while you try to prevent the ascension of a god. Or come about the ascension of a god. It is maybe one of the best games I have played in my entire life. And I don't say that lightly. I say that about a lot of games, I know. I said it about basically all my S tiers. This game genuinely, it does something to people. The first ending I got is you get out of the dungeon and then the ending is oh, but the dungeon never really leaves you. And I'm like, dude, they're right. The dungeon never really leaves you. I've been thinking about this game nonstop since I picked it up for the first time. It is addictively cruel. TMS says it's God's perfect game. It is jank as fuck. It is so busted in so many ways. We tried to do Trekkie, Tiamat, we tried to do a multiplayer run. That felt like holding somebody underneath the water is a form of torture over and over. Both the game to us and us to the game. It was horrific. But this game, I have to say it is peak. I'm going to put this game... Oh my god, wait. I have to do some real thinking here. See, this is the same thing to me, because this is a game made by one guy, and it's got a very clear, defined artistic vision. So this is genuinely, on the same tier as The Desolate Hope to me. I'm gonna put it one above The Desolate Hope, though. Because, dude, it's in there. Debbie knows how I feel about Funger. It's one of the...
Yeah.
It infects people. Fear and Hunger, if you can stomach it, it's gonna be in you for a while. It's I think about it often. It's got a pungent, it's got a visceral atmosphere that I literally can't equate it to any other, not even the sequel, Termina. We're gonna talk about Termina too. But it is truly unique. It is crazy. Play Fear and Hunger. Even if it's just a try. You can get it on sale for no money. It's great. Alright. Now that I've lauded Fear and Hunger enough, let's talk about Pixel Survivors. So I'm going to put this in Didn't Finish Affectionate. It is a game in early access. It's a Vampire Survivors type game where every time an enemy dies, it drops a pixel, and then you pick up the pixel, it sticks to you. It's like Agario a bit. You know what Agario is? I assume.
Fucking, what do you take me for?
You didn't know what Eep was, or Yume Nikki,
Well, yeah.
or
because those are,
LSD Dream Simulator.
Well, yeah, because those are like visual novels.
LSD Dream. Those games are visual novels.
Oh, then whatever. I don't care.
But yeah,
I
it.
had a fucking. I went on the school computers in middle school. All
Mhm.
right. Like,
Yeah. But yeah. So basically, it's like Vampire Survivor. You get more upgrades, but every enemy you kill, you physically get bigger, and then pieces will fall off of you as their damage. It's like a fun back and forth. I wish
This
there was a little more to it, but also it's in early access, so who
it
knows?
kind of sounds like a game about being a monster in Monster Hunter.
Yeah, I guess a
It-
bit.
Yeah, bits falling off.
Bits
of you
falling
as it
off
goes
of
on.
me.
Yeah.
All right. So the next one is called Pyramid Curse. I will admit, this game bugged out on me, and I was not able to complete it myself. But because it's like kind of a simple, straightforward game, I just watched the end half on YouTube. So I'm gonna say that I finished it because I would have gotten the same experience regardless. So Pyramid Curse is about being on a team of scientists who discover an inverted pyramid buried underneath the ground. And you control a little like one of those Mars rover robots to like investigate the pyramid and like the weird shit inside of it. And you find out like, oh, it's full of like weird flesh, and people are drawn into the pyramid. It's kind of like a mystery. Genuinely, I don't remember what the core of the plot was. I just kind of remember like, the vibes. It was fine. I think it has potential. I think it's very interesting, like just the idea of, oh, they found a pyramid underneath the United States, upside down, a giant, massive, empty pyramid full of flesh. Nobody knows where. It's like Mystery Flesh Pit National Park. It's like a fun SCP site situation, and I love that shit. So for the premise alone, I'm gonna put it in C tier. But for the actual gameplay, the gameplay was a little bit boring, and of course it did break on me, so it can't be that good. But I'm gonna put it top C tier because I love an inverted pyramid full of flesh. Now the windows are gone is another one of these little bite-sized horror games. So it's about moving into a new house, only to discover, yeah, things are changing. He kind of gets skinamarinked. Sorry, now I'm thinking about the Skinamarink Kool-Aid Man comic. Come with me if you want to live.
Fun name. Eternally.
Yeah, Skinamarink. But yeah, it's basically Skinamarink the game. Where you're kind of like wrestling with the fact your wife died, your pregnant wife died, and I think her specter is like either haunting you or haunting this house. And the windows disappear, the doors disappear. Eventually, you start going crazy. Your wife starts showing up. Your unborn child starts showing up. It's genuinely some scary moments in this game. I won't lie. I thought it was pretty good. I would recommend it. I'm going to put this one. I'm gonna put this one in B tier. I'm gonna put it. I like this little indie game cluster in the middle. I'm gonna put it right above the one with the gay people sending letters. This game has, I'm 99% sure this game had AI art in it. It's not on the Steam page, but you can just look at some stuff, and it is. And this game came out in 2023. I looked it up, so no excuse. So I'm gonna put it in D tier. It's about you go to a train station, and then like it's kind of a Spirited Away thing, like the world changes around you, and then there's like a moth creature hunting you in the woods who wants you to like come into the light and look into its eyes and that kind of thing. But all the art is either clearly AR generator or AI, and then they built off of it because you can kind of just tell. It was fine if it had original art, or at least art that was, not AI supplemented. I think it would have been better, but even then, it wasn't perfect. Yeah, Tiamat wants to go play Fear and Hunger now. See? Hunger! Alright. Next. Oh my god, the next couple are also me. Hold on, we gotta chug. I'm trying to get through the like little bite-sized ones because we still have so many. Alright.
So few of these are mine. I'll be real.
I know. That's why I'm speedrunning the little ones. Alright, so Go for a Punch, Saki Sanabaki, or something. I'm not reading it. It's too small. But Go for a Punch is based off of the 4chan creepypasta. Hold on to me here. I know that's a rough sentence.
about a
Okay.
deep web anime that someone reportedly saw where it was about a bunch of girls locking themselves in a bathroom and then dying. The anime,
Okay.
I believe at this point, is confirmed to just be a hoax, like it's not real. But someone made a game based off of it, and it's actually not terrible. It's about a bunch of girls who no longer want to be alive, who lock themselves in a bathroom, and one by one, they
Please.
well, first they regret locking
Please.
themselves in a bathroom, and then one by one they are picked off until there is one girl left. And I won't spoil how it ends. I thought the ending was predictable, but still satisfying. And yeah, clearly someone put a lot of love in this game. The art is interesting. I enjoyed the art style. DMS just said this is what being a teen girl is like for real. Oh no. So I'm gonna put this in B tier. I'm gonna put it right below Code Vein. I actually enjoyed it considering it's based off of a 4chan post. So yeah.
That's the worst thing anything could start off from. So
I
yeah.
know, and it's only up from here. So the next one is called Emo Mushi. This is getting over it with Bennett Foddy, but you are a worm that makes cute noises. I didn't finish it, obviously, because I'm not a sadist, at least not when it comes to this. Or a masochist, I should say. But I enjoyed it. I liked the noises the little worm made, and I like how all the fruit was cute, and it was a very cute game, and I fell very far, and everybody laughed at me, so I stopped playing it. Yeah, it is kind of Woodlecore. Woodle Tree 2. How are we doing, my Woodle heads? That which gave chase is a haunted PS1 style horror game where you play as a sled driver who is escorting a scientist to a research location in like the Arctic or a very cold area, Alaska maybe, to research like a fungus that can, you know, give you special abilities and stuff like that. It's interesting. Not my
It's
favorite.
A lot of
Oh.
Resident Evil, isn't it?
Yeah. It's not my favorite. The sled driving I did not particularly like. The plot was fine. I didn't like the combat section at the end where you had to fight him because I'm bad at shooting. But I thought it was interesting. A lot of people really like this game actually in like online horror, similar lo-fi horror communities, and I understand why. But it just didn't appeal to me. However, the one thing I did like is I do love a non-linear narrative. I like how it cut between scenes, and a rather notorious game on this list also does that, which we will be talking about later, and I think that game does it a lot better. But yeah, I think there's reasons people like this game. I'm gonna put it in very high C tier. Cause it just didn't appeal to me. I don't like having to drive. This game broke. That potato game. It would not function for me. I don't know why.
It is. Well, to be fair, it does say on the tin.
Yeah, it is a potato of a game. Oh. I believe this is one of the games that came out of our particular institution of higher education. So I don't want to be too harsh. But yeah, it didn't work. I like the concept. I do love a spud. But I'm gonna put it in didn't finish derogatory. Fix your shit. But also, you have my empathy.
The pain.
Yeah.
Oh,
Our
pain.
shit is also broken and still on Steam.
Kill me.
So, You Know My Name is a game in the style. It's one of the games, I think Milk Inside a Bag of Milk spawned an entire subgenre of games. This is one of them, specifically stylistically. The translation is rough. It's another game about like parental abuse and trying to figure things out while it's also incredibly psychedelic. But it's not done as cleanly as Milk Game is. I'm gonna put it in D tier. I thought it was fine. It was confusing and it was very straightforward and nothing really happens. So it was mostly about the aesthetic. Someone just wanted to do the aesthetic, which is fine. I get it, but it wasn't much of a game. Unfragment is a game similar actually to the Ultimate Death Clock, which we talked about several hours ago. But Unfragment, what it is a game where you are dead and you talk to God, who is of course an anime girl in this game, and you're trying to figure out why you died.
And I think it's kind of a game that's an excuse for someone to draw incredibly graphic gore, because it's kind of like a nothing burger, and then suddenly like some crazy gore art shows up, and we're like, okay, not that bothers me, I draw that all the time, but it was just kind of like, okay, it's not a lot here, so I'm gonna put this in D tier. I'm gonna put it right above its cousin, Ultimate Death Clock. Yeah, it was fine. It was whatever. What's Spirit of the Island?
Oh,
Okay. Oh. Is it
Spirit
in
of
a
the
good way?
Island. Okay. Oh, no. We'll get there.
Oh no.
Spirit of the Island is one of the many games in the farming game genre, along with Stardew Valley, you know, the post Stardew Valley farming game boom. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
it's you wake up on an island and you have like a little property of your own where you can build your own little farm or seaside resort. Tell you how you guess which one I attempted. Um, and there's an island, little villagers to talk to, interact with.
Mm-hmm.
If you've seen Stardew Valley played, you know how it plays.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bit, except it's a bit more Animal Crossing
Hmm.
in terms of its like style, like it both art style and just like the physics in the game. It's 3D. You move around,
Mm-hmm.
uh, like in the 3D space and have like everything about it feels a little Animal Crossing, and it's cute. And the parts of the game that I've played, I think, are all neat.
Uh-oh.
I, on in a vacuum, like it.
Okay.
So, the reason I started playing this game was to play it multiplayer with our friend. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna be real. This the multiplayer's just maybe the most broken multiplayer I've ever played.
Oh.
It's like not just broken, but broken to high hell. Like the character progression, it just breaks completely. Um, like
Mm-hmm.
it nothing fucking were like it every step of the like opening game quest chain. I haven't even tested it in single player. I assume it works better in single player. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But like, oh man, it doesn't run. It doesn't work right. Like it's the sort of thing where the first quest, let me illustrate. The first quest in the game is there's a little bridge from your side of the island to where the people live. It's a basic video game introductory. Cut down 2 trees for like 10 wood and find some nails in this box and then just bring them over and you
Mm-hmm.
make a bridge. It didn't work
Oh.
in multiplayer. Uh I would what we had to do was our friend who was Magic who was hosting it would as the host would have to do it and I would have to like we'd both have to like disconnect and reconnect and then it would be loaded in right. Um
Oh.
and it was
Sounds like our
that
Funger experience.
that level of like a bug for everything. Like
Mm-hmm.
all of the multiplayer, the entire way through. The character like heart screen for me, every single time I spoke to the characters, I got a different uh like it would reset every time. Every time. As a matter of fact, like I would talk to people, the like little heart counter would go up, and then the
Mm-hmm.
next day I would get the introduction, not like the heart dialogue for like as if I had progressed it, but the first time meeting this character, like every time it loaded in,
Mm-hmm.
every time uh like character there's like a woman who was painting on an easel that's part of a quest, but the easel wasn't there because the quest progression was broken in multiplayer, so it was just like she was standing there painting on invisible shit. Like it was so broken. We tried so hard to make it work.
Mm-hmm.
um at one point their controller support was like definitely not working right. Two other menus were sent in. I I know it's a Unity game because I during my work in college witnessed literally I saw like the mouse flicker on the screen while trying to use a controller on the fucking like game on the quest log menu, and I was like, "Hey, I know exactly what that is." I literally wrote them like, "Hey, your cursor is like fighting to lock to the center of the screen with like the controller in this game engine uses like a pseudo cursor thing, but you've
Mm-hmm.
locked the cursor to the screen. If you do this, it'll fix it." And it was like fixed like a couple weeks later in a patch. I was like, "Cool." But it's so I returned to it after like a while,
Mm-hmm.
and it still wasn't work. Like it broke again
Oh.
immediately. Like they clearly did a massive amount of bug fixes,
Mm-hmm.
but it was still broken. Uh, in like still pretty big like first quest broken sort of ways. Um,
Oh.
That's rough.
yeah, it feels real bad. Uh, I know it's like one of those games that I think it's cross-platform to the nth degree. Like anytime that, and when I say the nth degree, I mean it's like it's on mobile too.
Oh.
It's on every platform. Uh, I think it might be a Kickstarter game. It feels like it's got a lot on its plate,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't want to be too mean because hey, I play. I think I don't know what my hour count is off the top of my head, but it's not small. I played a lot of it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, I played like 36 hours of it.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, but ooh, it was so not working.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, it's got to be. My only question is it a didn't finish derogatory, or is it at 36 hours? Is it a like D tier, like as it didn't fucking work?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it's got to be D tier, and it's one of those sad D tiers where, eh,
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
yeah, I don't think it's as shit as some. Well, what's that? What's the one that's currently on the far left of D tier?
Queen of Malts.
No, no,
Oh,
that's
you
the
know my
left.
name? It's
Yeah,
called You Know
what
My
was
Name.
that one again? That was like
That was like the milk game but with no substance. So water.
it somewhere in there. I don't know.
Is it
It's somewhere in that.
finished? Did you finish it? Or is it
Did I
derogatory?
finish it? No, but that's because it broke multiple times.
I see. So you'd rather
It
just
I
put it in
we
your tier.
36 hours. Like we played like a good 25 in one save file. And tried another
Damn.
10 like a few months later, and it broke like again. The Not the first quest, but like the second quest, the second
Mm-hmm.
main story quest immediately broke for me, and I was like,
Oh,
that's
that
fucking
is
great.
rough as hell.
Yeah. And there's like something being jank and breaking, but no, it's like every NPC looks at you like, "Hello, first time player," for every bit of dialogue, like wrong
Oh,
dialogue, and every it's like, "Oh
That is
God,
so rough.
yeah." It's sad.
all right. Well, the next one is me. So the way down, um, is an abstract game. Chevy, do you know what abstract writing is?
I assume we're not talking like the abstract of an essay or
No,
of a report, right?
no.
We're talking a different type of
Abstract
abstract writing.
fiction.
Um, I have a notion, but maybe explain because
So, abstract writing is the much lesser practice cousin to abstract art in that it's writing without meaning. Um, and that might
oh.
sound a little bit counterintuitive, but there's definitely a way to do it. I'm partial to it because I'll be honest, in high school during computer class, my teacher went on a very long tangent and taught a lesson about abstract writing instead, and I thought it was incredibly interesting. So this game is an exercise in abstract writing. So everything that happens is completely disconnected from whatever happened before it. But because your brain is programmed to kind of find a through line, you're kind of struggling with the experience of playing it the whole time. Uh, the conceit of the game is that it's the end of the world and everything is crazy.
As we
And
know it.
yeah, and all you have a bunch of stats on the side. They don't mean anything, and they change regularly. Like I think one of them turned into turtles at some point. I had like 400 turtles. Doesn't mean a thing. Your age, mine was 5 billion at one point. I think the way I played it twice. My second run ended. I found a completely motionless guy. I tried to talk to him. He didn't answer me. And one of the options was sit next to him. So I did. And then he still didn't answer me after a day. And then I just kept sitting next to him because I got attached to him. And I ended up sitting with him until the end of time. So I got attached. I don't know. I feel like abstract writing has a way of jump-starting your imagination. Like, you are forced to fill in the gaps between these two non sequitur things. It's an entire game of non sequiturs. And also, the sound design was interesting. I like the walking noise your character makes. I recommend it. I think it's free. It took me about 10 minutes to play. I'm gonna put this in A tier, actually. I enjoyed it quite a bit. Yes, it's better than Blasphemous 2. I enjoyed it better than... Yeah, I'll put it right here. Mid A tier. So what's Gordlets? What's a Gordlet?
Can I just send you an image? To
Yes.
Start off?
I love images.
Hang on. Sorry, I'm just looking for a useful image. Oh, I'm not getting one. That's
Uh-oh.
unfortunate.
This is so sad for you.
Yeah. Well, this is a city builder, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
It's an idle game.
Okay.
You know what? Here, let me just send you a blown up version of that art you have
You're
there.
blowing him up?
Not like that. Here, just put this on.
Aw, that's cute as hell. Hold on.
Yeah.
Aw, this is what I look like when you're mean to me. This is what you're being mean to.
But you look so happy.
Yeah, I know, but when you're mean to me, I'm no longer happy.
Oh. But yeah. This is a city builder. Very it's city builder in the least stressful sense that a city builder could possibly be. You get like MS Paint tools to paint ground onto the ocean, and you plonk buildings, and then you plonk like just decorations around, and Gordlets wander around and interact with things. It's an idle game. They like there's like the tiniest of resources, the barest of resource systems where every once in a while, after doing enough stuff, a Gordlet will get a little light bulb above its head, and you click it, and that will unlock a new thing for you. That's it. That's the whole progression. It's a game entirely about watching vegetables, sit around in a garden or on a swing.
Oh, very cute. They're like
It's
Pikmin.
cute. Yes. It's very relaxing. It's also got that thing that Rusty's Retirement does where you can have it in like a part of screen mode. You know what I mean? So it's just like great background. As a matter of fact, why am I not fucking doing that right now? Yeah, it is a good, cute little game. It's probably
Excellent.
not for everyone. It's very, if you're not into idle games, maybe it won't be your thing. But it's
All
cute.
right. So what tier should it go in?
I feel like feels like a B tier game to me, but like the uppermost B tier,
Okay.
where it's like every game above B has
I'll
like
put it here.
more to everything in B tier has more to it, or above B tier has more to it. Where I'm like, this doesn't really. It's not on the same level of game almost.
Yeah.
It's not as much like period,
Mm-hmm.
but it is cute. It I can't really think of many criticisms other than.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, no, I can't think of.
Yeah, it's how could you go wrong?
Yeah.
All right, excellent. Okay, let's see. Let's presume it's me. Yank Eyes
That's
Triangle is a puzzle game. I didn't finish it because I'm bad at puzzles, and also I hate puzzles. Are we
Was it a
sensing?
bad puzzle game?
It was hard, which means it's bad.
Right, but is it?
It's hard. It was mean to
Uh-huh.
me
But why is it derogatory?
because it was hard.
What's this game called again?
Yank Eyes Triangle. It's like you gotta
Okay.
turn triangles to connect the parts that are the same color. It's like, oh, it's difficult. It was easy at first, and then it got hard.
Like a puzzle game?
Yeah.
Derogatory feels mean.
Okay, you know what? I'll put it in affectionate. Fine. I'm sure it's a delightful game. All right.
Hang on, is it?
I'm gonna blast through this one. Hands of Necromancy, Doom with Wizards. Didn't finish it because I'll be honest, original Doom makes me motion sick, and it had original Doom movement. But it was fun being a wizard. Hands of Necromancy goes in. Didn't finish Affectionate.
Yeah.
What's Part of You? Is this one of
Part of You,
Yeah, I know what
Part
this
of
is.
You is a game made by some of our friends at college. It's a game about. God, what the hell is it about? It's. I don't even know how to explain it. It's. What the hell? I think you're trying to break into a clown convention. And you have the ability to like literally take the faces of creatures and like just twist it. You can literally like twist around the parts of faces and like give people different expressions, different designs, whatever. It's this like almost it's like a puzzle adventure game, and it's very funny. The reason I'm struggling to come up with anything to say is because at the time I was having computer problems.
Oh no.
And so it wasn't running for me well at all.
Mm-hmm.
So it did not finish Affectionate. But it's very funny.
Mm-hmm.
It's here. Let me see if I can grab another image of There's so many fucking displays. Can.
Oh my gosh, it's only 8:30. I thought it was later.
Yeah,
Never
I
mind.
know, right?
All right, I'm chilling. I thought we had to speed this
Yeah.
along. We're fine.
No, we don't.
I was like, oh my god, it's 9:30. I almost have to go to bed. No, we're fine. We have an hour and a half.
No.
I could
You're
even
really, like-
push it to 11. It was fine. I just caffeinate.
Yeah, this is let me just send you this. It's this has been my desktop, one of my desktop backgrounds for a
Let's
while. If
see.
you want to put that on screen.
Hold on. Wow. Produce with integrity and good moral standing that rivals my own is hard to come by.
Yeah,
I am always saying this.
It's one of those games in this very specific genre, very specific, where you're a person who rolls into a town on like some sort of menial task or just like trying to go somewhere, and everyone in the town is like Ren and Stimpy level off their shit. Like it's, it's like.
She's Stimpy on my Ren till I what?
Yeah. It's like that one's clearly a demon. That one's who looks like she's on the verge of tears. Hang on. There's this image too. Sorry, I feel like I can't do it justice. It's it's a largely visual, and yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Was that you laughing?
Yeah, it was.
The squeaking noise, you laughing?
Yeah.
This is it's extremely fucking funny.
Excellent. Maybe I have to check this one out. This is also part of our school comrades, I believe, made this game.
Yeah, they made this post college.
Yes. Very cool. All right. What is plane life? Planet life.
Oh, you remember that one?
I do?
This is one of the demos. It's a little planet sim where you can like start with the very beginning and just like sculpt out a planet
Oh, I
from
do
like
remember you doing that a
rocks
little.
and temperature and stuff. And then what this game is the good part of Spore, where you make a bunch of fucking weird little creatures that crawl around in the mud. Um, it's you plorp them down, you watch them evolve over time. You can watch as like you introduce a creature and just watch how it affects the population of the entire world spreading around. I made a bunch of little potatoes with eyeballs and fish. And shit.
Optimal.
I think this is one of those ones where I spent 10 hours in the demo again because it's just didn't finish extremely affectionate. This is really good.
Put that in there.
It's planetary life. The name extremely yes, that's about it. Yep, that's about planetary. It's you have a little ball planet and you make little lives on it and they do whatever.
All right. Well, this is not Abba Horse. It's actually Sabbath. So it's kind of an Earthbound adjacent game, but I don't know. This one it didn't bug me as much. It's a humorous game about an employee of a company looking to become the CEO by defeating the members of the board in honorable combat. So it's a little bit like Scott Pilgrim. Scott Pilgrim and defeating the 7 evil X's. It is a rhythm game though, so I didn't finish it, and it has like 3 reviews on Steam. So this is some truly in the mine shafts game. But it was good. The music was poppin', I will say. I beat one boss, I beat the horse, who of course had a stake in the company. And then it just got a little bit too difficult. It's like the Undertale minigames a little bit, but rhythm based. I just don't have the hand-eye brain coordination for that kind of stuff. But from what I saw, it was quite good. So I recommend it, especially because it's got like no players at all. I'm like one of 2 people who's played this game. So someone else play it and tell me how the ending is and if the music later in the game is just as good as it was at the start. Can I request a quick bathroom/water break?
It is your stream.
Okay. Well, you can start talking about the next game if you'd like, but I will be right back.
Oh, yeah. Oh, what do I do now? I don't like being in charge. Crypt Custodian. This one's so long ago. I need to refresh my memory. Everyone here. Oh God, I'm being demanded to entertain. Oh God. Oh, don't shake your fist at me, you fuck. Stop shaking your fist at me. Is this entertainment yet? Dance? No, I don't do that. You can't be the God King of chat. It's her chat. She leaves for 1 second and there's people trying to claim divine right dominion over the chat room. You can't do that. That's not how this works. Twitch chat is not a theocracy. Oh. I am Lord Lee. I think it's Liege Lord. Or is it Lord Liege? I don't know. And if I knew, I wouldn't really tell you. Sorry. Sorry, I was shuffling through a bunch of web pages and things to get to information I was looking for. I forgot I was on Twitch for a second. Anyway, oh god, divine sanctioning. Okay, crypt custodian. You were talking about. I look away for 10 seconds. You started talking about executions again. What the fuck is it? You have a thing for
I'm back.
executions, don't you? Oh, hi. Sorry, there was things happened in chat. Don't worry about it.
Oh no. Here I come.
You're being usurped. You have to.
What?
Not by me.
Hmm.
Yep.
Oh, okay, of the Twitch chat. That's fine. I'm king of the.
Oh, John,
I'm
John,
king of the
you
stream.
can't just. You're a terrible fucking liege lord, handing over country immediately.
No. This is one of my vassals. Who tends to the land. Oh, whoa. What if we were god kings together? All right, Chebby, what tier does crypt custodian?
This is an action adventure game. I remember the Steam tags define this as a Metroidvania, which I don't know if I fully agree with that. That feels like a weird like I get why.
Mm-hmm.
It's an action. Not everything has to be a Metroidvania. Okay, I get. All right, but this is a top-down sort of isometric action adventure game. It's a little looks a little Bastion-y at times. Not in art style, but like in terms of the like mechanics of gameplay. The walking around in space, dodge rolling past things, beating the shit out of them with well, broom in this game's case. It's a game where you play as a dead cat. A cat who died and well,
oh, kitty.
He was going to heaven, but hijinks ensue.
I see.
Very stupid hijinks. Because bureaucracy is a bitch. But it's Zelda. It's more like it feels more like a Zelda game. Zelda Metroidvania, sure.
Okay.
You're going or you get because of bureaucracy, you get assigned to be the janitor of the afterlife forever. TM. I don't know how that plot shakes out because I only played the demo, but it's when they say janitor of the afterlife, that is a lot of going around and beating the shit out of ghosts with a broom and mop and shit. And it's incredibly tight, like well done gameplay controls and everything. Oh, look at that! It's now out and overwhelmingly positive. So I guess I have to play that now. Yeah, but yeah, it's a demo. Did not finish obviously, but it's a pretty fucking good game. And the writing is really good. Also, like it's a bunch of different. You go around meeting a bunch of different ghosts, mostly of animals. All of them like a little stupid, little bit goofy. There's a bird bartender, I think, off the top of my head. It's nice. And very pretty art style. I don't think that the image here even like does it justice. It's a very pretty game. Go look up Crypt Custodian right now. If you're out there, do it.
What category should I put in?
Didn't finish demo. Didn't finish.
Got it. And what is this? Knights in Tight Spaces. Good heavens.
Oh shit, that's what that is. Okay, wow, that's just a black on white or white on black, huh? All right. Knights in Tight Spaces is a sequel to a game from a couple of years ago called Fights in Tight Spaces, which is a turn-based strategy game about, well, you'll never guess what it's about.
Knights.
Well, now it's about knights, but it's also mainly about fights in tight spaces. It's how to describe. So it's a grid strategy tactics game, right? Like we've played them, the Fire Emblems, the whatevers. But
that's also about Knights in Tight Spaces if you go on AO3
true.
enough.
Well, oh my god. But no, this one, the thing about this game is it's got a very like dynamic. This isn't a strategy game in the sense of pawn to e3, take this piece here. It's a strategy. It's a grid-based strategy game in the cinematic sense of the word, where it's I move my one guy over here with
Mhm.
his baseball bat, and I put this other person on the other side of the enemy, and I
Mhm.
have this character has an action where I can have him fucking kick this guy over the bar table, and as he falls over the bar table, the guy with the baseball bat who's standing there automatically fucking brain him as he goes over. So he
Excellent.
just goes spill it. There is an entire system in the game where getting pushed out of a window or out of a door or off of a cliff is an insta kill.
Mhm.
So like you can just set up you can like Sparta kick people off the fucking roof of a building and shit.
Mhm.
Yeah. It's
Excellent.
good. It's like if a strategy game was also part Rube Goldberg device, where you can kind of set up a mechanism for someone to go tumbling off a ledge.
My mechanism.
Yeah, yeah, and there's also there's like kicking people into the wall so that they just crumple through it. You can break through like there's like a whole there's one level in the demo I think where you're in a building that's got like big boarded up windows, but
Mhm.
if you just I just stood there just repeatedly kicking one guy into the window for 4 turns, and then like the boards just fucking smashed and he went flying out. And
Mhm.
now it's like a gaping hole in the
Oh,
kills
good
him,
heavens.
falls through it. It's like this is good. This is a
Excellent.
good design.
Is this a demo or is this a full game?
Oh, it's a demo. Yeah.
Chubby loves demos. All right,
I
my turn.
had my time out with something.
All right. So, Call of Cthulhu, not the tabletop RPG, the game. It's kind of like a not point and click. It's a adventure game. There's no combat. It's just kind of mystery solving, 3D. I thought it was fairly interesting. It's not super exciting. I think it could have done with like a little bit more like actual combat. Like there's some like fight-ish sequences, but it's genuinely it's one of the few games I think would have actually been better if it had been like a first-person shooter. Just cuz I don't know, it felt like a little bit sometimes it'd be like, "Oh no, the Cthulhu's going to get us. Time to puzzle our way out of here." Where's your gun? But it was pretty good. It's very 2010s kind of game. It's got that vibe to it. I'm gonna put it in B tier. I'll put it above. I'll put it right. I'll put it under Code Vein. It's fine. It's like fine. I'm not super into the I guess mystery solving games. And it also had actually fuck this. It's in C tier. I just remember it's cardinal sin. It has a dog shit stealth section that is mandatory. And
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean you remember me playing it, right?
I know, yeah.
There's a dog shit stealth section where there's a creature where if you look at it, it automatically navigates to your location and it kills you. But if it sees you, it also navigates to your location and kills you. So you can't look at where it is to stealth around it. And you have to like, there's like a big open area that you have to get to across to get to like a painting to destroy it. And literally it took me an hour because every time I would like get near the area, I wouldn't know where the creature is because the sound design wasn't excellent either, so it wouldn't be like directional sound. Um, Genuinely, I almost quit the game at that area. It was horrific.
She was so pissed. It was actually pretty funny.
No, it was not funny. It was horrible.
You're
And
turning into one of the little gorliths right now.
But yeah, some actually dog shit stealth sections in this game. Here's my advice for game developers. If you're on the fence between shooter or stealth game, do a shooter. Because if you fuck up stealth, it's horrible. If you fuck up a shooter, it's gonna be lame. But there's only so bad you could fuck up a shooter. You could fuck up stealth so bad. So bad. Unbearable. And I'm not a stealth fan in the first place, so I was already like, oh, fuck. Alright. And now him. So this is Nepenthe. It's a game about being bald.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hi, Dad.
Dude, this does kind of look like your dad, I won't lie.
In the sense that anything with a bald
No,
head
but
and
it has his
eyes-
aura. You know? But,
I mean, yes, but also, what the hell, man?
no, your dad is lovely. I mean, in the best possible way. Oh, bug just tried to fly in my nose.
Get 'em.
But, so, this, it's one of the Earthbound-like games, humorous world. You're dropped into a fantasy world where everyone thinks you're a creature because you are bald. They've only ever seen humans with hair before. It's kind of goofy, It's silly. I didn't particularly enjoy it, but I get why someone would. I'm gonna put it in here, in C tier. It's fine, it's perfectly serviceable. The art has this, like, kind of crayon drawn by children style, which it's all like that, so it fits together quite nicely. Critters for sale! This is a weird fucking game. This might be the weirdest game I played all year, and I played some truly strange shit. So this game is about... I played it, I understood it, I remember what it happened in it. Can't really describe what it's about, not because of spoilers, but genuinely I just don't know how to put words around it. The first chapter is you're invited to a bar, and Michael Jackson is there, and he's canonically dead, and it turns out he's a time-traveling, like, sci-fi angel, who's trying to stop the end of the world, and then he gets shot to death by other time-traveling people. It's like celebrities are the characters, and they're all like
Dead celebrities?
no, not even like a bunch of like live celebrities. And the art style is very bizarre. It's 1-bit, so it's black and white, and there's a lot of like weird esoteric lore. It's got a little bit of that abstract writing I mentioned before, like it's all loosely connected. My favorite part was where you go in a secret unlockable room and you could talk to a character called the Man in the Rug. Yeah, it's a phenomenal game. S tier. I'm gonna put it right above Aperture Desk Job. Highly recommend. It's deeply strange. Genuinely, nothing like it. So, Indica. You requested this one.
I'm gonna say that this is a demo for one, and it's a demo I didn't finish affection it. Put it in there, and then I will elaborate.
Okay.
I won't really elaborate.
I bought this. I'm looking forward to playing it.
I know. You bought it actually.
Yeah, I did.
Good. I thought
because everyone keeps telling me to.
Yes. Hello, people of the world, and specifically anyone who follows Sam. I know you people. You definitely
I know what you are.
Pathologic. Statistically, you enjoy Pathologic. Slav horror. Weird fucking games. Slav games. Why aren't you playing this?
I will be at some point.
Yeah, I'm talking in the abstract. In the abstract, why aren't you playing this? You idiot. It's a fucking... I can't even explain it. There's nothing I can say because everything will spoil the experience.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, you can see there's nuns, and I promise you, whatever you think is going on, whatever you think the setting is, it's about 30 times weirder
Okay.
than you expect.
Okay. Well, I think I know a couple people who that might appeal to in the chat.
Yeah. Also, I think the devs were like Russian, but fled to like Kazakhstan or something because Russia invaded Ukraine, and they're like, haha, haha, oh no.
Mm-hmm.
So
understandable. Have a delightful game development.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. Well, I'm looking forward to playing this one. Now that Chippy's hyped it up. Alright, so I got here the Inzoi character creator. Only the character creators online, so I'm gonna put it didn't finish affectionate. It seemed pretty in-depth. It's like The Sims. I made a bunch of my OCs. Yes, I made Holdrick. Tiamat made Honora. It was, yeah, pretty fun, pretty detailed. Not a lot of, like, options as far as, like, clothing goes, as far as I'm remembering, but, like, the face sliders and hair sliders were cool. I like a nice, robust character creator. Hold on, I need to take another sip of water. I'm, like, losing my voice. Alright, so this is called Gods of Fire. Me, Tiamat, and Trikey played this one. It is a dragon dogfighting game. Multiplayer Dragon Guard. I believe it's still early access, so I'm gonna put it in didn't finish affectionate. I think it's fun. It's definitely bare bones at the moment. So it still needs a little bit of love, but I thought it was an interesting enough experience that we played multiple rounds. There's like a heavy monetization aspect already that I'm not a huge fan of, like purchasing different dragons and like a monthly pass or whatever. Not a huge fan of that, especially because the game is so bare bones. But, you know, I'm willing to let it sit and see how it looks in a couple years maybe, or however long it takes to develop. But I had fun the couple rounds we played. Juggernaut. So this is the old point and click. What? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? I dropped it. There it is. All right. This is the old point and click game I decided to play instead of Realms of the Haunting. It's a PS1 game. It is 3D, so it's got some of that scary, genuine PS1 horror, like not the in fashion remake stuff. Like this is the original real deal. It's about a guy who has to go into his girlfriend's mind in order to unpossess her from a demon. The first half of the game is a slog. It is one gigantic puzzle about going through a mansion, and it's a lot of back and forth. It's like literally 8 hours, 4 hours maybe, of just going back and forth down the same blank hallways. But if you power through that, there is a genuinely phenomenal game on the other side. Because the rest of the game is going through little microcosms, which are like little mini stories, that are like loosely connected, but each one has its own little plot, and all of them were quite good. There are some that are actually like genuinely good short stories. But of course you got to get through the slog of the mansion level first, which is the first half of the game. I'm going to put this game in high B tier because I enjoyed it a lot, enough to finish it. And I think if the first part of the game was just a little bit less of a tedium and just, you know, a little bit niceys to the player, it would be better. If I hadn't been using a guide for the first part of the game, I would have thrown it away. Genuinely. Like, it's a puzzle that should not be the way it is. But that's okay. Talk about just crow things.
Yeah. You play as a crow in the city, and you fly around stealing shit from people.
Okay.
And crapping on people. I once took a shit on a car from 4 stories up.
Someone clip that?
And it spontaneously combusted.
Oh.
It detonated.
And then he went
into a
home and he
ball of
played the
fire.
game.
Yeah. I'm talking about my real life where I shit on cars from several stories. No.
Careful, we
yeah,
clip things here.
Madam.
I know.
Glass houses.
I know.
Yeah, this is a fun little game. It was a little bare bones. This is demo, obviously. But it was a little bare bones when I played it. Like a little stupid. But it feels like there was a genre started by Goat Simulator that has evolved to be like real games. And this feels a bit like one of those. This is a real game. It's a game about going around as a crow and like solving people's problems. Parentheses. by stealing shit and dropping turds on cars from high
Mm-hmm.
heights and, trolling human beings around. It's a good chaotic fun
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
thing.
Okay.
There was also a nest building system, which is very shitty dove nest core. With, it's like, look at your beautiful creation. Just a bunch of twigs like stuck
Yeah.
together in like a 3D space. Like, ugh.
Beautiful,
Sure.
beautiful. All right. Well, that definitely sounds interesting. Which area should it go to?
Affection.
There we go. This is a big category this time. Our biggest category.
Yeah.
Dark Souls 1
What
is
are you
still
What are you
good.
doing here?
I helped Tiamat play. It's still good.
Oh.
I have more thoughts about Lost Izalith, and by that I mean, well, I think it's fine. I think Lost Izalith is fine. You guys need to calm down. It's literally fine. Uh, I'm formulating an evil plot. By that I mean my shit taste in video games has deluded me into believing that subpar work is acceptable. But that's okay. Because it's about the fun. It's about having fun. Know by Heart is a game by Ice Pick Lodge, first and foremost. The people behind the
Yeah.
Pathologic games. I did not finish this game. The reason I did not finish this game is because it crashed and it did not save. So I would have had to start all over. It's got the writing style that people who have played Pathologic would be used to, but it's taken that writing style and used it to portray like mundane life, which I think is interesting, but not really why I play their games. I kind of like it when they get crazy with it. This one was more of a like guy reflecting on his hometown and like how it feels to meet up with friends after being separated for so long, which is interesting, but not the kind of game I usually like to play. So I wasn't too heartbroken that the game didn't function. But yeah, definitely an interesting little experiment. I would put it in didn't finish affectionate. Maybe someday I'll come back to it. Maybe there's like a bigger thing inside of it that I should be aware of. But from what I've heard, a lot of people just buy it to support the the studio in their endeavor to make Pathologic 3. But yeah, I wanted to give it a try. It has pretty good reviews. So, shrug. So this is Crustacean Nation, another product of our higher education
Can I talk
institution.
about? I didn't play it. I
Yeah,
watched
go
you play
ahead.
it, but can I say something?
Of course.
I don't know if the people who made this game will ever watch this, but I
Hi.
respect the hell out of you people. You made the game that we were trying to make and made it better.
No, yeah,
it's
for
saying-
real. You showed
it's,
us. Kicks
well
the
fucking
rocks.
done.
Kicks rocks on the ground. Fuck. But yeah, it's like a
You
tower
made the
defense
I
game.
wished I could make. Thank you.
You made a
That's
tower
all.
defense game with crabs. Unleash the snow crab, or unleash the big crab, the thing that ate Amelia Earhart. I had a lot of fun with it. I thought it was good. I'm gonna put it in high C. Like, it's not like a plot-based game, and it's not something I would spend hours and hours slogging away at, but I enjoyed it. I'm gonna put it below Call of Cthulhu. But yeah. Solid crab-based gamery. Chebby, tell us about your League of Legends stuff.
Hey out there, everybody. Did you hit Netflix TV series Arcane?
I did.
Do you not want to play League of Legends?
I don't.
Do you want to play instead a game that actually has some modicum of respect for the character designs?
I do.
Well, have I got a game for you? Legends of Runeterra. I went back to it after watching Arcane Season 2 because I had
Which was
a hankering
excellent.
for the world and lore. I always liked a lot of the world and lore stuff. Didn't want to play League of Legends again. It's got this game has a single player roguelite mode. Upon returning to it, it's clear that I wouldn't call it end of service. It's long term, we're not pushing it as hard as we did at the start. It's clearly they used to have some rotating game modes and things that are no longer there.
Mm-hmm.
But they have a big single player system. Like there's an adventure. It's a big adventure mode.
Mm.
I like barely scratched this. I think I've played a lot of it, like hours upon hours at this point, and I want to say I'm less than halfway through the world map of quest to go through. It's Runeterra remains like in my mind like an underrated card game. It's not super underrated. It's got Riot Games behind it. People know what it is. But I'm always like, damn, this one was this one is pretty fucking good. And but it didn't,
Mhm.
it was post Hearthstone or I think whatever that Valve card game was that like exploded immediately. So it was, I think it didn't come out in the cultural moment for itself to be massive, uh, which is a little sad because it's actually pretty good.
Hmm.
Hell, maybe the fact that it's smaller is better because it means they get to draw people in pretty art style and invent characters that aren't just anime people. I have discovered that they've started doing their own, like, if not their own OCs, they've started, like, going beyond the limits of League of Legends characters, and there's a fucking shark man that fights in the arena and fucking like with a top hat and suit on and like bare knuckle and like brass knuckle beats the shit out of you for money.
Oh.
I'm like, fuck yes, dude. Fuck yes, man.
Excellent, excellent. So where do you think it goes? Or is this a replay?
Oh, there's a replay. Yeah.
Gotcha.
I returned to it after a while for
Gotcha.
arcane purposes.
All right. So the next one is called Looking Up, I See Only Ceiling. This is a kind of point and click game. I don't remember what it's about, but I remember it was a little creepy. I'm going to put it in C tier just because if I don't remember what it's about, then how good could it be? I remember her crawling around the ceiling, though. That's all I remember. I'll put above the bald guy. The Crooked Man, or the Crooked Man, I don't know which one it's supposed to be, is another one of those RPG Maker old horror game classics. Like, this is one of the classics people talk about along with Yume, Nikki, and Ebe. And I finally played it. I will admit, the jump scares did get me. It's about a guy who's haunted by the ghost of a man who hung himself. And you learn more about, their connection later in the story. I'm not going to spoil it. The story is fine. It's very much like old horror game from RPG Maker. Like, it's nothing life-changing. However, I thought it was pretty good considering its significance to the genre history. Because I'm considering RPG horror games their own genre. They're not just regular horror games. I'm gonna put it in high C tier. A little old, a little jank, but still enjoyable enough. So, oh gosh, I have to look up the name of this one. The text is small. So this one is called The Missing Parts of Maria Gwozdek. It's about a lady who makes a deal with a demon, and every time she wishes for something, he takes one of her body parts. And there's a whole bunch of different, like, routes. There's one where you don't give him anything, and there's one where there's certain things you could take, certain things you could leave behind, and one where she gives him everything. And naturally, I went for the fun one. So, yeah, I thought this was very interesting. The art style is interesting, too. As you can see, like, it's all the character eyes are, like, little dots on a silhouette. And I think it's cool that you can show so much about a character with such little artistic stuff put into it. I'm going to put this one in low B tier. It's rather short. I'm going to have it hang out with Inversed and the Bread game because I played these two around the same time. This is one of my New Year's games. But yeah, I thought it was pretty good. Chappie, you actually put Monster Hunter on the list. This isn't me.
Yeah.
I'm still playing it.
Yeah.
I can give my opinion, though.
I'm also still playing it. And I felt like, I mean, how far are we into it at this point?
I am 20 hours in.
Yeah, I am less than that, which is ironic that I put it on the list. I'm 5 hours in, so, less.
A bit.
You want to take turns?
Oh, I'm loving it. I played it for like 3 hours today when I was supposed to be doing other stuff. I'll be
Is that
honest.
what you were doing in there? Is
Yeah,
that
I
what
was
you're
playing
doing in there?
Monster Hunter. I got into it. I got into it,
hopped in
bro.
Discord because she said, and I quote, "I have to go do stuff to prep for tabletop on Monday," and then
And then
went
I did.
with
I
the
drew.
call,
I
and
showed you what I drew, and then I
Yes.
put away my laptop and I opened Monster Hunter.
So everything after that DM was Monster Hunter.
Yeah.
I see. Sure. I was playing ball-based games, so you know.
Chappie was playing with his balls.
Did you ever? Yeah, you put. Okay, good. Sorry, I was checking for the ball game. Yeah. I mean, I'm only 5 hours in, but I like it. It hasn't really gripped me super hard yet, and I think it's more just time.
No, I agree with that. It didn't grip me immediately. Like, I was having fun. I like making a little guy and putting him in a situation, but it didn't grip me. And then I got back from break and I like figured out what I was doing, like combat wise, and then it gripped me.
I think it.
Terrence is there.
It's got this fun thing where
My cactus.
the controls of this game just so happen to be like the cardinal opposite of every other controller game I play.
Oh, I use keyboard. That's probably why I'm doing better.
Well, that'll do.
I have
something,
to. I'm a heavy gunner. I have to use keyboard.
Oh, I see. But so every single time, consistently, I go to do the combat thing, and I run up to the creature, and I hit one of the trigger or bumper buttons, put away my weapon, and take it out several times in succession, and then it fucking spits on me or whatever, and I'm like, fuck. That's not really a complaint about the game. That's more of a that. Why does it have to be the opposite of the control scheme for everything else I've played in my life? Why couldn't you be Dark Souls?
No, it's very much not Dark Souls.
No, it's not actually.
As far
it's
as
not at all.
No,
Yeah,
well,
good.
the combat.
Not everything is Dark Souls.
No, yeah.
Which
The
everything
combat
has to be.
definitely has a little bit of the Souls-like, which is to be expected, but it's not Dark Souls. It's not.
No, yeah, it's got interest.
Dog eating
What I
me.
find interesting is it's got kind of stiff combat.
It
weirdly.
yeah, it is. It is much stiffer, but like
Yeah,
it's something you just
which
gotta
is
get
not-
used to.
Like, Dark Souls is a little stiff at times, but I was surprised a little bit with how stiff this one is. Like, is like there's no wiggle room of like step swing forward towards something as far as like you're standing in place when you're doing a swing combo. It's interesting. Not bad, but it's a fascinating little adventure.
Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun with it so far.
Yeah, I like the creature design, obviously.
The creature.
Anjanath can go suck it.
I got mutilated by the meat puppy today. I finally killed him though.
Cool.
Where should we put it? I'd say I mean we're not done with it. So we put it in didn't finish?
Yeah, I guess.
We're not done with it.
I feel like maybe we should have made a separate category for demos.
No, it's okay. I like this big chunky category of maybe someday. So this is called The Last Days of Lazarus. It's
When did you play this?
It's a while ago, before I moved. It's weird. It's serving Unreal Engine demo realness. I can't tell whether the assets are from the asset store or if they're original. I think it's a combination of both, which isn't a bad thing. But it's got like a sheen to it that you expect from like first-time game developers. But also, I've seen other stuff by this guy, and I think that is just like a stylistic choice because all of his games look like this, and all of his games don't look like anyone else's games, but also they don't feel like they're completely original assets. So it's like a weird vibe. It's a 3D kind of mystery solving game. There's a little bit of combat. You're trying to figure out, I think your sister died. No, your mother's house is like covered in flesh and goo, and you're trying to figure out why. It's kind of like it's because of Satan. There's demons and stuff, and you get advice from like a dead little girl. I thought it unexpectedly quite good. I'm gonna put this in B tier. I got another game of his recently just because I'm like, okay, maybe he's cooking. I'm gonna put it under Code Vein. But yeah, it was just like an unexpectedly, weirdly adequate experience. Like I kind of went into it thinking like, oh, it's gonna be an asset flip.
Weirdly adequate.
No, yeah, I was like, oh, it's kind of giving like asset flip. And then I was like, actually, no, I don't think this is an asset flip. I think it's just got a weird vibe. Like, I think this is all original. It's clearly very low budget, but I think it's just weird. It's like low, high budget. The fact that Unreal Engine is available to the masses makes it so much harder to tell what's being made by one guy. Alright, what's Odd Sparks?
Yes. A game. This is the demo. I can't, but I did purchase this game,
Mm-hmm.
and will be playing it. This is a automation adventure game. I mean, the tagline is automation adventure. It's a game about building little wooden machines for building resources and tools and things. With the caveat that your entire working staff is little sparks who. Okay, let's be entirely. We're pulling away we're pulling off the Scooby Doo mask here.
Oh,
They're
hi.
Pikmin. They're little plant creatures. It's a ton of it's a game about controlling hordes of little plant creatures who build little factories and operate little like steamworks sort of like
You're putting Pikmin in the
operations that produce
factories?
logs and bricks.
You sicko.
Yeah. Well, they're made in factory. You put them in like a wood cutting, like a weird like factory thing, and it produces like a little. I don't think they're clockwork. They're like weird magic puppet tree.
A Clockwork
wood
Pikmin, my favorite
plant.
movie.
Yeah, basically. The creature design is incredibly cute. Controls are pretty good. Let's be real. Sorry, specific to Pikmin genre criticism. Pikmin controls so much better. When you can point and click. So this game being like Pikmin, where you can point and click, it's only ups. It's also multiplayer. Yeah, it's pretty fucking. I think is. I can't count how much I spent in this one. It was so many.
Excellent. Where does it go?
Demo.
Ah, I see. All right, so this one's gonna hurt some people. Okami.
I have opinions, and I haven't even played it.
Okami. It is a time-honored gamer classic. Gamers go absolutely hog wild over that dog. I get it. Very cute dog. However, this is a game that I did not enjoy even a little bit as I played it. It is mostly tutorial for the first 2 hours. There's very little actual gameplay. Aside from walk to location, get tutorialed at, do the tutorial, walk to the next location. Which is kind of an archaic form of game design, in my opinion. I don't like being tutorialed at directly. It's like a collect-a-thon kind of game, which is personally not my favorite. The combat is tedious, and it's like not in the overworld. It kind of takes you to a secondary location, so it's like it's very hard to like just get back into doing what you're doing after combat, in my personal opinion. And there's a combination of mouse controls and controller controls that there's certain things that just don't work on the controller, because this was a Wii game that you have to pull out your mouse for. So that was a bit of a struggle. And also, weirdly horny for a kid's game.
Oh.
As an adult, that doesn't bother me. But I'm like, oh, I thought this was a kid's game. There was a bug in her ass!
As someone who didn't... First of all, whoa. Secondly, I didn't play it. All I did was watch you play it, right? But all I've ever seen, right, about Okami, I've never even really watched people play it. I just knew that it was, like, culturally significant. So, what do you see? You see the wolf design? It's a pretty wolf design.
It's a beautiful game.
It's a beautiful game. Well, it's a beautiful game. And then I'm watching you play it, and it's just like starts showing like panty shots of this little like chibi anime girl, and I'm like,
Whoa!
oh, well, that's genuinely like ruined my perspective on this actually. And like by ruined, I mean made more accurate. I'm like,
It's
I
it's
thought this was
definitely an
just like
archaic
I
game.
thought this was just pretty. No, this is like pretty mixed with shit. Like, oh, this is bad.
Yeah. I understand why people like it. I think if I had played it when it came out, I would have a much fonder opinion of it. But I don't have the nostalgia in my brain. I rented this from the library once when I was like 14, and I played it for like an hour, and then I forgot I rented it and I returned it. So I didn't actually get very far. I didn't get through the tutorial, which is 7 hours long. It's old. It's an old game. It shows its age and not in a flattering way. Um and I'm glad they're making a sequel. I hope it's good, and I hope they fix some of the issues I have with it. I don't plan on finishing it.
I I was thinking of playing it, and then I watched it being played, and I was like,
Ooh.
wow, I'm good actually.
I think this game, I feel like it has a very powerful nostalgia factor for people who like it. Um I'm not one of those people. So I will respectfully not finish it. I'm glad I gave it a try, just like I'm glad I give most games a try. But it's not for me. I'm going to put it, sadly, in D tier. Put it at the top of D tier. I'm gonna put it in D tier. I'm gonna get
Yep.
gamer canceled.
Yeah, I don't disagree. From everything I saw, it didn't look great.
Yeah.
It didn't.
And then they're gonna really kick the shit out of me when I talk about the game 3 games down. But first, talk to us about Chroma Squad.
Oh, Chroma Squad. This is another tactical RPG. I was big on that.
Whoa.
This is a game about being the Power Rangers. Sorry, checks notes. It's about being, I guess, the stunt crew that's running the Power Rangers show.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's part strategy game, moving around in like choreographed fight. Well, you're doing you're moving around on the grid is choreographing the fights,
Mhm.
kicking enemies into allies and like teaming up,
Mhm.
positioning for combo attacks. Um it's part that, and also a little bit of management game sprinkled in as you have a budget for the episodes. And you have to spend on marketing to acquire I think it's like fan power or something that you can spend as a resource. It's I haven't technically finished it because I'm playing on hard mode, and I have like it's a gripe, but like not really a gripe, where
Mhm.
I'm playing on like a harder difficulty, and I like be completing the like objectives in the run, but there's a bunch of like side objective, like optional objectives in each level that are hard or like easy to get fucked up on. Like you've played the Fire Emblems of the world. You know
I
how
have.
strategy RPG games go. It's like
Mhm.
you miss something on like a turn, and then like a NPC dies, and it's like, oh,
Mhm.
I don't
Yeah.
get the item. So there's a fair bit of that, which is like I think a genre hallmark. So
Mhm.
it's not something to be I'm super mad at, and I acknowledge I could just not complete the objective. But like I think I burned myself out on it a little bit
Mhm.
doing that, like chasing that high of like actually trying to complete everything as the game went on.
Mhm.
But like I don't think that makes it a bad game. I think it's pretty good.
Mhm.
It's pretty fun, like it's like a simple strategy game combat system, but it's a fun one. Like
Mhm.
there's a lot of like you get to like it's got a crafting system where you can make like prop weapons out of literally like recycled crap. Like there's this there's like item descriptions that are like, well, one of the crew members' dad's but like your mom sewed the first draft of the costume, and the tier 2 one is your dad looking at it going, "What the fuck?" and take it to the garage and like using his like tools to staple like metal plates onto it to make it look more. It's it's fun.
That's funny.
I
What
think
tier
it's
do you
like
think
a
it goes in?
I think it's like a B,
High B, low B, mid B?
high B. Yeah. It's above Fire Emblem Heroes, obviously somewhere.
Yeah.
Whether where it goes in the rest
I'll
of
put it above
think it-
Dragon Age. Oh,
yeah, I think it might. Let's put it between Gordless and Billionaire.
okay. Sounds good to me. All right. Mouthwashing. The internet horror game darling of 2024. Honestly, I think it earned that title. It's a phenomenal game. The more I think about it, the more I actually like it. You just have to ignore everyone on the internet that talks about it ever. I love the non-linear narrative. I think that the story it's telling is incredibly detailed and interesting. And I think that it has themes that a lot of times are not explored to the depths that mouthwashing does explore. So, for those unaware, mouthwashing is kind of a story about sexual assault from the perspective of a nice guy who doesn't think he's done anything wrong, which is a very interesting perspective for them to take, because a lot of times I feel like artists don't want to put the player or the viewer in the shoes of the objective bad guy. And as you explore the game, you kind of experience how everyone on the ship kind of contributed to letting this woman down through like not paying attention, trying to excuse his actions, etc., which I think in the world we live in today is, poignant and topical. A lot of people who play this game seem to kind of forget the themes of the game, but thankfully, I don't talk to people on the internet, so I thought it was phenomenal. Genuinely, I do think this is an S tier game. I'm gonna comfortably put it at the bottom of S tier between Death Job and Faith. I think it is a perfect little short game that has a very eye on the prize type of theme. They don't get distracted. Everything is in service to the theme, and I think that is perfect. And I think there's a lot of foreshadowing that they do very well, especially given the non-linear narrativeness of it all. There was one stealth section I did not enjoy, but that's just because I don't enjoy stealth. It was perfectly well done.
She's bad.
I'm god awful at stealth, and I'm bad at puzzles. Don't make me do both, especially not at the same time. All right. Dark Souls 2 Scholar of the First Sin, top of S tier, obviously. Flawless game. And by that I mean it's easily the worst Dark Souls game. It's easily the worst, but it's also the best. Like, it's both.
It's the worst Dark Souls, which means it's your favorite.
No. Like, okay. It's the worst for moment-to-moment gameplay, but out of all of them, Dark Souls 2 is the one where the, like, themes and the story and the world and the lore, it's in my head. To put this into perspective, Cheppy, this isn't gonna mean anything for random people on the internet, but immediately after playing Dark Souls 2, like, 4 hours later, I went on the computer and I built Kashim's character sheet. Like, game that immediately makes you get up and go make something. Like, it's one of those things. Truly good art, in my opinion, makes you go make your own art. That is how you quantify what is truly good art. But it's kind of a slog to play. There's some areas that are absolutely dog shit. It made me fight a chariot. No, it didn't make me. I avoided fighting a chariot because I didn't want to. Thankfully, it was optional. But I think that the world is easily the most interesting thing that From Software has ever made. Like, more than Elden Ring. Like, I straight up think this game curb stomps everything else they've made as far as just, like, the atmosphere. It is desolate and dark. It almost like it's like snuggling in bed with the Fear and Hunger vibe a little bit. Like, it's almost like desolate to the point of, like, it's uncomfortable in some spots.
Whereas, you know, Dark Souls is always about like, oh, the world is dying, but it's still like, oh, it's a fantasy romp. I'm getting hit by barrels and whatnot. Donkey Kong is here, points at the scaleless. But this one is just kind of like, I am going to die. And all of us are going to die. Or we're not going to die, and that's the problem. I really love this like giant drawn out narrative that it has about uh giant it's like, you know, Ozymandias the poem. This is Ozymandias the game. It's really good. I highly recommend it. It's definitely S tier for me. I'm gonna comfortably put it. I'm gonna put it below Barrow Trauma because I feel like it's still a jank fucking game that's miserable to play moment to moment. The thing that people complain about is the fact that iframes are a stat in this game. I don't have a problem with that because you just get used to where the iframe is and then you're fine. Just get good, genuinely. But the thing that fucked me up is that I usually play a wizard. All the staffs fire from different heights depending on how big your staff is. So like I would get used to like a staff and how to use it, and then suddenly I'd get a shorter staff, and then all the walls I'd used to hide behind are blocking my hits. Oh, fuck. I don't think any of the other
I
Dark
think
Souls
that's really
had this.
funny, actually.
It was so funny, especially because the best staff in the game is like twice the size of your character. So it's like I'm behind this mountain. Fuck you. But yeah, it's a really, really good game. Play Dark Souls, all of them. They're great. So this next one is Outward. Oh, and also, Dark Souls 2, I think you guys are all pussies in the fact that simply learn how to deal with multiple enemies at once. Like, I don't know, figure it out. A lot of people complain that there's too many enemies in Dark Souls 2. I didn't have a problem with that. It's literally fine. Learn how to bait them and figure it out, dude. Figure it out. But yeah, Outward, me and Tiamat tried to play this together. It wasn't good. I think this is the kind of game where I bow my head and I hand it over to you and Magic instead. I think you two would enjoy it. Me and Tiamat did not have fun.
I was watching you play it, and
Didn't finish derogatory.
as I was watching it being played, and I was listening to you going like, God, this isn't good, and I was just seeing only things that looked like, oh, that's neat.
Yeah, no, it's like so
Like, what?
open-ended that it's like, okay, like I don't care and I don't know what's going on. Right? Like it almost felt like an MMO in the fact that, well, first of all, we lost the house. First quest is get enough money to not lose your house. And then you fall unconscious and then you die. It's just like, it felt a little bit like Oblivion in a lot of ways. Like it felt old in a way that I did not enjoy. But yeah. Anyways, I hand it off to the professionals. Enjoy it. I'm sure you two would like it. The next one is Paratopic. Oh my god, Paratopic and Pathologic ended up next to each other. Bro, we are cousins.
I wasn't sure. I honestly thought that was like just another pathologic.
No, this is Paratopic. So Paratopic it's also like a non-linear PS1 style horror games, which was the vibe this year for me. I do like them. Where you are a variety of people, and you are, if you've ever heard like the Camera Heads creepypasta, do you know what that is?
Is that Siren Head?
No, Camera Head. It's
Uh-huh.
the creepypasta is like someone finds a backpack in the woods with a camera in it and a note that says I killed a camera head, and it's like the film on the camera is like creatures with cameras for heads that hunt people for sport. It's kind of like that, but about videotapes. So you're like in at least one of the people is like a illegal videotape dealer. And then as you traverse the world, you find there's like a monster. You know, people are dying when they view the tapes, that kind of thing. It's very interesting. The story is a bit like non-linear and a bit like open-ended, but I thought it was fun. I'm not gonna spoil it, but I'll put it at the bottom of B with our little indie gang. I'll put it right next to Lazarus. It's pretty good. I recommend it.
Pathologic's a shit tier game. Nobody likes it. So I played Changeling Route this year. This was the first game I played after I moved because I fucking needed a minute. I needed a minute. I really loved it. It's obvious that this route is the unloved child of the three. I'll admit I have not yet played Horror Specs route in Classic HD. I have played it in 2, obviously, because it's the only one, and I have played Bachelor route. But I figured I'd save him for last because I already played 2. But Clara's route was really cool. I really enjoyed meeting all the characters. I'm very excited for Pathologic 4, which is not even a joke at this point. Like, that's something that's gonna happen because I wanna hang out with the Sabarobs more and their rat. But I thought it was super interesting the way this game addresses the fact that you've guaranteed played the game before. It kind of skips past all the fluff and gets straight into the meat and potatoes of the lore of the game world. I like how it addresses you as the player more than it addresses Clara as the character, and it kind of expects you to just kind of keep up with the fact that it knows it's a game and it knows you know it's a game. So it's like, all right, we're on the same page, and whether or not you're on the same page, it's talking to you directly. It's not talking to the characters. But I thought this is a very interesting game. Clearly a rushed job. However, it's still very detailed. Like, it's still a very detailed and worthwhile game to play. I think the last couple days we were just kind of doing a couple side quests instead of a big quest. Or there's one of them is labeled as the big quest, but it's like a bunch of side quests to make sure specific districts don't get infected and whatnot, and you're finding the Bachelor and the horror specs out there in the world. I thought those were interesting enough. They definitely keep you busy. And it is fun to rob people. The Bachelor doesn't really rob people because he doesn't have to. Clara absolutely has to rob people.
Peace, love, do crime.
Exactly. So, I S tier game for sure. Now this is a conundrum. But where? I'm gonna have it hanging out right next to Dark Souls 2. I love it. It's not a top of S game because it's the changing route. It's clearly they rushed this one out the door. But it's extremely high quality still, in my opinion. Take that for what you mean. All right, Chubby, we got 4 of yours in a row. Take a seat back and relax.
Okay, yeah. So 2 of these are games, 2 of these are demos.
Mm-hmm.
And is Played Up for the first time this year? Let me check.
I do not know.
Because I started, it would have been at the end of last year if I played. Technically, was it? No, it was technically started. You know what? I played it with my cousin to start off with. This is one of those ones I've owned it for years, but didn't have like multiplayer sessions going until this year. And then after multiplayer for a while, I realized I could play this on my own and did.
Sorry, why is Tiamat threatening to hurt me bad style in the chat? What is
I think because you put Pathologic not at the peak of
Oh, I'm sorry.
all things.
It's okay. Pathologic 4 will go at the top. Anyways, go on, Chippy.
So Peglin. Peglin is the one that snuck in under the door.
Yeah.
It was
Cheppy made me download a bunch of shit today when I was fully prepared yesterday.
It was a single game.
I know, how dare you.
Then you had to re-download all of these several times. You failed repeatedly.
Yeah, I did. Sniffle cry.
Yeah, it was a one game. Because it didn't show up. I played it so late in the year that it didn't show up on the Steam recap or anything.
Oh god. Yeah, for some reason Funger didn't show up on my recap this year. Maybe because it's like a mature
weird.
game. It might be because it's mature, like mature only.
Maybe.
Or adults only.
Mine in my case, it was just that I didn't play it until like the 28th, 27th, something like that. Of December. Yeah. Another roguelite. It's a pachinko. Actually, half of the
You're kind of addicted to pachinko now, huh?
Yeah. So this is a
yeah.
Well, this isn't even. It's not pachinko. This is specifically. It's Peggle.
Okay.
A roguelite. you fire a ball at pachinko board, not
Mm-hmm.
and it's an RP. Contrary to what you might think, it's an RPG combat game.
Mm-hmm.
It's full battle encounters, but your damage is determined rather than through dice roll, through things hit with ball as ball go down pachinko board.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and it is. I think it just came out of early access finally last year, like midway through last year sometime, and it's pretty damn good, pretty fucking good, and I think it's got this game I talked about in Balatro and Billionaire. Uh, when I was talking about Billionaire, how I wasn't sure if it had the sauce TM that makes it
Sauce.
go forever, like how it was like good for the first 30 hours. I'm not sure it could go on. Peglin is, I think, the one that had a game that has the sauce.
It has the
It
sauce.
yes, it absolutely fucking do. Uh, there, I'm still. I think I have about of there's like 4 playable characters. I have half of them. I think I just unlocked a third one right before this, so I haven't played it
Ooh.
yet. But
The Pegler.
I'm on like difficulty level 2 out of 20 on one character. Um, it there I keep finding new items and builds. You can do is you can do stupid shit to your pachinko board. You can coat the entire thing in slime.
Oh, gross.
I my first win of the game was turning the entire board into explosives and then thermonuclear detonating it something for like
Mm-hmm.
8,000 damage, uh, which is a good way. It's God, it feels so good to play. All the little just little plink noises
Mm-hmm.
constantly, and also look at that goblin.
Yeah, I
Look at
see
him.
him. He's
Or
cute.
sorry, he's a peglin.
Ah,
Look at him.
he's delightful.
He's got a sack full of balls,
Oh, good heavens.
and he throws them at people.
All right. Well, what category does it go in?
S tier.
S tier. All right. Where?
It is. Do I like it more? Do I? Granted, it's newer, so it hasn't had the test of time. Do I like it more than I like Shadow the Erdtree?
Who would win? One of the most anticipated games of this century, which is fucking awful.
Or this little ball boy with his sack of balls.
Good heavens.
I think it might be the
It's
ball.
him, Ballsack.
Yeah,
Okay. I'll take that. That's fine.
the balls.
All right. Tell us about Pesticide Not Required.
Pesticide not required. Demo didn't finish affectionate again. Um, this is this this is Vampire Survivors, but you play as a frog
Excellent.
and you're like doing farming stuff. It's a farming sim. Vampire Survivors, like where you're like building farms and then also defending shit from like on the farms from waves of monsters. Like you plant stuff and then it goes into and now it's
Mm-hmm.
Vampire Survivor, and some of the spawns of like items are I think connected to what you have planted down, if I recall.
That's pretty
Which is
interesting.
it's a neat little thing. Yeah, I don't know what more to say about that. It was fun. I'm not as deep in that specific subgenre as you,
Mm-hmm.
but it was a fun time.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. And then Plate Up.
Yeah, it's a banger of a fucking video game, all right. It's a cooking game in the style of it's a roguelite cooking game, I guess in the style of Overcooked, sort of. That's like the closest point of comparison, but you run around doing chef things, and if a single person doesn't get their order on time,
You
you
die.
fucking die.
Oh wow, I was
Yeah.
kidding.
No, if a single person has to wait too long, restaurant is forced to close. It hard cuts to a newspaper is like restaurant forced to close due to customer complaint. Like is
Man,
it
tough crowd.
the toughest crowd. It's rather goofy, and it's so much fun to run a restaurant in that game. It in single player, it's a very like mechanical sort of game where you can build like a whole sort of system for yourself of like loading stuff on the conveyor belts and like running things around a kitchen. It's very like cerebral.
Mm-hmm.
And then in multiplayer, it becomes a ton of fun in a still cerebral but also stupider way where you're running around harassing the page. You're like running the food to the counter so your friend can take it across, and like you're harassing people to like not. It turns into role play very quickly, following a guy out of the restaurant like, and get out of here, get out,
Mm-hmm.
stop sitting at the fucking table. We need space. Get the hell out of here. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
it turns very New Jersey very fast. Um, and they keep updating it with stuff. They just added a thing. They've had like a recurring game mode every Halloween that had like a witch hut in it, and it's now just a full-time member of the rotation,
Excellent.
which is good. You can make witch food.
Yum. Bog food.
Yeah.
Where does it go?
I feel like it's an S. It's PlateUp isn't. I don't know if it's better than Doom. For me, where it falls here is, I don't know, kind of arbitrary.
Is it better than Dark
but
Souls 2?
You tell me.
I don't know. Is it better than Pathologic?
That's an interesting question. It can go there-ish on either side of Pathologic. I would be fine on
Yeah.
either side.
It's
Because I
probably
feel like
better than Pathologic.
once it's in S tier, it's like
Yeah, all these are
I think
bangers.
I think Aperture Desk Job is the only division point that matters.
Yeah, are you
Like,
better than Aperture Desk Job?
and that's not a knock against Aperture Desk Job. It's just that Aperture Desk Job is a small but like near flawless like little piece of art. So like you're either above that or below that in like scope.
Sorry, my dad just sent me a text said, "Do you remember when the guy across the street's van blew up? Did it Oh, it happened again?" How?
What's going on?
Sorry, apparently the van across from my parents' house blew up a second time.
Is he running a tank full of nitrous oxide in there? Like,
I-
what's he doing?
I don't know. I'm getting live photography. This stream truly has it all.
Is it like on fire? On fire?
Yeah, like it blew up. I remember the first time it blew up. It exploded.
Is it the same van?
Yes.
Why did he keep it? It detonated.
He had a bunch of vans in his drive. Anyways, we're off topic. I hope everyone's okay. What's Ravenous Devils?
Oh, this is a demo I played that, remember, what was that game earlier? I said, ho ho, I've got the coin flip side of this one.
I don't remember. Oh,
It was like you were playing as like two people who were
an innocent game of
sides.
a normal game about farming.
Right, where one of the
Yeah.
where it's like the two people who don't know each other, but it's the same contributing to the farm. Yeah, this is the flip side of the coin. This is a game set in Victorian-ish something. I don't know. The point is, you're a husband and wife who have moved into a new city, and
Sorry, it's the guy's house this time. What the?
Jesus.
Anyways, keep going.
That's actually fucked up. Then.
No,
That's
yeah.
bad.
What's going on over there? Hope
If it's
everyone's
one of many
okay.
if it's an old shitty van that's lit on fire before, that's bad. If it's a house, that's not.
That's worse.
Fuck. Anyway, You play as this lovely husband and wife who move in to a brand new city. Don't ask where they came from or why. Don't ask about their background. Don't ask anything.
Mm-hmm.
They're not cannibals.
Oh, I see.
Okay.
They're definitely not cannibals.
Mm-hmm.
And they
Allegedly.
definitely did not get driven out of their previous home because they were almost found out for running a business that catered to the rich cannibals of the world. Definitely
Mhm.
not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Anyway,
for sure.
this demo was a very normal game about running the like 4-story like townhouse sort of layout business of this family where you control at the same time the husband who is on the upper floor and runs a like tailor shop, takes in customers, puts out clothes for them, etc. And
Mm-hmm.
then on the bottom floor, uh, a you play as the wife who runs like the bakery section. She or bakery, they do meat pies too because it's
Uh-huh.
like British or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I
It's
don't
like
know,
Sweeney
meat
Todd.
pies. Yeah, but she's in the kitchen and then she runs stuff up to the middle floor and then he's got his like upper floor with a back room where he does his tailoring stuff, and it's a simple management game about keeping the tailoring all stuff like sewn and stocked and everything on the top floor while
Mm-hmm.
gathering all the ingredients and setting up and keeping the food stocked on the like bottom 2 floors.
Mm-hmm.
Pause. And also, when you need supplies, having the husband take a private appointment with someone in the back room where you take a cleaver to their skull, take their body, and chuck it down the secret chute in the back of the room. Mop up the blood
So it's
while your
literally
wife
Sweeney Todd.
collects the recently fallen body from the bottom of the chute in the basement, puts it through a meat grinder, and uses it to make food, while
Uh-huh.
the husband takes the bloody clothes that he has and repurposes them to make his tailoring.
Oh, beautiful. That sounds fun.
It's and may I just say the thing that sells me on this game more than anything is that the husband and wife are like just sometimes you just need someone to they have personalities that would make the collective mustaches of the world around them like it's like the opening cutscene is, "Oh my darling, oh yes, we will move in together and do such things."
Oh,
Oh,
delightful.
is like making like fuck me eyes at each other while like, "Oh, our glorious work. Oh, we will set up and make so much money from the people with exquisite taste." It's like, yes, they're terrible. They're
Mm-hmm.
so fucking comically evil. Love it.
Delightful, delightful. What tier does it go in?
Demo affection, yes, but
Got it.
like,
I'll have
God,
to
I have
keep
to
an
get
eye on
taken.
that one. All right.
Yeah.
So the next one is pathologic for British people, and I don't mean that even a little bit comically. We happy few. I remember when this game came out, and it kind of came out with like a fart. Like it didn't stick the landing. A lot of
People thought it
people
was mid. Yeah.
people thought it was mid, and they're fucking wrong. It actually goes crazy. Uh, you just have to have pathologic brain turned all the way fuck on. There's 3 separate routes. You do have to play them in a specific order. With 3 separate characters living through the same couple of days, and interacting with each other in the plot. Um, Genuinely, I think the game gets better the deeper character you go in. The first character's fine. He's whatever. He sets up like the basics of the world. The second character's interesting, and then the third character I had the most fun with. I think his story was definitely the most like emotionally impactful for me. And I think the last scene in the game with him is probably one of my favorite like game scenes of the year. I thought it was very well done. It's got a lot of the survival mechanics. You can rob people's houses, steal medical supplies. You're not trying to stop a plague or anything. Well, there is a plague, but that's not the key point of it. There's a plague that you can avoid, but you're trying to escape from an alternate world version where I believe World War II went a bit differently. And this is an island where they don't have children anymore for unspecified reasons. Well, the game specifies. I'm not telling you. I don't want to spoil it. But it's very good. I'd say give it a try. If you are interested in any pathologic type games, yeah, Tiamat agrees. It's a banger. So I'm gonna put this in A tier. I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna put it right behind Dishonored, because I think Dishonored is just it's tight gameplay. It's snappier. We Happy Few definitely has a lot of the jank that you would expect from a game like this, but it's quite good. The next game is Lichdom Battle Mage. So this game. So I didn't finish it because there is a not just vertical difficulty spike. The difficulty spike is so harsh that it actually goes backwards to like it's not up.
Difficulty slide.
No, like the difficulty acute angle. It's kind of a slog. It's like so the point of the game is you're a mage. And you could pick up runes to make custom spells, and you're basically just powering through levels, killing stuff. It's marketed as like not Doom for wizards, but like something similar to that, where you're just building yourself into being a killing machine. But I felt like there were so many options for spells, and it suffers from that like breaking things down into tiny increments where you don't notice you're making progress. Like there were so many different options for the spells. It'd be like, boost your fire magic by 1%, boost your magic by 2%. I'd be like, I feel like we could have done less. I feel like we could have made this a little bit more concise. And then of course I got to a boss, and the problem was, it did that thing where the save point is nowhere near the boss door, so you have to go through an entire level, and because it's a slog, it takes like half an hour to get through the level to get back to the boss, and then the boss immediately annihilates you. Which after like 5 times, which is 2 hours, I was like, that's, I think, enough of this game. So I'm gonna put it in didn't finish derogatory. It had potential. I like the whole mixing your own spells thing. That sounds really, really fun. But there just wasn't enough difference between all the different options, and the game was unnecessarily hard and a little bit repetitive. I wish it was better. Web fishing. We both played web fishing. You want to talk about it?
Yeah, I'm not even sure what to say about it.
It's good.
Like,
There's fish.
yeah, it's more of a chat room than a video game, and that's okay.
Yeah. I'd say, yeah, it's fun. You hang out with your friends, you get punched by the God King of the island, you fish. I'm going to put it in A tier, because I think it's a fun time.
I would
if
agree.
you play by yourself, it's probably lame, but get friends, it's fine. It's good.
Yeah, don't play a single player.
Yeah.
Don't.
I got married to a dog and a cat. I'm the court consort, one of them. Alright, so Sanctum 2 is a tower defense game. I technically didn't finish this one, so I'm gonna put it in affectionate didn't finish. But it's just because I think I played it enough to get the gist of it. It's a sci-fi tower defense game. I think there's a little bit of plot, but you're shooting alien bugs. It was fun. Didn't feel any need to continue playing it after I played a couple hours. But I'm glad it exists. It seems to have an active community because people kept joining my game. Didn't know they could do that. But I enjoyed playing with other people. Yeah, nothing much to say about Sanctum 2. Scanner Somber is a really interesting game where you're in complete darkness and you can only reveal pieces of the environment by putting particles on them, by scanning your environment. And the whole point is you're trying to get out of the bottom of this cave. It had some creepy moments, it had some fun moments, it had some just interesting moments. I thought it was pretty good. The plot was fine. It was a little predictable. But I like the mechanic of just spraying everything with dots to see what's actually happening around you. So I'm going to put this. I'm going to put it. Ooh. Oh. No, I'm going
gonna put it below. I'm gonna put it below these 3 games. I liked it though. I thought it was fun, and it was very colorful, of course. What is this? Big boy
It's
boxing?
a big boy boxing demo. This game is, to keep it quick, this game is Punch Out. But it's goofy Punch Out. It's pretty good. It feels like Punch Out. It's a little, compared to like Punch Out for the Wii, it's a little less tactile than I'd like maybe.
Mhm.
But it's like barely. It's like a little less. You know, it's pretty fucking good. I played the shit out of it. I only stopped when I hit the wall of like just doing challenge mode. That happens to me a lot. Is I get to like challenge shit and like, okay, I'm done. I'm out. But yeah, it's good. It's good.
Alright. And go in here.
Yeah.
Excellent. And then what's Sunhaven?
Okay. So Sunhaven is a farming sim in the like purest sense of, you know, Stardew Valley. It is, if you've ever heard the synopsis of Stardew Valley, or like the premise of Stardew Valley even, that's it. That's what it is. I played this game a lot this year with friends, a bit on my own. All good. This game is, and I mean this sincerely, probably in better than Stardew Valley.
Oh.
I like this game more. It's got just a lot in it, for one. Like, it almost feels like what a mod for Stardew Valley would do, where it's just there's multiple different like towns to visit, and so there's just like a little bit more like cast members, and there's more areas, just more content, and also the characters are in general just a bit more written. I feel like just the Stardew characters are written a little bit, where the Sunhaven characters are like actually written a bit more. Like, it's nothing crazy, but there's like a cast. Like, I can remember more about the character details from just time I spent with Sunhaven, despite not finishing it still.
Oh, wow.
And it's, I heard that their like their Switch version is having a lot of trouble. Like, it's a bad port. Like, something's technically wrong with it.
Oh,
like,
that's too bad.
But it's a great video game. Probably the best farming sim game, like in that genre, I have ever played.
Wow. That's pretty high praise.
But
where does it go?
But this is the part where it that was all good. I have no complaints about the video game of Sunhaven itself. And this is the part where it gets extremely fucking weird very fast.
Okay.
So while I was browsing on Tumblr a while ago...
Okay, already in a bad place.
I came across someone talking about how they were a former person on Sunhaven.
Okay.
Like, someone who worked as like a developer, or like maybe their partner worked on it or something at one point. And how they were saying how people should avoid buying this game. Because in some weird thing, their partner's work, or whoever it was his work, was still not credited. Because there are no game credits. There's a credits room
That's weird.
in the game, but I am standing up and I'm in the Charlie Sheen position right now with my hands, just so you know.
Okay.
It's like there are no credits. There's a room full of credits, but it's for Kickstarter backers.
Oh, that's so
It's
weird.
not developer credits, which is strange.
Sketch.
And how they said at one point they were going to add it later down the line, which is, early on, I'm like, that feels stupid, but you can add in credits later in the development process. Sure. This game, I need to check. It was in early access for a while. it did their full release in March 2023.
And it's still not in.
I have joined their Discord because I was like curious this stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Every like month or two, there is a wave of people discovering this stuff and asking, are there going to be game credits? And they used to sidestep it and now just ignore the questions completely.
What the fuck? That's so sketchy.
It's so fucking weird.
That's
It's
like the weirdest thing to be sketch about.
It's so there is almost no way something weird didn't happen in the past with like who they hired or what they paid someone or something.
Yeah, they must have someone
Like
on
someone
payroll.
definitely did something unethical because I'm not actually alleging,
Allegedly,
technically.
maybe.
Like I'm not
Theoretically.
I make no formal statements of like they did
Chevy
something.
doesn't represent me.
Yeah, no. But what I see is like there's so many easy explanations for not having a credits page in at the moment, or even better, for having so it's easy to have just like a credits page,
Mm-hmm.
like saying the yeah, we're gonna get to it eventually, and then never doing it.
Sketch.
Now this is 2025, so we're like 2 months away from being 2 years from their full release version.
Mm-hmm.
Is like
Weird.
it's insane.
Weird as
That's
hell.
It's like because there's some things where it's the sort of controversy. It's like I don't know why this is the sticking. The fact that it's a sticking point is
It's weird.
yeah. What the fuck? What happened? It's so strange. It's really weird.
Mm-hmm.
And so I have to put it in like did not finish derogatory for
That is
nothing
weird
to
as
do with
hell.
for nothing to do with the game. I already own the game. They've
Mhm.
already got the money for me playing, it's like it's already covered.
You didn't.
And I
That's not
enjoy
the
the game.
kind of thing you would know unless you like looked into it.
Yeah. But it's
Like I can't
I'm
think of
not
the last
gonna
time I
say-
purposefully looked at a game's credit screen. To be
Yeah.
honest, like I would never
And-
know if a developer would.
well
put
because
this.
and also there's like a Kickstarter backer credits thing.
Yeah.
So you walk in, you see a bunch of names on a wall, you're like, oh, yeah, it's the backers, people worked on it, etc.
Mm-hmm.
But
No, it's just the
it's
Kickstarter.
like so when it's like we're doing it later, that's one thing, and then I looked and it's like, oh, the game's been out for like a year and a half now,
Mhm.
like officially. But at the time I was looking, I was like, oh, oh
Weird.
no, what are you doing? That's bad. That's sus as hell. Like it's this sort of thing where they could give an answer and just do it, and it would be like,
Okay,
fine
sounds
again.
good, man. But like,
What?
huh?
What?
Okay. Well, good to know. I don't play farming games, but good to know.
It's an incredible video game, genuinely. Like,
If
it's
only we
really
know who
good.
made it.
Yes. Like, don't. Maybe don't buy it. Defer to people who worked on it or know or whatever. Like someone who knows more.
Mhm.
I'm just putting a. I can't say, yeah, go buy this one as much as I can say. As much as I can stamp a question mark on it and go, what the hell?
Alright. Well, that's weird. Good to know. Thank you for sharing. Okay. Well, the next one is called It Paints Me. Like it pains me, but paint. And it's a visual novel. It's quick, so I'm gonna spoil this one for you. It's about a guy who died of disease and doesn't know he's dead, much like another spoiler, The Sixth Sense. And he's still walking around his home, haunting his wife. He doesn't know he's dead. He sees her with another man. She's been widowed, so it's fine. And he kind of freaks out, and then
it's got some like cool, really gross art because he's not just like a ooh, spooky chic ghost. He's like a fucked up and scary ghost. He's like an artist. It's quite good. Tiamat, I recommend this one to you specifically. I think you will enjoy this one. I'm gonna put it in B tier, down here with the other. This was one of my New Year's shot glass games. That's what I'll call them, shot glass games. It was quite good. I enjoyed it. Shape of the World is a game about like restoring a beautiful environment. It's what Okami should have been. No. But it's got all kinds of cute little critters. I think Treggy played this one. And it's got beautiful color scheme. It's all about like the environments. It's very calming, very soothing. I liked it. No plot to speak of, but that's okay. I'm gonna put it, excuse me, right underneath. I'm gonna break up the indie gang for a second here. Well, this is indie, but you know, slightly more high integrity. I'm gonna put it right underneath the one with the achievements that freaked me the fuck out. What spilled?
Oh, yeah, this is another demo. Hang on, let me see it real quick. Is there anything here that isn't still from me? Build is a demo. Sunken is a demo. That's a replay. Did I play this? Did I put Sims 4 on?
You
Oh,
did.
Fuck. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's other games in here. Thank God. Spilled demo. It's a game about playing a little ship that goes around collecting oil.
Okay, cute.
Out of a river, like out of a riverboat.
Mm-hmm. Environmental.
I actually discovered this game because the developer is like a woman living on a riverboat.
Oh, cute.
She's developing a game about cleaning up a river on a boat from a
Aw.
riverboat.
I trust her experience.
Yeah. It's a simple little game. It's a very simple game. It's not like even hard. It's one of those games. It's just you go around doing a thing.
Not an idle game, but
No, yeah.
you know, you put a video on, you relax.
You go around, you collect the oil, you load it in, you like deposit it in like a tank, and like you can get upgrades to your boat or whatever. Speed.
Need for speed.
It's simple. It's good. The demo is at least. It's not the deepest game or most responsive game I've ever played, but I like enjoyed my time with it. Like I don't know how long the game is gonna be at the end, but it's like it's all right. Pretty all right.
Very nice.
It is obviously didn't finish Affectionate because, yeah. I love the giant ball of things. Okay, another demo from me, right? Okay.
Yeah, this is all you, buddy.
Sunken Stones is a pirate themed unit placement strategy game. It's almost like I don't think puzzle strategy is the right word, but you place tiles on it. It's like placing units on a board in a sequence so that when combat happens, your units live into. It's hard to explain. It's a little tile-based strategy game. I like it. It was a little buggy. It was pretty buggy, the demo that I played, but it's a small indie demo thing. It was the reasons why it wasn't like unreasonable. Just like, the tutorial for the demo that was probably added because there was a demo had like a couple bugs or it would like get stuck on it. And like, yeah, sure, man.
Understandable.
You had to put it in for explaining the video game. Go ahead. It is good. I'm gonna like circle back. I played like a bit of it actually, like on it. I might circle back around to that one when it's more done.
All right, I put it in Affectionate.
Yeah.
My microphone attacking me.
Oh no.
All right. Tell us about Tooth and Tail. I believe this is a replay.
Yep. This is one of my favorite games ever made. The Soviet Revolution mouse game. I guess they're not the Soviet Revolution mice. They're the you play. It's like what if Redwall were about like the communist revolution and eating the rich or whatever. It's a very engaging strategy game. Like it's a pure RTS. You play as like just a single commander running the units around. It's very good. I went back to it because I've gotten like right up to the end of it, but I've never like completed it fully, and
Mhm.
I still have not completed it because again, it's always the challenge modes that get me. Like it's
Mhm.
always like I can get to the end of the game, but I want to actually finish a game I really like and no. Um, but man, the atmosphere and like writing in that game is so good. It like takes me back to like Redwall
Mhm.
reading. You know, like did you ever?
I
Was that
never
you?
read it, but I know what it is.
Yeah, yeah.
I was a
Like
Tale
the
of Despero person.
it's the same axis of things. I think. You
Mice
know
in
the
situations.
yeah no. It's like it's like delightfully like creepy and weird at times too. Is like having a pleasant conversation with your boyfriend who's the bartender, like working in your bar that you own as a mouse. It's like, oh, delightful. And he is like, yeah, he's talking about, the food coming in and whatever. And he's like, yes, we served a bit of the leg of that creature that creature was chosen in the lottery for, uh, his wife was chosen in the lottery for, food, and that's who's on offer today. It's like, oh,
Oh damn.
you are animals. You still have the animal food thing where you eat each. Oh
Yummy.
no! The whole what if the eat the rich thing was taken literally? It's like oh
Mhm.
oh it's fighting over who and what meat should be allowed to be eaten. It's you're mad because you want it to be a meat lottery because they ate your or you don't want it to be just a so the rich people decided that your child was the one who got eaten in a lottery and so you want to make a democratic election system for who should be the meat sacrifices because it's still the animal food chain. Oh shit. Oh no. It's such a fucked up little game. It's
Mhm.
great. I won't spoil the ending, but as you can imagine, knowing that it's based on the Russian Revolution, it goes great for everyone.
Mhm. Mhm. Mhm.
It goes great.
All right. Well, I put it in replay, but clearly this is one with accolades from the chip. All right.
Banging.
Tell us about The Sims 4.
Okay. Wow. You ready for the opposite
This game
energy?
sucks ass.
Yeah. I
I guess I technically played The
downloaded this
Sims
game
3
again. I
this
think
year,
I played it for the first time this year. I guess I played The Sims 3 in the past, and then
which is the
I
superior
played
game, but the bar is
yeah
still on the floor.
I played the demos of 4 when it was like a paid game still. I
Mm-hmm.
think that's where my memories
Oh,
of
is it
4 come
free?
from. It is now.
Oh, damn. I didn't know
But
that. It's
I
supposed to be dire
downloaded
in
it
there. Ooh.
because one of our friends wanted me to do something, like a character creation thing. Uh, and I did that, and I messed around with it for a bit. It was mediocre. And now every single time I open my fucking computer, EA tries to
Yep.
prompt me for shit.
Yep.
And
It's
that
basically
sucks.
malware.
Also, I uninstalled The Sims 4 like a month after installing it because every single time I opened Steam, it was like I have an update and I'm like, "Why? What have you done?" And they're like, "I don't know." It's like, "Then why are you clogging up the fucking update queue?"
Yeah. No,
Elden Ring is clogging my update queue. But I know why Elden Ring is because they have a massive patch that I haven't let install because it takes forever. What are you doing here? Taking
We
up
added
like every
another
part of my
pants.
computer. It's
We
like,
we
great.
added a new pants.
Why does it take an hour?
It's big pants.
Yeah. The Sims 4 is like a decent looking game, but then every time I look at a feature for it, I'm like, oh god, like there's no height differences between characters and shit. I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
ah, Jesus
Yeah.
Christ.
Well, to be fair, that was never a
Why?
feature. We learned that when I downloaded Sims 3 mods.
No, yeah, I know.
We
But
all
I'm
we
just
all
like,
hallucinated that was a feature.
Yeah, no, I'm like, oh, oh God, it's like kind of shit, isn't it? This is really shit.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and it's like that's the thing is, it's like fine, but it's hard to. There's almost like a layer of grease to
Mm-hmm.
the game, if that makes it. Like it's
The EA grease.
coated in financial transactions and processing power use, where it's
Uh-huh.
like there's almost it feels like
Unoptimized.
yeah, it feels like there is a burden to simply playing the game. Where like the game itself, like in the abstract of gameplay, is like fine,
Mm-hmm.
but it's just so weighed down by whatever the hell is going on. I'm like, I'm good. Like
Mm-hmm.
I don't even hate you. I just am like I shrug my shoulder. I like have trouble deleting games I play a lot
Mm-hmm.
sometimes from my computer. Like I stopped playing them for years, but it was
Mm-hmm.
something I played a lot, and I wanted to go back to it, so it sticks around. The Sims, I was like, eh.
Goodbye.
Well, it was like so easy,
what
alarmingly easy. It's like
what tier? D tier?
ah,
Because you can't really finish The
yeah,
Sims. Is it better or worse than
yeah.
Okami?
I mean, I've fucking played it, and I'm not gonna play Okami.
Alright, so it's better than
I
Okami.
might play The Sims 4
Fair
again.
enough.
Yeah.
Alright. The Uncertain, The Last Quiet Day is the first part to a series of games that is not released yet, but the first part is out. It's about a robot in a society where there are no humans left. Hypothetically, but yes, there are. That's the whole point of the game. They discover some humans. Um,
Yoko Taro ad.
no, literally, it's dollar store near, like its themes, its production. It's clearly one of those Unreal Engine games that looks really really good but has no substance. A lot of the achievements and stuff are just like references to other things around the map. You find them, you get an achievement. And the first time it was like, oh, that's fun, and then that was like all of the jokes and achievements were just like referencing other things and not even in a clever way. The story was boring. The main character, I felt no love for him. He was not endearing in any way. But he's supposed to be a robot, so I get it. But you have to still you're making a game for humans. So like you have to still make maybe like design wise it should be endearing or something. But it was just extremely boring in every way. I was not interested in it whatsoever. I'm going to put it in high D tier because it was perfectly playable and I finished it, but it wasn't fun. The Cleaner, another game with AI art. So,
Oh.
but hold on, let me check because I do believe this one was released like earlier. Let's double check. The Cleaner. Yeah, it's 99 cents.
2022 or early
2023.
2022.
Okay.
Two.
Oh, it says release date 3 on Steam.
Oh, is this a different The Cleaner?
Maybe, I don't know. This one says Steam.
I'm looking at a game called The Cleaner on Steam. Is this a different The Cleaner?
Maybe.
Oh, this is like wait, this has got like a gun in it.
No, yeah,
It's
this is about anime people.
Wait, what? Oh God, they're both called The Cleaner.
Yeah, but this came out too late in the game to be using AI art in any capacity. I thought the plot was fine. A lot of the reviews were like screaming about how heart-wrenching it was. Um, it was fine. It was straight up mid. I'll be quite honest. There were some parts.
The other Cleaner is really cool actually. It's it might
stay on topic.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm gonna put it in D tier. It was better than like I don't know. I finished it, so it's better than Okami. I guess I should put Okami and didn't finish derogatory. I didn't finish it. There we go. But yeah, the use of AI art. If it had used real art, I would have been slightly less harsh towards it. But yeah, the story was just fine. The Deed is a point and click game. It's like a game of Clue where you are always the killer. You just have to figure out how you're going to kill the person. It's about going back home to you're like an adult, but to your like formerly abusive parents and your insane sister,
and all of their like servants and stuff because they're all incredibly rich, and your goal is to kill your sister and pin it on somebody else so that you can get all of the family's money. The ending I got, I pinned it on the abusive father. I actually thought this was quite fun. It's very short, it's very simple, and I got the key for free. But it's engaging. It's got an interesting like background to the family. There's a lot of different options, a lot of little dialogue trees you can explore. The detective part where you have to fake the detective out is fun. So I'm gonna put it. I'll put it at the bottom of B tier. Like it was a fun little half-hour experience, but I don't know if I'd play it again. You kill her once, you're good. The Last Campfire is a cute little game. It's very much like, a parable for helping others and being, a warm person for others. Every single little chapter and map is about like, oh, here's a person experiencing a struggle, and here's what you can do to help, etc., etc. But that didn't really get under my skin too badly. Normally that kind of stuff pisses me off and annoys me. But it was cute enough, and it was short enough where it didn't overstay its welcome. It was a puzzle game, but it wasn't too difficult. I'm gonna put it. It was better than Code Vein. It's probably better than Heroes too. I'm gonna put it right under Blasphemous, because it's like there's literally nothing wrong with it. It's just a cute little puzzle game. Okay, this is you. What is this song?
Oh, Thriving
Yeah, Thriving City Song.
Okay, so I'm gonna warn anyone in advance. If you look at this one on Steam, you might not be able to find it. This game was not made in English, and
Oh,
you can tell.
okay.
Let me see if I can find what it's actually Driving City Song. Maybe now that they, you know what, they seem to have fully released it.
Oh, nice.
So, yeah.
Uh-oh.
There's a fun thing. I think the fields for the download and the like game on the store on Steam might be different. Drop it. You don't have to put that image online, but you can see what I'm talking about. That's not right. But it is now Thriving City Song in the listing. That's good. This is just a simple city builder game. It's like a historical, like, I don't know what the art style is called, but it's like a Chinese traditional art style. It's like paper on.
Yeah,
Like
I know what you're talking about.
Everything looks like it's sketched on paper, which is the whole reason I tried the demo in the first place. And honestly, I saw it and I was like, I'll give it a shot. And I was expecting it to be kind of mid, and then I saw the download button. I was like, okay. And then I played it, and I was like, oh, you know what? The translation, like, rough as hell. Like, the explanations of what, like, the dialogue, everything, clearly not written by someone who speaks English especially well. But it's actually a pretty fucking good video game. It's like a very standard city, but apparently, that's the thing, is that in the demo, you got a fair bit into it, right? Like, I was enjoying my time with the city build, and then I looked, and there's, like, a tab that I never got to in the demo, for, like, the strategy, like, wartime section, and I was like, oh! Oh, it's like talking about fighting disasters and plagues and invasion. I'm like, I never even saw that. That's pretty big, actually. This is a shockingly big little game. And I think it's pretty, and I quite like it. And I will get the full version sometime. I will do that.
So it goes under didn't finish affection. Excellent.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see.
one of
The
these
end is nigh.
games is yours. All right.
Two of them.
Two of them. I'll try to.
Wait.
I'll make this quick. All right. Time Thief is again Atari kind of style, low bit pixel game with time mechanics. So you only have 60 seconds to complete the game, but you can keep refilling your clock by doing specific stuff. The game only takes like an hour. Normally I don't like time puzzles, but this one was like easy enough where it was like, okay, it's fine. It's totally manageable. It's about trying to, I believe, save your town from like a time curse, which says the world's gonna end in 60 seconds or something like that. And you go on an adventure to fix it. I thought it was great, a cute little experience. Honestly, I would put it in A tier. It's just like a very tight, no complaints thing. I recommend it. Funger Termina. Alright, so Fear and Hunger at the top of our game here. Funger Termina is the sequel. It takes place, so regular Fear and Hunger is in medieval times. And it's like real world medieval, or like alternate history medieval, but like there's still magic and shit. But it's rare, it's like scary, it's the whole point, there's magic now, scary. Termina takes place in kind of an alternate universe version of, I think, between the world wars, or like they combine the two world wars. There's a war going on.
The World War.
Just the war. And you pick one of, I think, 8 characters who are on a train to the city of Preval. I don't know how to pronounce it. You're in fantasy Prague. And your train gets stuck there because the Festival of Termina is going on, which is when the moon god descends from the sky and makes everything turn into horrific monsters. So you have to kill your way out or discover another exit. My personal favorite ending is ending A. I think that's the best ending between both games. Like, it's so good. Funger Termina has a very different style than the first one. I think the first one is very like dark, desolate, and like extremely lonely. The second one is a lot less claustrophobic. It's a lot more open, and it's a lot more like exploration and character stuff. You can actually have a lot more conversations with the other characters because there's 16 of you. Whereas in the first game, there was only like 5 characters, and they had like 4 lines of dialogue each. But the second one's definitely more of a character-based game. Still scary as hell. Still hard as fuck. It's actually probably harder than the first one in a lot of ways because it's longer, and the way saving works is a little bit more difficult. It's a little bit less forgiving if you fuck up a save. But it's a phenomenal game. Genuinely an S tier game. I think the guy that made it outdid himself. Do I think it's better than the original? Yeah, actually I do. But it's like really close. It's really close. Like the first one has the better like vibes in my opinion, but the second one is just so much more of a tighter, cleaner version of his vision that I'm like, it's objectively the better game.
It's the one where you can make a video game.
Yeah, no, but they're both phenomenal. Like they're both really, really good.
Fear and Hunger.
Yeah, hold on. Can we take a 2-minute bathroom break? I know we're almost done. I need to pee though. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'm back. I think Chippy's in the kitchen though, so I'm gonna keep talking about fear and hunger. I think that the second game, it definitely has more going on, and I like the way that it extends on the lore and the combat mechanics. Uh, but I do think it's also, oh fuck, maybe I'll release FE4 a day. Hell yes. Anyways, um, I also think the guy who makes the games, got a lot better at his art. I think the first game, the art's kind of janky. It's nice. Like, it's good. It's got a defined style. But in the second one, he definitely refined his style into, I would call it good art at this point. I would call it, like, it's good looking art. Not that the original wasn't good, but it's just a little, you look at the characters, you're like, oh, you've got very short arms. You are very wide. That kind of thing. Yeah, they're both very good. They're both two phenomenal games, but for two extremely different reasons. And yeah, another game that just you can't stop thinking about it. I haven't stopped thinking about my friend Dan since I played it. An absolutely intoxicating game. Is Chippy back?
Yes, he is.
Oh, hello. All right, let me move on. That's my hunger pitch. Play Fear and Hunger, both of them. Trapped with Gesture is another one of those super short, bite-sized, I assume game jam visual novels under 1,000 words, where you wake up trapped in a cart with a jester, and depending on the ending, he does different stuff. There's a lot of endings, but from what I gleaned from the first couple, I did like 3 endings. He's like a demon, and you have amnesia, you're his master, and you can send him to, like, go kill people, or he can kill you, depending on what you say to him. Interesting concept. I wasn't too psyched about the character. I didn't really like the character of the jester, but I think it's interesting. So I'm not gonna put it in D. I'm gonna put it above the bald guy. I'll put it right after that, which gave chase. It was good. Perfectly serviceable game. Just not a character I enjoyed, especially because he's the only character in the game, aside from you. Sorry, Tiamat's talking about the time that he accidentally sent me a picture of Pocket Cat's unmentionables on Twitter by accident. It was like on the side of another image, and like he meant to send me the picture, like the other picture.
You sent someone.
No, that was him, and I received it, and I received a frantic message before I opened the image of like, I'm so sorry for sending you that. I'm like, what did you say? It was funny. Anyways, Turnip Boy commits tax evasion. This was the game I played on Christmas Eve and day. I was sick with a cold at the time, so I needed a nice, cozy, fun game. Not a cozy game. We don't use language like that here. I needed a nice, light-hearted game to tide me over as I waited for cookies and whatnot to come out. It's adorable. It's very cute. It's not super hard. The mechanics were easy to grasp. It's like a top-down, almost like live combat Zelda-y vibe. Like, it's not turn-based. Yeah, it's about a turnip that commits tax evasion. That's what it says on the tin. It's definitely in the Earthbound realm of fantasy games, but because it's like aesthetically cute, so like I like the aesthetic. If this had been like human characters, I wouldn't have appealed to me. But he's a toy nib, and he's cute, and there's like a weirdly dark plot too. I won't lie. I will put this in A tier. It is a good game. I'm going to put it.
Have you seen the sequel?
There's a sequel.
Yeah, it's a Turnip Boy robs a bank.
Oh my god!
He gets an arsenal of guns to rob a bank.
Okay. Well, I know what I'm gonna be getting on my next Steam sale.
Mm-hmm.
All right, a chonker, Unicorn Overlord. Kind of forgot I played this, but now that I'm remembering, it's phenomenal. This is a good fucking game. For all my Fire Emblem girlies out there, this game possesses the soul of the Arcanea games, so Shadow Dragon and the other one, the sequel to Shadow Dragon. Yeah, I was late, I forgot. Yeah, there's a lot of like the original Fire Emblem in here, so it's very much not like Engage or Three Houses, I'll be quite honest. So if those are the games that appeal to you, it's a different experience. But it's live combat instead of turn-based. But that didn't bother me so much. It wasn't super difficult. I had some trouble with some maps, but it's a kind of game where you can go back and like grind for levels if you need, which I always appreciate. The characters were interesting. You can give your engagement ring to any character, no matter their age or gender. And I think all the characters are like adults, so it's fine. Um, and you're also like, a young strapping boy in the game. I, for one, gave it to Rolf because he's a hottie. But yeah, I thought this was a really, really, really good game. I really hope there's more like it in the future. Vanillaware did a fantastic job. And the thing that stood out to me the most is in the final battle, the final boss has a really, really, really fucking cool animation that has to do with a unicorn that I think about often. So I'm gonna put this in S tier because it's that good. And I'm gonna park this bad boy right next to Elden Ring, right under Elden Ring. You know what? I'll put it under Doom. I feel like Doom is Doom. But Corn Lord, absolutely great. I highly recommend picking it up. It's FE4 that they won't give us. Okay, so what is this game called? Hold on. Let me find it. It's called Nekopara, Catboy Paradise.
Oh no.
So I don't know how this got in my library, genuinely, but my delightful friends picked it out for me one day because they saw the name of it in my. I must have downloaded it when I was like in high school or like a young college student and was looking for anime boys to look at. This game is dumb as fuck.
This is what you were doing instead of playing Cube.
Yeah, no, literally. No, I only played it this year. I didn't play it. I was busy playing other better. I was busy playing Peak, and by that I mean Hatoful Boyfriend. Actually good silly dating simulator. So this is a game where there's like a catboy society and they're like your pets, but they're also like grown-ass men and they live in your house, but they're also cats. I don't know whether they said if these things ever use a litter box or if they're indentured servants. The world made me uncomfortable. And also, one of them kept trying to get in my bed and sleep on me. And he was a man.
I retract the that's just me statement. That's fucked up.
Chubby, do you use the litter box?
You don't know me.
Is that what the smell is? But yeah, I didn't finish this game because it made me viscerally uncomfortable on like 8 different levels. I want a game in this universe, but it's like a very serious, like historical drama about catboys and their like rights in society. I want to know where the line is drawn between man and animal. But they're too cowardly to do that, so they just keep putting them in maid outfits. Okay. So this is the Cube Escape collection. I didn't finish it because it's puzzles. But it looked good. It was fine. Oh, I put this in affectionate, derogatory. The Cube Escape game, I just don't like puzzles. But it's like a horror puzzle game where you like control time around different like parts of a cube. It's like a room and then you turn it and it's like different times and different places in the area. It's interesting. I feel like I remember a game like that being made in college when we went to college. And I can see why people like it, but it wasn't for me. Lily's Well was for me. So this is a game about a girl whose father tells her to not go in the well behind the house, and then she hears crying from the well one day and decides to go down. So your whole the whole mechanic of the game is you have to collect a bunch of rope to get down to the well because there's 10 levels to the well. So you have to collect 10 pieces of good rope. And for each level, there's a different horrible way you can die if you run out of rope or if your rope breaks. And the game doesn't tell you what's good rope and bad rope. You have to just try it out. It's very repetitive. If you die, you have to go all the way back to the beginning. But I think that it's like intriguing. Like there's a lot to explore. I think the story, once you find out what's at, I won't spoil it, but once you find out what's at the bottom of the well, I think it's dark. It's disturbing. And I enjoyed it severely. It's got this really interesting, like, 2000s MS Paint anime art style, which is, like it's garish and bright and doesn't at all fit the tone of the game, but honestly, I think that makes it more uncanny and enhances it. So I'm gonna put this in A tier, actually. Um, it would have been S tier if not for the extreme repetitiveness. I'll put it below Eye for Eye. I think I played it literally right after Eye for Eye. Hold on, I need to blow my nose. And then we're gonna talk about Dark Souls again.
Oh,
Alright.
it's back.
Oh, so Dark Souls 3. Dark Souls 3 is, in my opinion, the best FromSoft game. It's better than Elden Ring, and that might be controversial, but again, I've expressed my opinion on open world games, and I think that Dark Souls 3 does everything that Elden Ring does really, really well, but without the giant spaces of walking between. The levels are very well made. There is not a single hallway of empty or unused space. There is no dead area, even if it's just like um walking up a staircase, like it doesn't feel like I'm aimlessly going somewhere. Like there's something to do on that staircase. There is no like empty area whatsoever. Whereas, Elden Ring, I said there's, you're traversing a field sometimes and there's nothing to do but traverse the field. It's probably like the it's like very tight. It's like up there with the Doom and the Aperture game. Like I have no complaints about Dark Souls 3. I went ahead and 100% to Dark Souls 3 because it was like clean enough where it wouldn't be a like entire fit to do so. Granted, I had to grind for some stuff, which sucked ass, but that's just the name of getting all the achievements. The actual gameplay, like there weren't really any horrific bosses. The final boss was great. The DLC boss was like one of the most fun times I've ever had playing a video game. Granted, I had a severe ear infection at the time, and I couldn't really hear or think. But I beat it, and I had a great time, and I remember having a great time. So that's what I'm going to take from that. Dark Souls 3, I'm putting at the top of S tier. Dark Souls 3 is my choice for Game of the Year.
Game of the year, baby.
Dark Souls 3, baby. It is better than Funger Termina. I'm so sorry. Funger Termina is phenomenal, but Dark Souls 3 is like, oh, this is the peak of gaming. Unfortunately, the gamer bros were right about this one. It goes crazy.
Oh, how far Sam has fallen.
No, but I like it in a cool and normal way.
No.
It's alright. No, Chebby, this is the year I get really into Kingsfield, and then I decide Dark Souls is for noobs.
Oh, no.
You're not ready for my final form. Alright, talk about Valheim.
Valheim. The Viking game. The best tree-cutting simulator on God's earth.
Okay.
It's an open-world survival crafting game about playing as Vikings. You go around cutting shit down, building ships, to go sail to places, to go to dungeons, to kill monsters, to get weapons, to fight giant fucking boss monsters, to I don't know, do whatever it is. It's the end of that game. I've played so many fucking hours of it, but it's an infinite survival crafting game. So most of my time I spent most of my time building houses. Just because that's my jam. Banger of a game. And it probably goes about the same place that Enshrouded does, if not higher. It's this neat little
Where
thing.
did we put Enshrouded? I don't remember. Wasn't Enshrouded in Unfinished? Because it's technically a demo?
Oh, Enshrouded didn't finish? Okay, well I think Valheim then can go and like scroll up. Valheim can go above Dishonored, or around Dishonored.
Okay.
Or Turnip Boy, something like that. It's in that space. It's in this space.
Between? Okay. Yeah, that seems accurate based on what you and Magic talk about when you play it. You seem like you're having fun.
I think it's got some things I like compared to like Enshrouded. There's some things I like better, but also some things I like better in Enshrouded too. This is it's not one better than the other. I do miss playing a game where cutting out a tree and flattening me to death instantaneously. That was fun. cut down a tree, get hit by a log. You're standing on the edge of a cliff, so now you and the log are just falling down the cliff.
Well, excellent. Yeah, it seems like this one's popular. I have it on my wish list. Maybe I'll pick it up one day.
Ho, ho.
Your
Like-
Red's parents die a lot in Valheim. That's funny.
Yeah, that'll happen.
Oh no. Alright. Vampire Survivors. We've talked about it a lot the past 2 years. It's good, but not as good as Ancient Witch Arena.
Alright.
I'm gonna put it. It's like a fun game to just pass time with. It's not a game to be taken seriously. And they keep adding new achievements every time they release like a new DLC, which is something that kind of pisses me off because then, you're never gonna get that 100%. So it doesn't actually feel like you're achieving anything. But it's a fun game. The maps they add are fun. I love the process of unlocking new little dudes. And there's just like so much content. Like there's so much. It's actually a little overwhelming. But I've put a lot of hours into playing it because I enjoy it and I like building my little characters. It's fun to figure out like not the story mode, but like the different maps, they have a progression to them. There's like, secrets to find. It's a deeper game than it appears to be on the surface. And I like that. I like that in a game. I like when the secrets, But yeah, definitely A tier. Waking Mars, I did not finish. I've had this game in my account for about 12 years at this point. I tried to play it about 10 years ago. I got through the tutorial and then I kind of just didn't play anymore. It's a mobile game, or it is on mobile, and it feels like a mobile game. It might have been on PC first. It's about you're a bunch of scientists trying to terraform Mars. But I feel like I got the gist of it just playing like a little bit. It's not bad, but it's not the kind of game I would want to play on my computer, and it's not the kind of thing I would ever download on my phone. It was fun for the hour I played it, and the characters seemed fine enough, but I'm just gonna park this in. Didn't finish. So this is the Warwell House. It is a point and click game where it's kind of like a Google Maps Street View game, where it's all photos, where you're entering like an old house. You're stuck on an island, you don't know who lives there, and then you slowly learn about the person's life of the person that lives there, and then you get jump scared. I got the shit jump scared out of me at the end. It is a horror game. I enjoyed it well enough. I thought it was interesting. It wasn't like the best thing I've ever played. I'd probably put it at the top C tier. But yeah, I got scared and I read and the photos were pretty nice. It's clear that it was taken in some museum. Warwell House might actually be a real museum. But yeah, I thought it was interesting. But it's funny how sometimes you can see like the museum rope out of the corner of your eye when you're like, oh, this spooky mansion owned by a reclusive CEO. It's like, that's a plaque that says exactly what that item is. And sometimes they disguise it to be like, it's a letter left by him. It's like, that is clearly a framed plaque that explains what's in the cabinet next to it.
Repurposed asset.
Like, I totally get it. Like, I 100% get it. But also I'm like, that's a little funny. Alright, what's Wild Frost?
You'll never believe it.
Okay.
If you had to guess,
Farming
the genre is like a combination of two other genres.
Is it
Just take
roguelike
a
and
wild
farming
guess.
game?
No, you've chosen the only wrong option.
Oh,
Mentioned.
what is it?
It's a roguelike card game.
Ah, of course.
It's it's a, I guess, turn-based strategy. Not quite turn-based, actually. It's a weird pseudo-turn thing, where you're trying to go like kill fucking the goddess Snow or whatever. You're trying to go kill a demon. You get a bunch of randomly drafted units and heroes, put them on a board. They sort of auto battle. It's kind of an auto battler, a little bit. You like the way that it works is you have 2 rows of units and you move them into position, and then they all like tick down a number of like a cooldown each turn, and when they hit 0, they activate. So it's sort of an auto battler thing. You don't want to let it auto battle; you'll probably lose, but it's an auto battling adjacent. It's another one of those games. It seems like I've barely made a dent at like 20 hours into it. It goes on forever. and that's honestly pretty fucking cool. That was a pun. Nice pun.
I got it. I got the pun.
Yeah, it's got a naked gnome in it, for one. You can
Yeah?
recruit the naked gnome.
Oh, good heavens.
He doesn't do anything. He's a naked gnome,
Yeah. Oh,
but you can recruit him.
I don't want him.
Too bad.
What tier should I put it in?
S tier, easily.
Where?
You, somewhere around the Palom Balatro space. I don't know if it's better than Elden Ring, actually. This one is, like, right below. Yeah, it's between Doom and Elden.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love how we can really narrow down exactly who played what game by looking at
Yes.
this. We can easily
I-
identify.
Except perhaps for Oregon Trading Simulator.
Yeah, that
which,
one. That
like,
one
looks
you get.
very in character.
And for me,
actually.
it's Turnip Boy.
Yeah.
All right, last two. So this one.
Sorry, did you? While I was gone, I noticed. Did you move Okami down to hell?
Well, I didn't finish it.
Right, but I thought it was in a different tier or something.
Yeah, it was in D, but I didn't finish
in
it, so I
D.
moved it.
I thought you were putting it in D just for, like, damnation.
No, I
you know,
forgot I
like,
didn't finish it. All right, so this game is called Chest. I tried to play it as part of my little shot glass games on New Year's. The translation was so atrocious, I could not power through it. But the plot of the game is that you are a prince that turned himself into a treasure chest to keep yourself safe. And after being helped by a friendly local wizard, you are on a mission to help other people who also turn themselves into treasure chests. I thought that was a funny, concept for a game. Unfortunately, the translation is so bad that it was basically unplayable. Well, it was playable. I just didn't enjoy reading the super bad translation because it feels like it would be like a character-based game, and with a bad translation, you're not getting that. It is an RPG Maker game. It does use the generic art. Or at least I think it used an art pack. Maybe not the generic art from the program, but I think it used a purchased art pack because I think I've seen the art before. Which is a step up. It's a step up. But yeah, I couldn't finish it. I hope they do a better translation someday, but I don't have my hopes up. So I'm just gonna put it in didn't finish derogatory, unfortunately. Alright, so, last game. Cheppy, can you guess what I've been doing for the past 6 hours on my phone?
Playing Fire Emblem Heroes.
No, I've been playing the superior gacha game, Puzzles and Dragons. So I used to play this pretty much religiously in high school and the beginning of college, like freshman year. I ended up selling my account in freshman year because I needed I forget what I wanted to buy, but I sold it for like $70. But I recently I was craving that match 3 orb action. I don't even like care about the gacha aspect, genuinely. I want to match those fucking orbs. Which I think is a good sign for a game if people want to play it for the gameplay. I can't think of anyone who wants to play Faye for the gameplay and not for the characters. But yeah, so I enjoy this game. It's not much. It is a archaic gacha game. It looks like the UI was made in Unity in about 4 minutes. It's got menu problems, but yeah, it's kind of just like it's like a comfort food for me, just because it's familiar and I like to do orbs. Yeah, Tiamat downloaded it too. I keep using your little creature to help me. But yeah, I just collect weird looking monsters and I touch balls. So I'm going to put this in B tier. I'm gonna put it. It's not as good as I'm gonna put it right there comfortably in the middle of B tier. It's nothing special. I will probably stop playing it within the year because you get tired of a mobile game, you want to move on. But I'm enjoying it while it lasts. I am level 500 already, and I've been playing for about a month. It's like Candy Crush for people who really like dragons. But anyways, we did it, Cheppy! Look at us! So, do you agree? Dark Souls 3 top of S tier?
I have no objection.
Good, because I wasn't gonna let you have objections. So our S tier games of the year, which are must plays, go put them on your wish list, whoever you are. Dark Souls 3, Fear and Hunger Termina, Fear and Hunger, The Desolate Hope, Balatro, Peglin, Elden Ring, Shadows of the Erdtree, Wild Frost, Doom, Unicorn Overlord, Barrow Trauma, Dark Souls 2, Played Up, Pathologic, Changeling Route, Burgeist, Critters for Sale, Aperture Desk Job, Mouthwashing, and Faith the Unholy Trinity. So, thank you all for joining us. That was our longest one yet.
We need to do less.
No, Cheppy.
Oh.
I will do more.
Oh God.
No, it's on my New Year's resolutions.
Oh yeah,
I'm
it's
gonna
on
play
your New
50.
Year's
No,
resolution.
I
Play
only
more
said
games.
50 games. This year I played 115 games.
Oh.
And there's a couple I didn't include because they were either I was uncomfortable talking about them or they were The Sims.
Well, now you have to elaborate to some of them for me later, but
No, there's just some games where it's like I opened it and it turned out they were like gross. I was like, okay, we're not doing that. But yeah, so I'm not even gonna give those games the time of day. But yeah, you know, when you're Steam dumpster diving, occasionally you smell things in the dumpster.
mm-hmm.
But yeah, so I would recommend anything in the S and A tiers. Be at your own risk. C if you've got nothing else to do, and D never. Yeah. And of course, I'm excited for all these demos and whatnot. Maybe I'll return some of the Sabbath. I might give it another try someday. Itika, I'm definitely going to play Gods of Fire. If they do a full release and it's not completely monetized out the ass, I'd love to drag and dogfight with people again.
I talked myself into buying Ravenous Devils by doing this stream. It's already in my library now.
See? We're doing miracles every day here.
I also bought it in
channel.
a bundle with their newest game from last year.
Nice.
Apparently that exists.
You know what I'm inspired to do?
I'm fucking weak. Anyway, what?
You know what I'm inspired? I'm inspired to go send an email to the devs of Anima Memories game so I can see if I can fix my fucking bug because I want to play. I want to play it. All right, but I have work tomorrow, hypothetically, provided there's no snow day or delayed opening. Everyone, please wear your pajamas inside out so that I don't have to go to work at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Because apparently that's how this works. But I'm going to log us off. Good night, and thank you for coming. The VOD will be on YouTube later. Adios. Good night.
Yeehaw.